буде на охороні.
Turn it into Japanese paper packages is verging on the market. A way of life which has brought affluence in this century to a third of humanity now threatens the demise of all. Too many people demanding too much, destroy the earth and try to get it back.
Hey, rollers. Sorry, I thought I have a bit more time. I'm here. How are you doing? It's day 774. Please tell me if you can hear me properly. If you liked the White Ward, they have a pretty unusual music. Well, maybe for some of you usual, but not for me. When I was there at their concert the last time, it was in September, if I'm not mistaken, or in October. I didn't have, first of all, Canty with me there this time. And secondly, I never heard anything like this before, like a metal with a saxophone. Thank you for the plus, guys, for the sound and everything. Just Jimmy. Hi. Code in lines. Hello from Khmelnytsky. Welcome. Are you originally from Khmelnytsky? Sorry, guys. Hiding behind the, not behind, but under the table, as I always do, just to put something that maybe already don't need. Auction, yeah. I see Dr. Tuso is putting auction there in the chat. And there's going to be a lot happening here today. Just as always, today we're going to have Anastasia Paraskeva today, but she's messaging me that she's in Kharkiv and their power is down just about 10 minutes ago, 15. Yeah, first internet was gone, then the electricity itself, like the whole. Yeah, and she says that they are working on it. They say they are working on it, but you guys know that Kharkiv is being attacked every day. Thank you, Adam Rounds, for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. No, I am Italian living in Khmelnytsky. That's cool. What do you do here in Ukraine? What is your job decoding lines? Are you decoding? Decoding, probably. That's how I should say it. Okay, 1 ticket for each raffle, please, says Lynn. Guys, the problem is with the second raffle is I think you should send money to Greg Terry directly, because sending them to me is going to cause havoc, chaos. And we need them come into one basket, ideally to Greg. I can send these $2. I'm not sure that I can send it because Greg has the link and I cannot send it here from Ukraine. Yeah, you see the problem here. So he has a link for his nonprofit, and I don't think I'm able to send it from my PayPal to his link, to his nonprofit's link. So, Lynn, if you don't mind, I'll use the other 10 for one of our fundraisers, and those 10 for Greg for the ticket you will send directly to him. Okay, the link is in the description of the stream already. I've added it there. Thank you, Lynn Stefanition, for $6.99 Canadian. Let's get the algorithm going. That's a good idea. You see +7 people right away. No, that's just a coincidence because this is the beginning of the stream. So guys, this is White Ward band that was playing in the beginning. The band is pretty heavy. The mosh pit was pretty hard there, and some assholes in the mosh pits were present. Like there's 2 different types of mosh pits. There's a gentle mosh pit where people are following the rules. It's like with war, guys. There are people like Ukrainians who won't strike civilians and will keep the war mostly at how do you call it, in the frame of its rules. But there are Russians, and there were a few assholes like Russians who were not following the rules of the mosh pit, and they started pushing the crowd that was standing around them, and pushing hard, and they pushed us so hard yesterday that so the situation was like this. My arm was when they were pushing the crowd, 5 people were pushed at me, and my hand, for some reason, got this, and they just pushed my hand real hard to my chest, and it damaged my shoulder, and today it hurts, not that much. I think this was not a problem at all. Like, oh, sorry, I don't mean that. That's not a severe injury. No, there is an injury. I was careful this time. Last time I was to White Ward concert, they fucking how do you call it? Damn it, I forgot that word because it was a few months ago already. My chin was damaged. They got me got the skin opened, and I needed to put the stitches on my chin, and my jaw was hurting for about a week. Not much of a damage too, but anyway, every time I go to the White Ward concert, I'm getting some injuries, for fuck's sake. Lynn, please tell me if it's okay for me to use these $10 that you were sending for the raffle ticket for the flag. You should send the other 10 to Greg Terry's PayPal, okay? It's in the description of this stream. This didn't show up in my live stream, says Amy Atkins. I had to physically go to your channel, Rick. Yeah, the problem is the less often you use to go to my channel, the smaller the probability that YouTube will show you the notification for me starting something, stream a video premiere. Yeah, so that works like this. Lynn says, Rick, yes, thank you very much, Lynn. So also I have $30 from Amonsky already. Amonsky, thank you very much for this. Always safer in the pit. Yeah, you're right, Holy Oblation. Every time I get to the mosh pit, I was filming. By the way, I have the video of that moment when I was crushed by the crowd. That was actually sent to me by the bad mosh pits. Let's call them Russian mosh pitters. And you gotta follow the rules. Be gentle, even if you are waving your hands and legs and all of that, and feet pretty high. You gotta watch out to not hit anyone. That's how I do it when I do it. So, yeah. You know they exist. So Russians in the crowd. This needs some explanation. Do they come from Belarus, etc.? Yeah, I mean that's just a metaphor in this case. But nice joke there. Has Rick ever considered going through his streams for short clips to make into YouTube shorts? Can you imagine how much time it will take? And this not simply enough one Rick. We need more Ricks for that. Maybe someone will volunteer, because there are some good clips could be made out of my streams. I understand that, but I have no fucking time for that. Hey, good evening, Mr. Kaplan. Thank you for 20 euro super chat. This is very appreciated. You gift so many super chats on every stream. I'm grateful to you for that. That is a good contribution to my salary here on YouTube. Yeah, okay, so I wanted to show you something, tell you something, to do many things actually. But I'm a bit exhausted today after yesterday's concert, after my body has been not in the best condition today. So yeah, I'm gonna be a bit slow, and hopefully I'm gonna be able to show you everything I wanted to show you. So what about the raffle? Yeah, let me remind you that we're raffling today a Motanka, this beautiful Motanka. Here she is. She has gray hair. It was black someday, but now it's gray. She has a beautiful embroidered skirt, you know that one? So yeah, the sleeves are not embroidered. This is the part of the fabric here. And yeah, she is. It also looks like a bit of a Japanese doll, but this cross will tell you that this is Motanka, Ukrainian doll, and it's actually a mascot, a protector, and a talisman for when you gift it to someone, you actually bring them luck and protection from evil forces in your house. If you believe in all that stuff. If you don't believe in all that, you just gift it as a as a present. So guys, I wanted to tell you that this Motanka is actually it's $20 for the ticket for the raffle of this Motanka. We will do it in about 4 hours, maybe a bit earlier, but not later. Like midnight Ukrainian time would be perfect in 4 hours. So let's do it in 4 hours. Greg comes here today in 2 hours from now, I think. In about 2 hours from now. Anastasia will come here, I think, in an hour if she gets the electricity back. It's a great craft and folk tradition. I agree. Awesome stuff. Great thing. Was about to show you the screen, right? Let me show you the screen. Where is it? So we have a My Mini auction here. I'm looking for the browser there. That's what I'm doing. But for now, I only see the other browser. No, this is not the one I need. So it's not here yet. Well, then I need to create myself a new, how you call it? Scene? No, in this case, window capture. Let's go and find it. Maybe I'm on the others. No, not this one. Well, I think the new one should be created. And it's still not here. None. Why are you doing this? I'm talking to the browser or the Streamlabs. It's not showing me this browser for some reason. Let me restart it. Okay, current bid. Anyway, current bid for the flag signed by Roman Trahimets is $1,200. Silver Earth was beaten. I mean, her bid was beaten by the. By whose? Domasa. I think Domasa has a current bid, $1,200. Okay, let me open the browser. Fighting the Streamlabs OBS guys right now. It's a boring part, but we'll have some fun in a bit. And maybe some tears also, and maybe some tragedy, because it's Ukraine. There's not much fun in our daily reality. We are trying our best to survive. Well, not all of us. Some of us are lucky to be here in the rear, but our soldiers, they've been trying to survive for real in really hard conditions, being shelled daily. Fuck, this browser doesn't appear here. I don't know why. Let me try to create a new one. What? Finally found it. Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. I'm gonna delete. No, I won't delete this one, but I will delete this one. Yeah, okay. So let's go to my mini auction and check this out. By the way, guys, for those of you who didn't notice, I started the regular streams on Wednesdays too. And this Wednesday, it was a fantastic stream. Such a chill one. Such a good one. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for being there with me that day, guys. Вибачте, я випадково. So I called Anastasia just accidentally there on Twitter. So, yeah, guys, let's go to my mini auction once again and check it out. Maybe someone else already placed a bid. Domasa is dominating here right now, but we have the new bid by on the paintings and symbols of hope. It's some Z, so it might be a troll. Let me go and check it out there on the background. Maybe this is just a troll and we need to delete this bid. But how do you check it there? Symbols of hope. No, it's not. No, I think it's not the bot. It's just the first letter of his second name. Yeah, so this seems like a real person. So we have a $200 bid for Symbols of Hope. This painting from Lettercat is gonna be, the auction is gonna be it's gonna end in 2 hours and 52 minutes. So guys, you have only less than 3 hours to place a bid for these 3 beautiful paintings, because together with Symbols of Hope, the one that is called Where Is My Friend is gonna be finishing, and it's only $80 by the Masa right now. And Secai has the biggest bid for We're Not Made of Stone. This one I like the most of them, by the way. Just a second. Anastasia is saying me they started to restore the power. But they don't know when it's going to be restored. Well, well, we're just gonna be waiting for you there. So just give me a second. I'm gonna send this stream, the link to the stream, to Anna. Guys, by the way, 160 likes. Can we please make it 100? No, let's make it 200. It's easy. It's easy, please. Стрім вже йде, так що можеш заходити поки що до чату і послухати, якщо у тебе є достатній інтернет для цього. Ну так, я знаю, що ситуація зараз дуже важка у вас в Харкові. Дуже співчуваю і дуже сподіваюся, що дадуть світло. І я ж кажу, 8 годин стрім триває, так що можеш приєднатися, коли дадуть, якщо ще не будеш спати з того часу. Не переживай. Okay, sending her a message. You could hear it also. But anyway, I love you, Rick, combat veteran. Awesome, just in camp. It's good to see combat veterans there in the chat. Be back in a while, dinner time. Enjoy a meal, Elvin Archer. Guys, thank you so much for coming here. I see 145 people. Let's give a like. Don't forget that it helps with engagement. Bidden war. Yeah, guys, let's start a bidden war. Please play some new bids. Yes, we have $110 from Henrik Alnessio. Let me actually message the Secai, the secular Secai, and tell him that he needs to watch out for the auctions for the next 3 hours, because there's going to be war. And if he really wants that painting, as he told us, then he needs to place a bid out there. Just give me a second. Another message here. Okay, awesome. So let me get back and voice message the Secai. Hey Secai, your bid was the last one, but now Henrik bid $110. So the auction will be going for the next 2 hours and 49 minutes. So please check up the auction page time to time, because you'll probably be here after the auction will end. So you gotta check, if you really want that painting, you gotta outbid the people who's gonna be making a competition here. So yeah, see you on the stream. Okay, guys, sorry, but I need so much stuff to do simultaneously, so there's going to be a lot of organizing work going during the stream, because you cannot do it every time, like, you know what I mean. Tell Anastasia she has 8 hours. I told her that just now in the voice message. Kenty, I invited you to the stream today. It's been 30 minutes after we began, so let me give you the link, and you can join me anytime you're ready. And let's do the thing that we wanted to do together with you. Rollers will be happy to participate in that, I'm sure of it. Some of you guys remember what we were talking about. I have Apatox sending me $25, plus one for the very beautiful doll raffle. Apatox, Slava Ukraini. Heroям слава, my friend. Guys, we're gonna have Apatox as guest on Wednesday's stream. He already sent me his photo for the thumbnail, so that's it. Thank you very much, Apatox, for the donation and for coming to the stream on Wednesday. Let's have some fun, guys. Streams on Wednesdays are for 3 hours, not for 8, and that's much more chill. I'm not not calling every 5 minutes to donate for the fundraisers. It's been 31 minutes of this stream, and I still haven't called you even once. So please donate to me, send money to my PayPal ideally, or to buy me a coffee if you cannot do the PayPal. And you will be getting what? You will be getting the joy of seeing our soldiers getting the equipment. But you can also buy raffle tickets with those money for this beautiful motanka. One ticket is what? One ticket is $20. Yeah. So tickets can be bought. I've already created the spreadsheet, guys. So I'm just going to be putting the money to the spreadsheet while we go in. It's going to be easier for me today. I hope so. But it can be messy. It can be getting messy a bit later. So Greg Terry is going to be here in about 2 hours. Plus. Thank you. Appa Talks. Okay. I'm trying to read the chat now. Fiber internet. Kenty on the stream. Yes, Kenty. Kenty. Greg, in about 2 hours, did you tell me something in return? I still haven't sent you the link. Yeah, for that I need to switch to this scene. And I need to... Guys, so what the fundraisers we have right now? El Greco, my friend who serves in the border guard, he's from Donetsk, just like I am. He's fighting for our country. He is serving in Steel Border Guard Brigade, Steel Border Brigade. And his car was destroyed last week, so we're raising funds for the new pickup truck for him. We need the one for 300,000, not so fancy as a NAFO truck, which we're raising for the 3rd Assault Brigade together with Lila Trohemets. And for that campaign, I have some surprises for you today because Johanna from Finland sent me $125 today, and she said, I won't be ordering a patch. So you can actually buy a patch to one of the rollers with these money. So I'm going to be doing this closer to the end of the stream. And we just need to think who needs to get the patch. And I have Leathercat, our awesome moderator there, and the painter as a candidate to get the patch. We were doing it for Leathercat and Armand in the last in the one before the previous campaign. It was for Floki patch, this beautiful patch. This is my cat Floki, who passed away, if you didn't know, passed away on the 9th of November last year, and it was a huge loss to me because she was a dog cat. She was very dedicated and dependent on humans, and she taught me how to love, actually. So it's a big loss for me. Kenty, I'm sending you the link in a second. Just let me find you here. Here you are, my friend, on Discord. I've sent you the link on Discord. You can join the stream at any minute you're ready. Awesome. How you doing, guys? You're so sweet, Rick. Yeller Cat, you work a lot for our community, and though you don't have the means to donate and get the patch, I think you deserve to get this gift from Johanna. This is going to be her sponsoring your patch. We also have $55.14 from Agnes from the previous stream for NAFO truck, guys. And I think we need to add, what do we need for 100 euros? It's about 105 bucks. Oh, sorry, not 55 more bucks to get that. If it's going to be 60 for the NAFO truck, to get the patch to Armand, maybe. And if you want the patch but you don't have the means to donate it for it yourself, you can go to our Discord community server to the Rollers Help Rollers, if I'm not mistaken, channel is called, right? Go there and just say that you would love to get the patch, and we'll have you in the list, and you're going to be the next one getting that one. And yeah, next one I think should be going to Armand. Armand told me that he's going through some hard times right now, so it will be a great support to him too. guys, I have great news. Yesterday, I won the auction on that concert. There was a charity concert, as almost every concert here in Ukraine these days, because a lot of musicians are very conscious of, of that they need to support the army, and they are making those auctions. And yesterday, I won the Kobzar. It's here in my backpack. I'm gonna show it to you in a second. But Kenty is joining us. Kenty, can you please turn the phone and reconnect to be horizontal and not vertical? If you can hear me now, it won't work without reconnection. Yeah, thank you. Kenty will rejoin now. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. It cost me $206, 8,000 hryvnias. This was my first auction, guys. I won. I've never won auctions before. I've been doing auctions myself, but never won any of them. Here's the Kobzar, guys, signed by the musicians, by White Ward. So, okay, just give me a second. Putting back my watch. Well, that's a fitness bracelet. It's not just a watch. I don't really use it as a fitness bracelet. I don't think Ozzy sleeps either. Top bloke. He's a Queenslander, and I'm from Melbourne. Hey, Australia, guys. That's awesome. Congrats. Thank you. So this Kobzar is not just a regular Kobzar. It is illustrated Kobzar. Look at this. And together with Kenty today, I started to translate one of the poems by Taras Shevchenko. But I couldn't translate all of it because it's not that easy to translate the poetry. Who's the dude on the thing you won? That's Taras Shevchenko, guys. Kobzar is the book of our iconic Ukrainian poet, Taras Shevchenko, who cherished the ideas of freedom and independence and fighting Muscovites, and that they're not friends for us. And much okay, Kenty, yes, you're with us. Awesome. So Taras Shevchenko, Kenty, can you say something?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. So Taras Shevchenko was born in, let me read it, it should be here, maybe on the back side. Well, you can Wikipedia him at any second. If I'm not mistaken, it was year 1800 and maybe 21 or something like that. Oh, guys, maybe 20. Let me check. Let me just Google it. I apologize for that, for coughing. Okay. Capture, not this one. I'm trying to put the how you call it? Put the browser to the screen. Always a struggle here in Streamlabs OBS. You need to create it anew every time. Yeah, like this. Almost every time. Sometimes it works though, and it's really confusing sometimes why it's not working. So let's go and Google Taras Shevchenko. Taras Shevchenko. He's, yeah, guys, actually 1814 he was born, and he died in St. Petersburg, I think in Russian prison in Russian captivity. He was 47 years old in 1861. His words are sacred to us Ukrainians. I would love to hear you one of the poems today. I would like to read you one of the poems today, and I would like you to hear one of the poems. I won't be translating it, but Kenty had a great idea for me to just read out loud one of his poems, maybe without translation because it takes too much time. He experienced that today. So, Kenty, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good.
Did you take a nap?
No, I didn't, but
Yeah. I'm showing you the signatures of the, I was about to say soldiers, of the band members, White Ward. You guys see White Ward on top, and here are the signatures. There are 5 people in the band. So on this Kobzar, if you like the band, if you're a fan of the band, I think someday I should be auctioning this one, but I'm not sure yet. Or putting it, no, on the Raffle or auction, I'm not sure. But anyway, that's a great thing. And I would, before I actually never had a Kobzar myself, like my personal Kobzar. And winning it for $200, and knowing those $206 actually dollars went to the soldiers of Special Forces of Ukraine. It's which center of sea operations, of naval operations. Congrats, Rick. You won an amazing book. Thank you, UPU. I indeed did. Indeed did. So, Kenty, should I read it right now or should I do it later? And we present what we wanted to do with you.
I say read it now.
Read it now. Okay. Let me choose the good one. I don't think it's going to be...
I think they're all good, but...
Well, they're all good, but some of them are really long, and some of them are actually more famous than the other ones. So, there's one famous here. It's long, though, but I think I need to read it. Okay, let's begin. Let me put it like this so you could see what I'm reading there. Думи мої, лихо мені з вами, нащо стали на папері сумними рядами? Чом вас вітер не розвіяв в степу, як пилину? Чом вас лихо не приспало, як свою дитину? Бо вас лихо на світ, на сміх породило, поливали сльози, чом не затопили? Не винесли в море, не розмили в полі, не питали б люди, що в мене болить, не питали б, за що проклинаю долю. Чого нуджу світом, нічого робить, не сказали б насміх. Квіти мої діти, нащо вас кохав я, нащо доглядав? Чи заплаче серце одно на всім світі, як я з вами плакав, може, і вгадав? Може, найдеться дівоче серце, карі очі, що заплачуть на сі думи, я більше не хочу. Одну сльозу з очей карих і пан над панами, думи мої, лихо мені з вами. За карії оченята, за чорні брови, серце рвалося, сміялось, виливало мову, виливало, як уміло, за темні ночі, за вишневий сад зелений, за ласки дівочі, за степи та за могили, що на Україні, серце мліло, не хотіло співать на чужині. Не хотілось в лісі козацьку громаду з булавами, з бунчугами збирать на пораду. Нехай душі козацькі в Україні витають, там широко, там весело, от краю до краю. Як та воля, що минулась, Дніпр широкий, море, степ і степ ревуть пороги і могили гори. Там родилась, гарцювала козацька воля, там шляхтою татарами засівала поле. Засівала трупом поле, поки не остило. Лягла спочить, а тим часом виросла могила, а над нею орел чорний сторожем літає. І про неї добрим людям кобзарі співають. Все співають, як діялось, сліпі небораки, бо дотепні, а я тільки вмію плакать, тільки сльози за Україну, а слова немає, а за лихо та цур йому. And that's it. Oh, no, that's not it. Хто його знає? А надто той, що дивиться на людей душою, пекло йому на сім світі, а на тім, журбою, не накличу собі долі, коли так не маю, нехай злидні живуть 3 дні, я їх заховаю. Заховаю змію люту коло свого серця, щоб вороги не бачили, як лихо сміється. Нехай думка, як той ворон, літає та кряче, а серденько соловейком щебече та плаче. Нишком люди не побачать, то й не засміються. Не втирайте ж мої сльози, нехай собі ллються. Чуже поле поливають щодня і вночі, поки не засиплють чужим піском очі. Отаке то, а що робить? Журба не поможе. Хто ж сироті завидує? Карай того, Боже. Думи мої, квіти мої, діти, виростав вас, доглядав вас. Де ж мені вас діти? В Україну ідіть, діти, в нашу Україну. По підтинню, сиротами, а я тут загину. Там найдете щире серце і слово ласкаве. Там найдете щиру правду, а ще, може, й славу. Привітай же, моя ненько, моя Україно. Моїх діток нерозумних, як свою дитину. That's it. That's just powerful. Wow. I got only like, what? I would say not all of it, like 50% of the meaning, but that's powerful. And he's talking about, in the end, he's talking about his kids, right? And I think he means, first of all, his thoughts, because this poem is called Думи мої, and it's about his thoughts, about his... you probably know what I mean. Well, they're not just thoughts. Kenti, how would you call them? Also, how can you call some
memories?
Memories also. Yeah, but he's talking about his ideas. Exactly, his ideas, not just thoughts. His ideas, and his ideas are actually something that he left to us as a legacy, and he in the end says that you kids gotta go back to Ukraine and build up a free Ukraine. He was actually, his poems, his poetry is very actual right now, because he was the one saying, борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає. And it's that about fighting the Russian hordes, and before that there were also Tatar hordes, as the horde, Татаро-Монгольське Іго, the horde from the Golden Ego, was invading our lands. And Russia was the part of that ego back then. So, thank you. I see a lot of liking reaction there in the chat. You probably, a lot of you like this poetry. I can see that. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. It was hard to read at some points, to not shed a tear. You probably seen it and heard it in my voice also.
I was saying that Rick needs to do a little video like Poetry Mondays or something, and just do a Ukrainian poetry video rather than a stream, just something out there to...
Yeah, just a video. It's a good idea.
To get us into it.
If people like it, yeah, I would have put it out there. Very inspirational. Thank you, Cass. AJ Lahinska says, you read him so well, Rick. A lot of his thoughts are written as poems. Yes, my favorite poem so far is Тече вода в синє море. I would love to read the whole book and read the whole book to you guys one by one. All of his poems. Thank you. Also, it smells pretty cool. It's, you know, that how do you call this kind of paper? The one in magazines. That is in magazines. Kenty? We call it глянець in Ukrainian. Are you still there? Kenty? I can see you moving, but I cannot hear you now. Oh, I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. What was it?
I was trying to watch chat on my other phone, and I think it used up too much bandwidth. So,
maybe. So it smells like the new magazine. Okay, I like that smell. Yeah. So that's it. That's what I got, and really proud to make a donation for the armed forces on the auction. For us Ukrainians, $200 donation is already not the small one, because a few auctions from yesterday ended up with actually 8 to 10,000 hryvnias, which is basically 200 to 500, right? Oh, sorry, not 250. My brain farts. Sorry. Okay, Kenty. I will go take the thing, and you maybe start telling people about it, right?
Well, it's a old game set that I found at a auction. You know, it was beat up, and you know, I like working with the wood and restoring stuff, so I just got it. No plan for it. Worked on cleaning it up and like redoing the felt and new leather straps on it, and you know, as I was putting it together, it's like, oh, this would be like great for like a unit, but I didn't know how to get it to Ukraine. Checkers board on top.
I'm back. Very nice color book. Exactly. Thank you. So guys, here it is. It's big. It's heavy. And there's this two side for the backgammon, and the second one is for chess or checkers. You can use it either way. There's also a poker set there, but here on this side, inside, we can write your names. Oh, we lost Kenty. So Kenty's idea was to write the names of those of you guys who are donating, and we can do it also with those donations that were made today previously before this one. It shouldn't be exactly from this moment. You know what I mean. You should definitely keep the book. Yeah, Lettercat, I think I should keep it. I should definitely keep it. Kenty, no, the other one. Welcome back.
Okay.
Please tell us, what do you think? So, Kenty wants to raise money with it. And he was thinking about writing your names there, the names of the donators. Kenty, can you specify what sums of money will be appropriate and all of that? How do you see it?
You know, we want it to be something special, so you know, I want the board game to go to a frontline unit. So, like every time that they have downtime, they will use this. So I don't want it to be something special that they see every time they have downtime. So like $20, I don't know if that sounds good or.
Sounds good to me. You can, guys, you can buy both a ticket and we'll put your name here. So I think those who of you sent money today for the tickets for the raffle, I will put your names there too. Is it going to be an honor for you guys? Because soldiers will get that. We need to choose a unit, and when they will be playing the game, every time they open it up, they will see your names, and I think it's a good idea. Thank you, Kenti. So there's a way for us to raise money for El Greco's car. I can actually send it to El Greco himself and his unit. How do you like this idea, Kenti?
I like it with one little condition.
Mm-hmm.
That I hope they play the game more than they have to go do their job.
I really hope so too. Well, El Greco is in some hot action tonight. Well, like most of the time lately. So I'm really hoping that he will play the game more than he's on the duty. But it's sad to think what our soldiers have to go through every day, but they are the best of us, and I'm really grateful for them to them for this. Makes it out there. So just a second, checking out the message from Anastasia. She said the internet is back. And she asked if she can join us right now while she has internet, because they will strike again. Russians will strike again. Так, Anastasia, заходь. Yeah, she's gonna be joining us, and I will start putting names on the board. So let me enter my PayPal and see who was donating today, and I'll start putting your names there. So you save from $20. Okay. Just a second. What?
I don't. It's going to sound weird, but I've done streams on my own, but for some reason, I'm more nervous doing this.
That's okay, man. Chill. You see, I'm super chill today. Okay, and
Yeah.
joining us. Just a second.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Sorry,
Microphone
before I
wasn't-
press show on stream, I won't be able to hear you, and no one will be able. So I needed to go there and to press the button. How are you
Cool.
doing, my friend?
Exploding, mostly. Other than that, pretty good. Hello. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen each other, I think.
Yeah.
Since then, shit went down, so to speak. So, yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. And every day they are attacking Kharkiv, and I cannot imagine how it is for you to live there.
I'm taking this personally because they're attacking my area endlessly, at least like 3-4 times, just in like immediate area where I live. So before that, it was this part of the of the city. It's called whatever. I will. People know where I live at this point, but yeah, it was not attacked that much. So maybe like 10 strikes through the entirety of the 2 years. So it's not that bad. But now it's like 3-4 times just this little place, and it's getting a little bit too much, even for my nerves, which are pretty steel, if I say so myself. So yeah, not fun.
Not fun at all. So where do you go every time To the corridor or somewhere deeper?
Yes, make a guess. Make a guess. Corridor, obviously. The classic. Yeah. I don't have like a functional basement or anything like that, so the corridor is like as best as I can. Although I do have a basement actually, but I would rather die from explosions than go to that basement because it's like water, rats, and it's not functional. I prefer exploding, to be honest with you. So.
Meet Kenty, by the way. Paul from
Yeah, hello.
South Dakota.
Hello.
He's in Ukraine. He's in Kyiv.
Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, he came.
So our
here.
guy, you're saying, actual our guy.
Our guy.
Yeah.
Partially Ukrainian now.
Extra cool, yeah.
I'm working on going
making
full time.
Yeah, he's working.
I'm making up surnames for my foreign friends that are Ukrainian. So I'm trying to make their like American, names to Ukrainian names, and it's a full-time job. It's very hard to make them sound decent, but I did try, especially for Dylan. But Dylan Burns, who you know. But that's about as best as I got was Berntsenko, which is
Berntsenko?
It needs work. Yeah, it needs work. If you have better suggestions, I'm all ears.
Maybe Dylan.
I'll have to think about that, but
yeah, I made him Central Ukrainian
just for like
person.
What about translating?
Just for like the American audience, when she says corridor, Americans think like the hallway that the door, they enter the apartment into. No, she's talking about the entryway into the 3-bedroom apartments or the
the little thing between the walls. Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't know how to call it when I was like on CNN as talking to Anderson Cooper. Yeah, Anderson Cooper. Yeah. So I was like, how do you call this in English? And I was like, And then I was like, vestibule. Very fancy.
Vestibule would work.
Yeah. But then I was like, corridor, the exact same way we say it. Yeah. So yeah, that was
5,000.
But if you say corridor, it just doesn't go right in the English or the American mind, I should say. So like vestibule or entry would
entry. Let's call it entry. It's a bit easier and not that fancy as vestibule.
Yeah, my place is not a vestibule.
Yeah.
It's definitely it's entry at best on a good day. So yeah, I will keep that in mind next time. Yeah, but overall it has been a bit the cabs, as we call them, cabs, they're not actually cabs. Apparently they're like a modified version of cabs, which is aerial laser guided bombs. But the ones they're like throwing now are not the ones they usually people think of. It's like a smaller modified sort of version. It might have some sort of name, but people still call them cabs, obviously, because that's a modified version of that. And I hate those things now with passion, because not only are they, like I said, here in my area in particular, but they also, I can hear them. So when it's S-300 from Belgorod, it's so fast that I only hear an explosion and that's it. So there's barely any time to actually be spooked. But with these guys, I hear like the whole thing, like it's flies, everything, I can hear it. And it's like for like 30-40 seconds, you can hear it flying and then it hits.
Wow.
And that's the worst.
For so long.
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that at all, yeah. And drones, obviously, like Shahed drones have been a pain in the ass for a long time in Kharkiv. Also hate them because I can hear them flying. And it gets closer, and you have a fucking... Oh, sorry, can I swear
No,
here?
you can swear here. I say
and you have a
all the
fucking
time.
panic attack while it happens. So I much prefer missiles. Never thought I'd say it, but here we are.
You're
Bombas
not
with
on
missiles.
CNN. Here you can say Putin huilo.
Yeah.
You can say Russians
Just.
are fucking terrorists. And more than that, you can call them occupiers. YouTube doesn't seem to care about that word. And that's good.
They only seem to care about the Tolkien reference. So... Other than that, I have been getting shit for that on Reddit in particular, but I still do it.
Well,
I
yeah,
get banned,
whatever.
but I still do it. Yeah.
Orcs will be
But I
orcs. If you're
orcs,
talking
yeah,
about
it will be
that.
orkin.
No, okay. I just wanted to say. Damn, I wanted to say something. There was a good comment there in the chat. Let's go back to it. If I will be able. Yeah, I found it. No, that's a different one from the same person. Then I have a chance to thank Niels Knudsen for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much for that. And 5,000 helmets was saying something good there, but obviously I lost the message. It was addressed to you, Anna. It was like, you should take it personally.
I do.
But
I do take it very personally.
oh yeah,
Don't worry.
here it is. Rick, tell Anna she should take it personal, because take something personal refers to take it from good people and not bad people. Yeah, I think I think I
Electricity
lost
wise,
the
it's also
meaning.
sucks now. So
Yeah.
we have outages now for 6 hours, which is not that bad. Could have been way worse. For example, when I was in Kiev, I think it was 22. I think, yeah, and it was like 16 hours per day of no electricity. It was like a whole clusterfuck. 6 hours is not that bad, but they took down 50% of our power grid with recent attacks.
50%.
Yeah, so it's
That's
pretty
insane.
severe
Like the whole
damage.
Ukraine,
Yeah.
you mean, right?
No, Kharkiv
Just
region in
Kharkiv.
particular.
Mhm.
Yeah, just recently. So
That's
because
a
of
lot.
that, it has been rough, and mostly things work like on generators and things like that. But people are not getting, like, everyone is not getting like electricity and like internet, and it's at least it's not cold now, so
No.
that's good. Heat is not that big of a
For
problem.
how
Yeah.
many days? You don't have heating because it's getting warmer outside. For how many days there were no electricity? 2 or 3 that time when they just destroyed it.
Last time there was like 2 times of major bombing of power grid, and for one time it was, I think, 2 days. And another time in my place, it differs like from place to place, but I think it was like 2 days, and then it was 24 hours, I think. And no cell phone connection, no anything, so you don't even don't even know what the hell is going on, like what is getting bombed. You can't call like anyone, which I personally really don't like that, because I prefer to call people when the big major bombing happens, to know if they're kicking it or not. So because of that, yeah, it was stressful, but not the worst thing ever, I guess.
Yeah, that's all of it is bad anyway. Okay, just wanted to show you something. Me and Kenty were showing this board. So that's a board. That's a part of it. So here's the board itself. Here you can open it, and there's a set of classic games. There's poker here.
Oh,
there are cards.
damn, that's cool.
chess. Oh no, not chess, but checkers and backgammon. You can play with it. There the please tell me the word for that one.
I don't see it.
Bones.
I have no.
Dice.
Oh,
Dice, yes, dice. I
Dice,
forgot the
yeah.
word. I know the word, but I forget it. So the dice and all of these games are meant to be sent to soldiers, to our soldiers.
Oh, that's cool.
Kenty brought it with him from US and wants me actually to put the names of the donators today on the chessboard, like on, well, here at the bottom. Not at the bottom, but inside of it, you have this blank space here. You can put it in here. So I'm going to start doing it. And while you're going to be telling us something, I'll try to put the names there, because the nations have been...
That's cool. I actually am a huge fan of like American playing cards. I have like some. I used to collect them, but some of them I don't know where they are now. But some of them I still have. So I had cool ones like Casino, like 20s style.
Oh,
I had
nice.
like Bicycle ones mostly is the ones I got. I think I have some now. Yeah, that's
Well,
the kind of like the
Nice.
Mexican sort of theme to them. They're super pretty. I play them sometimes, especially. I have like some weird ones. Like this is like a Czech Republic cards that are from World War like One art.
Wow.
So I have like a bunch of cards. I
Nice.
collect them. So I appreciate the thing. But the casino one, I think I gifted to someone. But that was the cool. They have like the the suits and the hair and everything, and cigars. It was pretty cool. I like those. Yeah, but I think I gifted it to a soldier. No, I don't know. It's to someone. I gifted a bunch of stuff. Don't remember what exactly. Yeah. So anyhow, basically, like getting bombed to shit, and not sure what to do about it yet. Simply because I'm worried. I am, and many people are worried that at this rate they just might turn this part of the city to Avdiivka, which is like
Yeah. Completely destroyed.
it's a basically it's
In
like
the
the
beginning
most
of full-scale invasion. Yeah.
It's like the biggest residential area in Kharkiv, and 500,000 people used to live there, and now they don't live there because it's trashed. It was mostly done by artillery back in
Yeah.
22 primarily. So after the successful counteroffensives in Kharkiv region, they could no longer get us with artillery that much. So it kind of got better, and people got used to it. Mostly get attacked just by missiles from Belgorod, S-300, and drones. But it wasn't as bad as it got now with aerial stuff added to it. So I'm like considering maybe moving mom at least from here. But she probably wouldn't go without me and my sister, so it gets a bit complicated. But yeah, I don't know. Like maybe your people probably don't know, but like my father was killed and by artillery strike, and she was also there when it happened. My mother, so she's a bit, a bit. It's a bit harder on her, let's say,
So
than it is for most people.
She's probably traumatized by that, to be honest, right?
Yeah, she's doing all right relatively to the as best as she could, and she also is glad to be working and to be living back in her like city. But it was bearable, and now it's like close to unbearable at this point. So yeah, I'm like confused about what to do with this, but we will see how it will play out.
But you definitely, yeah, that's a good idea to maybe evacuate her. But I think
Problem is she doesn't want to without us. Yeah.
So you want to stay with Kharkiv? Why? Maybe I have an idea, but I want to hear from you.
It's work, I do volunteer work. I go to the front every now and then. A bunch of my volunteer friends are here, and deliveries that we do depend on it, as well as journalism. I'm sort of like a fixer, basically part-time for like The Economist and other journals like that. A bunch of my journalist friends now, I suppose, are getting back here in May and June as well. So we have a bunch of projects with them to film, to translate, and all things like that. And frankly, that, and also last time I left to Poltava, and then I lived in Kyiv for a little bit, I regretted it. It was horrible. I wanted nothing more than to return, and I felt like super useful. There was no work for me there, nothing I could do. It was way worse emotionally than just being here, despite the fact that it's much more scarier because I have purpose here, and there I didn't have any. So I guess that's the
that's
why.
a very, very understandable situation.
You're the most chillest person ever. Listening to you makes me relax. I need to tune in more often.
I'm also
when it's
exhausted
bombing.
today. I went to a metal concert yesterday. White Ward. Maybe you know the band.
What's the band?
White Ward. Ward.
No,
Ward.
I don't know it, but I am jealous.
I was
Yeah.
I was filming it. I won an auction there. Donation for the Special Operation Forces was my bid. Right, I
Mm.
bid 8,000 hryvnias and won a kobzar there. So there,
Oh,
that's a charity concert. Yeah, this
that's
this
pretty cool.
kobzar is signed by the band, by the members of the
Cool.
band. Pretty
That's
cool.
cool.
So I went there to film, and I wasn't planning to get into a mosh pit, but
I
they were
see.
they were not thinking the same. They thought I need to be involved.
You get
So
in there.
yeah, and they pushed me so hard. No, they pushed the people, like a few people on me, and
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I used to attend such
fuck.
concerts when I was younger. You know. uh,
I wonder how younger you than I am.
I actually think I'm older than you.
Hmm.
How old are you?
I'm 33.
Oh no, I'm younger. Fool. Happy about that. Not much. I turned 30, so not by
Uh-huh.
much. Yeah,
Not by
but
much.
not in the 20s anymore, unfortunately.
Not
Yeah.
in 20s.
Uh,
Me either.
yeah.
High five on that.
Yay. Oldies.
Oldies. High five.
Yeah.
Mm,
We lost
so
our American friend. I think he's not in the on the
he
screen.
he disappeared, and I think my internet is messing up, says Kenty in the chat, but he's with us in the chat. We basically, he's bored, and I wanted him to be here when I'm gonna be signing the board.
Yeah, that would be cool. So
And
we should probably wait on.
I wanted
Also,
to.
if I disconnect or anything like that, I apologize because it can potentially happen. And also, if I will hear like actual shit going down, I will probably go to the corridor as well. Just in advance.
Anna,
I
is
apologize if that happens.
is it Crimean Beach Party from
Oh
Saint
yeah,
Evelyn?
it
I like
is, but it's like the one I wear at home, so it's a bit, it's how to say this.
Washed out.
Возносилась.
Washed
Yeah, watched
out.
out. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's not the best outfit, but I was too bummed to redress into something else. I was gifted this actually by a NAFA person
Oh, cool.
from New Zealand, I think, but I
Wow.
might be wrong. Yeah, they sent me the package for the soldiers and as well some goodies like for me, and which was this and socks. So I do have it still. Yeah.
I got my hoodie from Saint Javelin, also gifted to me by Roman Trochimets. Do you know him?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, not personally, but I know of him. Yeah.
Yeah. He just said, Rick, I have a hoodie that I don't wear. It was gifted to me. May I please gift it to you because it's just lying out there. He's all the suits, when he's not using dressed in the military uniform. In
Yes.
yeah, in civilian life, he's just dressed as a dandy. He's all suits,
Yeah, swaggy,
ties.
stylish. Yeah.
He's very stylish, and it suits
Yeah.
him really. He's very good at this. So he
I
said,
mean, I appreciate fashion, especially in the dudes, because that's a bit rare, rarer than I would prefer. So yeah, I thumbs up for that. Yeah. Anyhow, I envy your concert going though, because I think it has been unironically like 3 years since I have been
"Oh shit!"
on a concert.
And
Yeah,
I
due
feel
to
guilty every time I go there because
I
I
get
know
that.
that you
Yeah.
guys don't have such a luxury for the concert.
I mean, go, as long as you can, you should probably
Oh
go.
yeah, you're
And
right. Russia is
yeah, I
planning
also
to get rid of our energetic infrastructure by the end of this year. So in Kiev, maybe by the end of the year, we won't have that luxury too. Who knows?
yeah, so do have some fun. Yeah. Also, I think I understand the feeling like of being guilty, and I felt it myself. But I know it's kind of like pointless and irrational, but I do feel it, so I understand. For example, when I went to Poltava, when I escaped Kharkiv, back in 22 March, for a while, I couldn't like buy anything that was not essential because I felt bad about it. So there was like this cute cake place, like little cakes and
Mhm.
cutesy like sweets, and near my house where I was staying, and I was walking past it, standing near that thing, wanting to buy that cake, and I couldn't. At some point, I just stand there and I was like crying basically,
Damn.
looking at the cake. Yeah, because I knew that people were like very hungry in Kharkiv. There was no food at the time, and I felt guilty for leaving and everything. And then the lady who worked there, she like went outside, and she was like, "Why are you crying here?" And I was like, "I can't buy cake. I want it, but I can't. I feel bad." She was like, "Buy the cake, for fuck's sake."
I'm
I was like,
smiling right
"Okay."
now, but my eyes are wet.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I
It's
mean, I bought it. Okay, she convinced me, and since then things things went
that's
up.
good.
Yeah,
Good to
there. So
hear
thanks
that.
you, the lady in the shop. She helped. Yeah.
Let me mention a few donations that I've been receiving. Okay, the one from Lynn I mentioned, the one from Apatox 2. Katie asked 2 tickets for whichever of the 2 fundraisers you want. Also donated, or, just a second, trying to expand it, or my patch for Nafo truck. Also donate. Oh, awesome. Thank you for donating for the Nafo truck. I will update that one in a bit. After that, Fraser G donated 25 pounds. El Greco, thank you very much. So, Anna, El Greco is my friend. He serves in the border guard service. He's from Donetsk, just as I am. And he is in Steel Border Brigade. I won't... Yeah, actually, his patch is here. Yeah.
Oh, you have your patches on display. I need to do that because mine are here, like in front of me,
Yeah.
and nobody sees them. The only thing people see is the toy. It's from Destiny's. He's a big, streamer. He's a little plushy thingy. He mostly like his people help me with my volunteer work. So
That's cool.
yeah.
Was he inviting you to the stream? Maybe. No.
Yeah, I've been a lot
been
of
on
times
his
on his
streams.
channel. Yeah, we're
That's
like friends basically. So
Oh, that's cool. And that's very important that you appear on as many Western streamers' channels as possible, because you're very good at this. You're very good at debunking Russian propaganda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do try,
I
but
admire
it
your work.
pisses me off a lot to debate people. So I do it like probably less than I should. But it's very like, how to say this? It's a bit different to debate it. For example, for people like my friend Dylan Burns. Who is also great at this thing, but he, as much as he loves us and he's like our guy and he's invested in, he's still, he's not he's not living here every day. It's not like his home.
Yeah, you have the
So when
unique
you are,
experience.
yeah. So yeah, Destiny helped me out quite a bit because mostly it's because of him that I have managed to gather like a bunch of people on Twitter of my own, like, and quite a lot of them are his like followers, his friends. So because of that, I managed to up my game in terms of like volunteer work a lot. So buying things like cars all the time, drones and things like that was not really possible before. So yeah, that's mostly his thanks to him, and ironically Hassan as well. Which now of the guy we poisoned you, me and Dylan.
Was there
yeah.
some engagement with Hassan lately, by the way? I wonder.
No,
No.
he's never gonna talk to any Ukrainian person. That's pretty obvious. Yeah,
because he is
yeah.
You have some words for him. Call him somehow.
I mean, he's just I don't even know. Like, I first was like, he's like a clueless person. Then I was like, no, he actually knows what he's talking about. He's like doing Russian apologia purposefully. Then I got kind of like confused again, thinking he actually is not doing it purposefully. So I'm like I don't even know. All I know is he's very harmful to because he has such a big audience. If he didn't have like millions of people watching him, that would be not that big a deal, but unfortunately he's the biggest political streamer in the world. So because of that because of that, I'm not a fan, let's say like this.
That
but
dude spreads
if it
Russian
wasn't
propaganda.
for him, Yes, if it wasn't for him, I would not be able to get to Destiny probably ever, because Destiny reacted to me bashing Hassan on Dylan Burns, video. And
On that
since
video
Destiny,
together with us, other
no, the
Ukrainians?
first
No?
one back in the day,
Oh.
like I did interview with Dylan when I just met Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so Destiny watched this, me doing this, because he's a huge fan of Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
In big quotation
Fan.
marks. Yeah, so he was, just wanting to see me shit on his nemesis, basically. But it ended up being the link that connected me and him. So because of that, thank you, Hassan, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. A good question from Mr. Squiggle. Ask Anna
That's fine.
if she's going to use her YouTube account more. That's a good question.
I don't have a YouTube account.
You don't
but
have it at all. Like,
Yeah, I don't have it. I only have Twitter, and I also come to other people's, stuff. But I'm not really.
maybe you
I have
should
like
create one. What do you
maybe,
think?
but I don't have like time for it.
Yeah,
And
I
people
can imagine.
suggested that I should be like a YouTuber, but I have to like then remove my volunteer stuff, remove my fixer work, which volunteer money is not for me. So the
Yeah.
only money I get is from fixer work and like translation and things like that. So I also have like family I need to, take care of. So because of that, I genuinely like don't think I will have any time for it. Maybe at some point, but yeah.
By the way, what do
Right
you
now,
do as fixer? I've heard about this job before, but I didn't ever ask what do you do there.
It's not drug related,
I
first of
know,
all.
I know.
We are not fixing people drugs. But the point is that basically, to describe it in the simplest term, is you're like sort of like a mom for journalists. So you like look after them, you buy them food, you book them like hotel rooms, you go everywhere with them, you show them places,
So
you
you
translate for them,
Huh. So you're like
things
an
like that,
office manager, but with extended
with extra steps. Yeah, basically, yeah.
responsibilities.
Also, if you can translate decently, then you can work as that as well. But yeah, mostly people worked as fixers since 2014 even.
Mhm.
But now it's more prominent because so many journalists are here and interested and everything. So yeah, take them places, for example, like near the front if they need to, like to artillery crews, to sniper people, to everyone basically. And to places as well, like Izum, for example. Took a bunch of people there because there's like mass graves and everything there. Yeah,
Mm. Yeah.
it's pretty close to me as well. So like 2-hour ride.
That's not not the youth we were dreaming of when we were kids, right? Not like grown up youth. I would call it. I think we're still young and we're still in our youth. So yeah.
Balm to my soul to hear this as freshly 30. Yeah.
Well, I think you're young until you. I mean, while you are young inside, right? So, how
Yeah,
do you feel
deep.
young inside, Anna? With all of this shit happening?
I feel very old actually.
Fuck.
With the amount of stress I've been through in these last 2 years, I feel like I have lived through 1,000 years at least. So yeah,
that's
yeah,
crazy. I'm very sorry to hear that.
well, it's mostly joke, but
But I know in how much stress you live. I cannot imagine how it is to live in Kharkiv, and now with all these glide bombs here in the. Is it a whistle when it is flying?
No.
No.
Whistle used to be like artillery mostly. So things like Smerch, things like that would do this blow like whistle sound. These they just sound sort of like planes, basically.
And
So
not
like as a plane is flying,
or cruise
basically this sort of
missile?
sound. No, the captain, like guided aerial bombs, they sound like a plane is flying, basically, like a
So
missile, like
planes.
other missiles as well.
That's
Yeah, it's not
probably
a whistle; it's like a
because of the
loud.
size and weight of it. right?
Probably, yeah. I'm not exactly like an expert on everything. I can tell by sound Which one is it?
Yeah.
But there I am an expert, yeah. But the logistics of it, I don't really like know. Like physics are not my thing, which you can probably tell by my hair. So
Well,
yeah.
why? Why?
Because that's the hair of someone who is not understanding
I don't know.
of mathematics and physics. That's a
think-
humanitarian kind of
I
hair.
think we will be able to find a physician or
With pink hair,
mathematician with pink hair in the world. I don't
but
think
rare.
it's a superstition, Anna. I
Oh,
don't think.
so you say, yeah.
Yeah.
People call me like social justice warrior looking person. I didn't even know what the hell that was. Like Americans explained to me, but I didn't know like before
I don't
they
know what the
explained.
hell that is.
That's basically like used to be like in 2016 like people would call people like that, and it would be like very like lefty, like liberal feminism sort of thing.
Social
And
justice
people would call them
warrior.
social justice warriors, yeah. And people would usually have like this sort of look, so like dyed hair and something like that. And people consider them cringe, like that was the era of cringe apparently. And yeah, so people get surprised when they hear from me opinions that they usually don't associate with the social justice type of thing. But I am, I guess you could say, soy by Ukrainian standards. So, yeah.
Oh,
I'd
Dylan
say
Burns
so.
is in the chat, by the way. Western journalism
hey.
in Ukraine would grind to a halt without fixers leading the way. Yeah,
Yes, that's true.
that's really true. The one thing I wanted
I have
to
war
ask-
flashbacks asking Dylan to go back when everything is exploding. Yes.
Dylan,
I was like,
when
"Go
you're coming
back."
back to Ukraine, by the way,
Soon.
tell
Soon.
us. I would love
Yeah.
to work more with you. And also, you got to come to one of the streams as a guest. You can jump in right now if you want. We will have a great conversation with Anna and you. Anna, is it okay? I hope.
Obviously.
I hope he's
We're
not
always
gonna be.
glad to see Dylan.
Yeah, yeah. I was just about to joke, but I won't. Maybe it's too much. So now there's
Now
an
I-
opening.
Now I want to know. What are you hiding over there?
No. I'm hiding the games, the classic games there.
Oh.
So, guys, this is the opening thing, and I wonder if I should type it here in lines or here. But for me, for some reason, it seems obvious that it should be here. And on the side, you will be opening it and reading it, Kenty. So it's a question to you. Where should I start typing? Writing, sorry, not typing. What do you think?
I think up by your ear.
Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, so like the names face the front of the game board.
Names face the front. Like this.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm putting. Oh fuck! It's heavy. It's like 5 kilograms. I should put them in lines like this, right? Kenty, did we lose you? Like this?
No.
Fading in and out, but I'm here.
Okay.
Maybe.
If not, my shoulder was a bit damaged. Okay.
Too much motion. Mosh pitting.
I wasn't even mosh pitting. I was filming that, and they fucking.
You was mosh pitted
I was mosh
by other
pitted.
people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just need to mention so many donations. So sorry for interrupting you, guys. Well, basically Anna. Dylan says I'll be back in Ukraine in a week or a week and a half. Just arrived in Europe this morning. Wow, that's cool. I didn't know. So
Yep.
nice. I'm happy to
did.
hear that. Please, Dylan, tell us if you are willing to join the stream or you just want to chill there in the chat. But anyway, you can chill here with me also. You see, I'm chill, and everyone
Extra. Extra chill.
Oh yeah, and I like it. I like the chill streams. They're always There was very relaxed.
Hey, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would enjoy some chill.
Mhm.
I would like nothing more than some chill. It's hard to be chill just when you get constantly exploded, I must say.
Yeah.
So it ruins
Like-
the vibes, as one might say.
I cannot even imagine.
Hmm.
I have okay. Let's go for donations. I need to mention them. Last one I mentioned was from Fraser G. After that, Apatox sent $55, saying for Rollers Fund Rollers to help spread the care to our community. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So we now have another $100 for the NAFO truck patch. That's awesome. Thank you. Next one was from Julia F, 20 Canadian dollars. Katie S with $20, an extra donation for Kenty's game. Excellent idea. Awesome. Thank you. Then C. Dijkstra sent $20, one ticket, please. Slava Ukraini. So what people are buying tickets for? It's this beautiful Motanka. $20 for
Oh,
one
that's
ticket.
cute.
Yeah, she's a gray hair Motanka, so not a young one. This one has seen some shit already. You see?
Didn't we all?
Yeah.
Young and old, seen some shit.
Cool embroidered skirt here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Also looks like a Japanese style dress to me, doesn't it?
Oh, my computer is about to die, apparently.
Oh, you need
Wait a
to
second.
plug the.
Yeah, I think I thought I did, but apparently not.
Okay, guys. So tell me, those who are not, put in the comment under your donation that it is for also a ticket. Please specify that in the chat, and I would love to buy you a ticket for those money. Okay, next one is the big one. $952.49. Initiation chips from Adrian. Adrian sent this money. Adrian W. Thank you so much. So it's exactly the sum of money we need to close this fundraiser, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, guys. Yeah, that's super cool. Adrian just closed the fundraiser for the chips. Much love. Thank you very much. So that was the smaller one, guys. The bigger one we have right now is 300,000 hryvnias for the car for El Greco, my friend. He's an ethnic Greek, and
Oh,
yeah,
me too.
you too? Oh, that's-
Yes.
I didn't know.
Yeah, my father was Greek. Yeah,
Mhm.
man. So,
So if you join the army, you could have a call sign Greek too.
yeah, perhaps. Yeah. My name is actually that weird ass surname I have is actually like a Russified version of a Greek surname. That's why it's so weird. Because my family back in the day couldn't really live normally in Soviet Union as Greeks. So they tried to change their surname to be more Russian sounding and have like Ova in the end, and it became weird, the name and everything, but it helped them. So,
So before that, it was
a more Greek, Paraskevaidis it was. So like pretty Greek, typical. The Paraskev is like a Friday in Greek. So yeah, but they made it into like Paraskevova, like that weird ass thing that happened because of the Russification, I guess.
Russification is a don't forget, guys, that it's a part of Russian propaganda. Oh, sorry, genocide, not propaganda. That's part of genocide to erase the. You see some different unique details of our cultures, and our names are also part of that. So you can just rename.
Interestingly enough, my father was still on a suspicious person list. Despite the fact that he had now a sort of like a Russian sounding name, he was still on a suspicious person list with Azerbaijani people, with Jews, with like other minority ethnic groups, because of they were like, you might have changed your name, but you still have an accent, and you still it's not a Russian enough, so that he was still on a suspicious list. with a bunch of other people who were his friends at his workplace in the factory. So yeah, that was kind of curious.
I still need to mention a few donations. Thank you for mentioning how we got here. We got to that the other fundraiser is 300,000 hryvnias, which is a lot, and we have right now 18%, 56 raised. Let's get it to 50 today, guys. Would be really awesome. But for that, we need to push to about $3,000, I think. Yeah, so let's work. Linda H, $25 for most needed fundraiser. Love and hugs from two brave Ukrainian frontline. From, okay, just looking into the extended version. PayPal is not the best app for the comments and stuff. From US, got it. That's what was hiding there. Mr. Kaplan sent $207.16 for initiation chips. Greetings, Mr. Kaplan. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaplan. And I will do what? I will send this $207.16 to El Greco's fundraiser, since who was it? Adrian closing the fundraiser for the chips. So Anna, do you understand what initiation chips are? Maybe a hint? No?
No, not really. Mhm.
This is in Ukrainian, it's Platy Initiati for FPV
Ah,
drones.
yeah, that
So
I know.
I
that I know. Yeah, for drones, yes.
I didn't figure out the word
Yeah, you don't have to explain.
for
Yeah.
Platy. Circuits,
Also, by the
maybe.
way, you can send me the link to the fundraiser of your friend. I can, participate. I just finished the car fundraiser, and I'm doing like power banks and also a drone. But I still have some, personal stuff I can send. So, send me the link
Awesome.
if you
Thank you. By the
after
way,
the thing.
I didn't
Yeah.
ask you for your links. I gotta ask you for your PayPal. Can you send it to me, please?
It's yeah, it's in my Twitter bio. It's like up there. If anyone wants
don't
to,
think
but
I-
I would rather they help you, so you don't need to post it. So
Why?
yeah. I mean, I do have my own like stuff, going on. So
And you're pretty good at this, and everything is just working
Not bad.
perfectly. Not bad. So okay, thank you then. But anyway, send it to me. I'm gonna add it to the
Yeah,
description of
it.
the stream. I need to do
It's
it.
just basically the email with my name.
Same.
But you can show my Twitter to people. Like Ukrainian Anna is the place where you want to go if you want to, see what I'm doing and help my stuff. Mostly I post just there, but also like on Reddit every now and then, but mostly Twitter. So
Awesome. Thank you. Last donation I had was from Kai R. $20. Hi Rick, for El Greco pickup truck. Hope it will serve him and brigade well. And just a second. And please sign me on Kante's game board. Great idea. Thank you very much for that. So these are all the donations we got today, guys. We actually don't get any coffees, and there's an awesome notification there. Don't forget about that. So if you want to hear Rick Ashley singing Never Gonna Give You Up and get Rick rolled, you can buy some coffees. You can also send donations as coffees. We do that. PayPal is preferable, but I just love to sing along with Rick. Rick sings along with Rick. I need to start putting names there. Ooh, you see, there's a lot of stuff to be done simultaneously, and I'm not very multitasking person, to be honest. So these streams are usually going for 8 hours because I finish it off only until 4 a.m. or something like that. So that's usually a mess in here, but I'm trying to organize this mess somehow. Anyway, we're going to have in about half an hour Greg Terry joining us. Do you know Greg Terry? Have you ever crossed paths with him? But yeah, you probably couldn't, because he is... Okay, who he is? He's an American. He is a volunteer here in Ukraine. He comes here every 3 months probably. Yeah, and runs the front line together with his friend Zhenya, Yevhen Matsutsa, his name is. So they are traveling along the whole front line and supplying our military with medical supplies, tourniquets, combat gauze, and all the stuff that's needed for IFACs. I can jump on for a bit, says Dylan, just setting up. That's fucking awesome, Dylan. I would love to see you here
Yay!
today. Yeah. So next, I was saying about Greg, that he's been pushing really hard on YouTube communities lately in a good way. He's very inspiring, very energetic. People call him Dr. Energy. So, well, he also is a pastor, and he is actually communicating with heathens also, as I am, for example, because he says we need to put away all of our differences and focus on the common goal to support Ukraine. He's not preaching during the streams, so yeah, that's fine with me.
Thank fuck, I guess. That would be awkward.
Anyway,
I mean, I'm a heathen too, so maybe it's not awkward for some people, but I was kind of raised as an atheist, so I'm really not that big on but I have no problem with religious people.
yeah,
So
same.
yeah, one of my best buddies is Azerbaijani Ukrainian. He's a Muslim as well. So yeah, he tries to prove to me that God exists every now and then, unsuccessfully so far. But other than that, we have a great relationship. So it's not.
I think
not that big a deal.
that's also totally okay for me. I respect other people's beliefs, and I think that's a characteristic of many Ukrainians, like most
we're
of
chill,
Ukrainians, I would say.
I think.
Of course, we have those people, intolerable people who who have the Soviet mindset, and other people from also Moscovian Patriarchy Church who definitely yeah
opinions on those guys.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Michael, for gifting one membership, and before that someone else was gifted, but it got away in the history. Oh, it was Niels Cheeknutson, 20 more memberships. Thank you very much. That all means a lot, and I actually want to put the name of everyone, and when I'm gonna be putting the name on the board, I'm gonna be saying those names out loud. Also, guys, for Motancom, I need to be putting the names for tickets to the spreadsheet. But the thing is, how can I do all of this simultaneously? Let's begin with the board to not keep Kenty here for... Oh, never gonna let you down. Letter Cat bought 20 coffees. And 20 coffees are with a comment. I absolutely love the doll. I have to put in for a ticket. If you wish, you can add my name to the game box. Much love, my friend. If I wish, I would 100% added there, Lettercat. Thank you very much for the donation. What's the question there? If you wish, never question my wish to honor.
That's just
the action.
Politeness,
yes, I know, but never question my wish to honor the rollers. By the way, members of this community are called Rick Rollers. And yeah, Dick Dawson came here once and he said, you know what? I have a name for you, for your community. I'll call them Rick Rollers. And it sticked. And now we have this.
That's pretty stylish.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Rollers are receiving their personal patches. I'm sending one
How did you even...
What?
How did you become Rick, by the way?
I'm Yarik, Yaroslav.
Oh, Obviously. Ah. Oh, now I feel bad. Yeah, I should have figured it out. It's
no,
like
no.
me being Anna, you know?
Yeah.
Because yeah, I'm not Anna.
You're not Anna.
But I'm yeah.
You're
What
Anastasia.
else?
And we call Anastasias
Yes.
Nastya. Do you like Nastya one?
No, not really, because my parents never called me that, because
Oh.
it's not a like Anastasia is a Greek name,
Mhm.
but it was like adopted by Slavic people, a lot of Greek names. So because of that, they kind of called me the way they would. Anasia is how they call me. That's actually how people call
Anasia.
me. But
Mhm.
yeah, yes, but yeah, but it's a bit complicated, you know. So, but yeah, Slavic people usually make Nastya out of it, but I was never like called that, so
That's
I'm not,
cool.
used to it.
And
Yeah,
I like
but
that you're Anna. It's original. It's not Anna. It's Anna.
it's just the beginning of Anastasia, you know.
Yes, I know.
It was when I got like on American TV. Basically, they would like butcher my name to shit every time, and I was like, I need to help them somehow. so announcing me is not a torture for people because it doesn't feel good, you know. And I came up with like Anna because it's short and people can say that. I have like a funny thing with I think Anderson Cooper as well. He was like trying to say it correctly before the actual like live interview began, and he would repeat it like 3-5 times to say it correctly, which mad props to him. He's like super famous person and he actually like, cared to say my name correctly. But in the moment of truth, right now that he's live, he practiced and he would like butcher it. Still, yeah, it was. I was like holding, hands like that. You go on, you can do it. But he couldn't. So I decided that I need to help people. Definitely. So yeah, that's how it's. Also, it's kind of like Destiny's community kind of named me a little bit because on his stream in his community there was like a bunch of Annas. Like I think 3 or 5 or something, like a lot of people with that name. So when people would talk about me, they would see Ukrainian Anna, so like the one from Ukraine to differentiate me from other people. And I was like, huh, I'm gonna use that for my Twitter. So that's how it kind of became a thing.
Awesome. Thank you for the story.
Yeah.
Also,
Yarik. God damn it.
Yarik. But yeah, like basically, Rick. I am Rick.
Yeah,
so.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Could have been a Sherlock Holmes moment, but no. Obviously. Butchered it.
You see, it actually was by accident. I was watching Walking Dead back in the days, and I just named myself Rick Carl. So it's basically Rick and his son Carl.
Yeah, I know the thing, yeah.
I wasn't associating it with my name, and then I figured out something that, look, I actually am Rick also. So, yeah, that was just a hint for me to name myself that way. Okay, so guys, I have one more donation, $100 from Steven. I think I can say your full name because in the chat you have the same name. Okay, but for now it's going to be Stephen W. Thank you. For $100 for some chips, I think. Got to VTX. What is VT and a small X? Guys, do you know what it is? To send over. VTX? Yeah. VT and then the small X. Too big V and T?
I don't know.
It was funny to find out what SJW stood for.
Yeah, it was funny for me too.
What's
when I learned
SJW?
It at the social justice, I think. SJW, social justice war. Yeah, people would send me famous videos. There's like this apparently famous American, infamous, I should say, woman that is with red hair and like with the glasses, and she's like screeching some. She's screaming at some man like very aggressively. I think it's kind of became like the big red meme apparently in the United States for a while. So it's like a lame stereotype of a feminist, I guess you could say. So people would send me this and I was like, oh, so that's what you think. I see.
Okay, and in the end, it's not the end of the message. It was funny to find out that SJW stood for what SJW stood for. I thought it was just my initials. So Steven has the same initials. It's SJW.
He's a proper SJW.
Okay.
Meant to be, okay?
Anhil asks, Rick, show the Motonka again? Yeah, that's the Motonka we're raffling today, guys. You can buy, by the way, Steven, SJW, please tell me, should I put you in the list for the tickets for this Motonka? You can buy 5 tickets with your $100. Here she is. Guys, Motonka, I should put it in here. Yeah, it's going to be covered by the mic a bit, but maybe I can do it like this.
I can see it a little bit, yeah.
Now you can see it fully. So this Motonka. This Motonka. Awesome. Okay. Donations. Leslie Beauchelle, $40 for Kenty Box. So I should put your name 2 times there. Well, I'll put it 1 time, guys. I think it's from $20, but there's no limit, so you can send a few $1,000 and 1 time. Because I'm gonna try to put all the names there, and we need a lot of space there, and it's limited here. So let me begin with the bigger ones, and then I'm gonna be doing smaller and smaller. Like you usually fill some form, you start with the small letters. With some big letters, and then by the end of the line you gotta put something tiny, little, barely seen. It's always with me like that. I usually start to write something big, and then oh shit, I'm not fitting into that field and stuff. So yeah,
no space left. Yeah.
How does Mrs. Herb get a Rick patch? So you can actually get one of these 2 patches. I have more patches. Just a second. So there's Abrams patch here, or Rick the Ukrainian. Not the Rick Roller, Rick the Ukrainian. So to get one of these patches, you gotta become a member on my Buy Me a Coffee, or come here to Ukraine as Kanti did, and I'm gonna just gift it to you.
Yeah.
It's a bit harder, I think.
That's a bit harder. Yeah, but
that's how my patch was coming here. So.
Well, and also the board, not just for that, right? Because there's an evidence that not just for that, right? Was the joke about that, Kenty, or I ruined it?
Oh, I don't know. I can't think of it right now.
Sorry, man.
You guys are old hats at this live stream. I'm kind of the new guy here, so.
Yeah, Kenty feels a bit worried, I think. Kenty, right?
Yeah, don't be, it's just,
you're fidgeting with stuff, so.
Rick is the only professional here, honestly. I'm just, popping up in places.
Don't be
He's an
humble.
actual streamer. I am not.
You're not.
I'm at best Twitter person, which is a curse in itself, so,
Well, but Twitter people are more clever than most of us YouTubers. I noticed that.
Oh no, don't say that.
No, people
Considering
like
the quality. Oh, okay, I got it.
I mean, Twitter.
Yeah, because the messages I get, dude, it's like
Never
the
gonna let
absolute
you
cancer.
down. Okay,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have Ed P buying 200 coffees. I heard El Greco needs a what? Just give me a second. Needs a car. Thank you. So that's $200. I'm actually compensating the commission, the fees of Buy Me a Coffee, because people are also buying me coffees. So when you donate through Buy Me a Coffee, 200 coffees means $200, not the 100 and what, 90? It's actually less than that. It's 180 or something when all the commissions and fees are being taken. So thank you very much.
How much is the car, by the way?
300,000 hryvnias in dollars.
It's pretty standard, yeah.
Pretty standard,
Yeah.
yeah. He
It's the
didn't
one I
want
bought
the
was
fancy
the same,
one.
yeah.
He wanted
Yeah.
something simpler.
We bought one from Poland, which was a big mistake because we waited for such a long time because of the blockade and Polish farmers doing their, thing. So because of that, it took a long time to get the car here, and I am never doing this again until they relax a little bit over there.
Dylan asked where he can join And sorry for interrupting you, Anna.
No, nothing. Just me bitching about Polish farmers.
Well,
Standard stuff.
keep doing that because we need to remind everyone that they
Yeah.
are obviously working for pro-Russian elements there, maybe even without realizing that.
I think they realize that all right, considering their
Shit.
posters and
I was hoping. I was hoping.
yeah, Putin messages and everything. And yeah, I think so.
But Putin message was just one, right?
Yes, one, but there are plenty of stuff. They found like communist like flags there. They found like kick those like bastard Ukrainians out. A friend of mine recently did an interview with a bunch of them, and she's Polish. And the things they told her are very much like either like very like far right nationalist cringe types that are like Polish nationalists. You know, Ukraine doesn't exist types. Or Lviv is Poland types, you know, the types. Or it's like straight up like pro-Russian people who are, for some unknown reason, Polish being pro-Russian is interesting, but they do exist apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
For Poland to have such.
It's
I mean,
weird
it is.
for me
It
to
is a
hear that
minority.
kind of an attitude.
Yeah.
It's a minority.
Yeah.
What country?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we
I
interrupted.
was just saying, it's weird to hear that kind of an attitude when the EU is saying they had such a big boost in their economy from the refugees.
100%. Not only it's weird, but the fact that they have the flags with the cancelled like European Union like emblem, like no European Union kind of thing. And you're like, what? You have like 30% donations from European Union as farmers, as part of European Union. You're like having the best time ever compared to other people. Yeah, it annoys me to no end, but what can you do, you know? They're blocking not only like food now, but also obviously like cars and even like equipment that is delivered to Ukraine, and even people like who are trying to get in or get out of the country. So buses, things like that. So yeah, it's not good.
Dylan, I've sent you the link to the Streamlabs on WhatsApp, and you've just read it. I see it, so you're going to be joining us now. That's good. So I'm still not putting any names there. I need to figure out which name was going to be first. But before that, I need to read out loud another donation. It's from Natula HK. Donation for your choice from Natula HK. I would like to have tickets for the Motonka doll. That's amazing. And I'm going to put your name on this board. Guys, everyone who's donating today, whether you like it or not, I'm putting your names there. And soldiers will know that you are supporting Ukraine, and they will know your names. Dylan is joining us, but we cannot see him for now.
Look who it is!
On the screen also. So just give me a second. Dylan, I'm working on it. Nice, Dylan. Yes, welcome. How you doing?
Happy to be. I'm doing pretty good. It was a long flight over. I tried to sleep through it, but there was babies crying the whole way, so I just couldn't.
Oh no!
But I had a Stream Deck. I was gifted a Stream Deck from my brother, so I had a nice time. It was a good trip.
You're in France now, or in Germany?
Yes, I'm in Paris. I'm in Paris.
Oh, fancy! Look at
Very
him.
fancy. Yes, very fancy.
For me, it seems that the sound is not going from the mic on your. Yeah.
It's not coming from this mic.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
From the mic.
Yeah, it's obviously coming from this mic. Though it feels like an echo or something in the room. I mean.
Yeah. I'm in a Airbnb. It's a big room. It's got an echo, I think. I maybe does this help at all? Has this helped?
Yeah, that's better, I think.
Yeah.
Is it better? Okay. Well, then I'll take off one mic. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, I think.
Keep it closer to your face, maybe. I don't know, like, but whatever. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, I could do it like this if this helps.
Yeah, definitely it's better, I think. A bit, a lot. It's a lot better. Dylan, you're a professional streamer here. What the hell?
I'm in an Airbnb. I was in chat and they were like, Dylan, go on in here. I'm like, okay, and I set up my mic. But I'm in France. They don't have professionals here in France.
That's okay, man. Considering the conditions, circumstances, and
I know. I appreciate the condolences from everybody from me being in France.
Yeah, I mean, considering the conditions, his conditions are worse than mine. He's in France, you know.
That's true. Nobody told me that in Paris there'd be so many French people. I would have reconsidered.
Oh
Wow,
no!
Well,
What a surprise!
what a
Damn.
surprise. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to investigate more. I don't know where all these French people are coming from, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Well, you have to find
do
out
like
what the French word for deja vu is.
It's true. Real deep investigation. We're going to figure this stuff out. We're going to figure out all the secrets.
I'm doing exclamation points like Elon Musk does. You know?
Yeah, you really sound like
Extremely concerning.
you
Extremely
really
concerned,
when you
curious.
say we're gonna figure this stuff out, you really sound like a mega Republican. I know that it was for a reason.
That's why I thought of Elon
Mhm.
immediately.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The Elon Muscovite. Don't forget.
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. Exactly. We're just asking questions. So, Dylan, you're planning to get back to Ukraine in about a week or week and a half?
Yep. I wanted to do a train ride from Paris to Warsaw because I like long train rides. It forces me to read books. I got through a lot of my books on the plane ride over here. But it's actually more expensive to take a train to Warsaw than just a plane to Warsaw, which is kind of disappointing. I thought it would be less expensive. I just thought, public transit, but no, apparently not. So I guess I'm taking a plane instead. But yeah, I'm going to go to Warsaw, then I'm going to go to Lviv, drink with a buddy, then head to Kiev and get to work.
Awesome.
Cool.
Okay, Jack. Fuck. I forgot the words. I'm adjusting the screen now for all of us fit and also the screen to fit because I'm gonna show the spreadsheet which I'm putting up every time, guys. This is getting complicated. Dylan, last time you've been here, there was no spreadsheet and I just got donations and donated them in the end. But my transparency is growing, so every donation I got, I'm putting on the spreadsheet, putting it out on the screen, and people are seeing it there. And Raffle is also going there, so they need to check if they're a raffle for this Motonka, if their names being put to the list for the tickets they're buying. $20 for a ticket, guys, for this beautiful Motonka doll. Dylan, do you know why they have crosses on their faces?
I have zero clue why they have crosses on their faces.
They are kind of talismans, kind of things you put into your home to protect your home from evil spirits.
It's like a protective charm. Basically.
Got you.
Charm.
Yeah.
That's the word, not a talisman. I'm always forgetting the word charm, but I will remember it someday.
Yeah, it's also a talisman in a way, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah. Calling it a talisman. Always. So, and I need to work on that while I'm talking to you guys. And I'm never able to do that. So, right now, I just want to ask you, guys, both of you, you, Anna and Dylan, and three of you, Kenti, also, I think right now we're losing this war, unfortunately. Considering what is happening around and like in general strategically, maybe not fully, not on all the front lines, because obviously on the Black Sea we are winning it, but informational space, I think we're not winning it like we did in 2022. And also, of course, obviously the glide bombs and F-16s and all of that stuff. So please tell me your opinion on that. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm really hoping to be wrong. Maybe you prove me wrong. Please.
Who wants to start?
Anna,
with
probably
that one?
you.
It's a complicated question, I think. I do agree that it feels a little bit like losing now compared to what it was. For example, we have pretty major successes with like the counteroffensives and getting back territory. For example, Kharkiv region, Kherson region, and all of that. But now we have not gained anything pretty much for a long time, and also lost a little bit in certain areas, for example, Avdiivka recently and things like that. So it does feel like that. And also there is a huge wave of anti-Ukrainian sentiment, both just online, in the political sphere as well, people blocking aid to us left and right, specifically the United States, but also other people as well. And it does feel a little bit like yeah looking at you too. So it does feel a little bit like that, and I understand the feeling. And but at the same time, I wouldn't say losing, but some losses are felt, especially on the front line, in the shortage of ammunition, lack of all sorts of things that Russians are now using clearly to their advantage, specifically for the fact that Kharkiv is now bombed with bombs from aerial bombs as well. And it's specifically because the planes are now bolder and they can come closer. So there are things like that, obviously, and it's not good. The electrical grid attacks also, dampened spirits. There also this talk about the major offensives they plan, in end of May or June. So that's also, plays it. But I also think we have to consider how much it is good for them, for Russia, for us to think like nobody cares about us. How great it is if we are all getting all depressed and upset that nobody cares, and that how good they are at actually creating this kind of impression, even for example with the bots on Twitter that are just every Ukrainian post gets nobody cares about Ukraine, fuck off Nazi, that shit. So we all get those messages, and I think the reason we get them is specifically because now is the time that our morale needs to withstand this rough time, and we can't really allow them to use this against us, in the sense that we lose hope and become less invested in our soldiers and helping them, and less invested in the idea of actually winning. So in that sense, I'm trying not to be all desperado, which is a bit hard because I'm getting bombed to shit currently, and people are crying all over the place, my loved ones, and everyone is stressed and have breathing problems because of how horrible the recent bombings have been. And despite that, I think I should really try, and all of us should try to concentrate on not giving in to this depressive this, how to even say it, this desperation they're trying to create, because they didn't win on the front, but they may win in a hybrid warfare, which they're currently trying to do. And and they can influence Western politicians. Obviously, we see that quite a lot in Europe and even in the United States. So it is, quite difficult to deal with all of that. But at the same time, I don't think we should, at least for now, be all lost cause thing. So that's my take on it, I guess.
May I quickly comment on that to correct what I was saying a bit. I'm not saying we're gonna lose it. I mean, we're kind of losing it right now. It can be changed, and seeing this only motivates me to work even harder, because I see that what we're doing is not enough right now. So not being pessimistic at all. Just want to point out that all of us, the international community, should work harder, because right now Russians are putting much more resources into that. And I really hope that someday I will be able to say we're also putting some resources to that, because in investing in counter-propaganda. Oh, French police.
Yeah, French police sirens. I know they sound wild, don't they?
Yeah, loud. Yeah.
All I could think of is Despicable
Their
Me.
sirens have a French accent. It's great.
Despicable what?
The Despicable Me, the Minions. Wee woo, wee woo.
Whoa, by the way.
Excuse me, I have an air raid, and I really need to check if it's
please check
actually
and come
gonna
back
land.
to us if it's safe. Okay. Thank you. Dylan, I still haven't introduced you to Paul. His name is, it's the real name, and the nickname is Kenty Ludden. He is one of the rollers, one of the members of our community. He came here to Ukraine. He's in Kyiv right now. He's helping Ukrainians.
I actually follow Dylan on Twitter, or not Twitter, but Twitch.
On Twitch.
Oh, well, thank you.
So he's a very kind person, and we're hanging.
I follow him too, around the neighborhood mostly.
And he's accompanying me on some rallies that I'm going to, like Free Azov rally every week. And yesterday, it was today, every Sunday. Yeah, so 2 streams for me now, like one in the midday from the street, and the second one is here. So, and yesterday we went to free civilians from captivity. There's also a rally that's not happening, unfortunately, every week. But anyway, he's a great guy that is supporting every initiative here in Ukraine. So thank you, Ganti, for being here and supporting.
It's nice to meet you, Paul.
Nice to meet you, Dylan. In face rather than chat, but
Through a screen.
Through a screen.
We have a message that's tactical aviation now. And back in the day, in the good old days, it used to be like, not Kharkiv, but not anymore. No, tactical aviation now is also a message for us as well. Yeah.
So
we didn't have enough problems apparently.
Anna, so are you waiting to hear that jet sound before you go to the
I read
corridor?
the message that it's not gonna be Kharkiv most likely this time. So maybe like region, oblast. So yeah, so I'm sitting here for a bit. If I hear something, I will, go away. But you can hear them. We can really hear those. Even with the headphones, I will hear it. So they're loud. Those new guys. Yeah. So yeah, Dylan, you're probably not gonna live in my area this time. Because it's fucked. I don't want you to live here because it's just it has been really something. We have more fly-ins than for the entirety of the war, just in 2 weeks.
Yeah, all the footage I've seen of the glide bomb attacks have been awful.
Yes, and it's all here, like in particular, like 5 minutes away from me. So yeah, probably will station you somewhere else. So we don't lose our main CIA agent.
Main CIA agent. I think I'm more of an intern personally. They don't give me enough benefits. I don't get dental covered. I don't know if you wanted me to answer that question about like losing the war.
I want to. Yeah, please do. But before that, just a second. I'm going to mention one more donation. It's from the Man of the Wood, $25. Like Zelensky, I need no ticket. I'm going to put your name there on the board too. So guys, I started with Anhale. Anhale, you're going to be first on the board. After that, there's Silver Earth. Just because you guys have bought the tickets first, you see Anhale bought 3 tickets and donated 2 bathroom and changing room for the soldiers, for the wounded soldiers who are trying to get the official status of disabled person in those horrible Ukrainian hospitals, which we call VLK. Anna knows that shit. And
yes.
In one of the Kyiv hospitals, they don't have a toilet. In the bathroom, there is a hole in the ground, and people on crutches and wheelchairs cannot even go. Go to the bathroom properly, and they just have to figure out something. But one awesome fund is building them a bathroom and also a changing room in the next room. So a great donation being sent every week by Ann Hill for the bedroom and changing room, $50. And we're gonna get that one closed by the end of the May, by the middle of the May, I'm sure. Anyway, let me also mention that Silver Earth donated $100, and you see, Silver Earth, I've put for you 5 tickets there, and so you're the second on the board. Let me also quickly mention the donations from Sorry, Dylan, that I'm not
No
letting
worries.
you answer, but all of
It's
this
okay.
is important.
I'm just getting Alzheimer's over here. I'm kidding. Continue.
Okay, so
Look at him, cheeky in Paris.
yeah,
Yeah, the French sarcasm is rubbing off on me.
on the
I'm
Wednesday
gonna come over to
stream,
Ukraine. I'm
Take it
gonna
all.
riot.
Shake it off. Ew.
French food. Lynn
Oh,
S
no.
sent 25 bucks.
We're not
on
hating
Wednesday.
French anymore.
You're not?
Macron is doing his thing.
Yeah, Macron is doing a good job, but unfortunately, it's mostly words for now. We need to see
True,
action.
but better than nothing.
It's better than
Yeah,
nothing.
true.
Rhetoric's
Yeah.
changed, and that's a good thing. Exactly.
But this is the thing: is that rhetoric is super important. Having the Lithuanians go along with them, having the Poles go along with them
Yeah.
is really important. Making sure that that position isn't diplomatically isolated in Europe. I think a lot of people don't give them enough credit for that. But the problem that I have with it is he needs to add more bang to his words, or he's not adding enough credibility. It's saying something is one thing, but are the Russians really going to believe that the French are going to send troops to Ukraine if the scenario gets too bad, unless they show through their actions that they mean it? And that means a larger percentage of the GDP going towards Ukrainian support. That means them going out there and doing what the Estonians and the Czechs are doing. And hey, look, the French just found 1.5 million artillery shells. Maybe they were going to coordinate to send those things. There needs to be actions to add credibility to their words.
Definitely, yeah. I agree, yeah.
Exactly, I agree too. So, guys, I'm gonna start putting your names, and then I'm just gonna sit here, and at some point list you the names I put to the board, and I'm gonna show it to you. But before that, I need nothing to do anymore. I think to not drag it even longer. Dylan, please answer the question. Thank you.
Oh, sure. I think it's a lot more dynamic than people get it credit for. I think a lot of people, when they measure this war, they measure it purely by like who's taking territory. And it's not even a question of how much territory, because I think a lot of people, they lose perspective exactly how much territory we're sometimes talking about in comparison to what originally was being discussed in the war, and in comparison to what the Russians would actually need to have real significant strategic gains. Because if they were to keep up the current rate of advancement, they would get to Kiev in about 30 to 40 years. And they don't have enough men, tanks, BMPs in order to make that work. But they are advancing on the front. And it's not just on the front line that they're making advancements. They're making advancements in drone technology. They're making advancements in drone production. Mm-hmm. They're making advancements in the glide bombs. The problem with the glide bombs is that they have an unlimited supply of those dumb bombs to turn into glide bombs. They're not going to run out of them. And so there has to be some way to counter them, either increase air defense and air security to stop the glide bombs from coming in, or some sort of counterance. I know Zelensky recently came out with a statement saying they're working on technology, but it's so vague, it's impossible for me to take it as anything more than words for the moment. Mm-hmm. But a lot of, like we talked about with the Black Sea Fleet, the Black Sea Fleet has been crippled. It's like significantly damaged. The idea of a Russian landing in Odessa at the start of the war was a real possibility. Now people call it fantasy, which it has become. It is fantasy. I think a lot of people aren't giving enough credit, certainly in the West, for the amount of damage that continued Ukrainian attacks on Russian oil refineries can do. They've already disabled 14%, and that's old numbers. It's probably up from 14%. Maybe there's going to be up to 15 to 16% refinery production. And I think like 2/3 of Russia's oil refineries are within range. It's within European Russia that the Ukrainians can target. And the Ukrainians have been holding back when it comes to targeting this. Now, whether that's at Washington's ask, which I know Christopher Miller and other reporters from the Financial Times have talked about, or if it's from someone else, I don't know. But there are export terminals that the Ukrainians could target that export, I think, 2/3 of Russia's energy exports, and they haven't targeted because they know the impact that could have on the international oil and gas markets. But those advancements are being made there. So it's a lot more dynamic than I think people give it credit for. If the pace of combat continues as is, the Russians cannot get the wins that they want. And so they're also trying to make advancements too. It's really, really dynamic. And the thing is, it's so dynamic that if the Ukrainians were to get an inflow of 4 to 5 million artillery shells, that would significantly impact the operations on the ground, significantly cripple Russian advancements. And so for us to be like, I don't want to use the word losing or say, oh, we're losing or this side's losing. We could say on this front, we're losing, or on this front of the war, we don't have the advantage. But to say that when the dynamics shift so often and the Russians are making attacks that are taking such high like vehicle and like manpower losses, it's hard for me to say the words, oh, the Russians are winning. Because if they were to continue the current pace of operations and the West can stay the course, the Russians cannot achieve what they want to achieve. It's a question about, like I've said for a long time, but I'm not the only one who said this. It's a question about political will. It's a question of how dedicated the West can be, which is why, like Anna said, they're concentrating on asymmetric warfare. If they can undercut Ukraine's support base, then they don't have to win the war that we thought that Ukraine has a chance to win. Then they just have to fight an isolated Ukraine, which was their goal from the start. They wanted the war to be just one big burst of violence at the start and knock Ukraine out before the West could react. This was never supposed to be part of the plan. They're trying to salvage like their plan C, D, E, F right now. And so right now that is dependent upon knocking out Western support. So as long as the West can support Ukraine resolves manpower issues, the Russians cannot achieve the victory that they wanted, but that political will is going to be necessary for Ukraine to achieve the victory that it wants.
So you mean the political will from the West?
Yes, mostly I don't question it really in Ukraine. Well, I sometimes question exactly like how recruitment's going to work and how the government's going to handle recruitment and how much politics could be interfering with like military logic. But it's hard for me to say. I'm not in these meetings, so it's all speculation. I don't want to gauge a speculation.
Yeah. Okay. Let me quickly mention some super chats there. UPU 2408, €10 super chat. Great stream. Many thanks to all four of you. Anna, please stay safe. Special thanks to Rick's reading of
Thank you.
Taras Shevchenko. Sorry.
Tarashenko could be a surname.
For some Taras, like you need to. That's an idea for one of the surnames you're making up for Western people, like the one you made for Dylan. What about
Bortsenko.
We can actually translate it. Try to translate it, like maybe Palienko. Or Pali, Poltavsky Pali.
Don't make him into a meme of an arsonist. It's not great. Maybe Palienko is not that bad, but maybe like could be. Yeah, could. I think about it. Okay, thank you for the suggestion. Yeah.
Rose.
I mean, what is my surname now? Like town arsonist.
I mean, there's like this dude in Poltava that was like very strange person. I think he has some sort of like schizo situation going on.
Yeah, there's
and
already going good.
Yeah, he was like burning stuff up and saying how much he enjoys like watching it because it burns so nicely. He was like a bit of a weirdo, okay? And he was like, I like how everyone is running around panicking. And he was saying it like in a very chill way.
I like how everyone's running around panicking.
Yeah. So that's we shouldn't turn you into this guy, I think. But burns is, you can translate it directly, which is Rick's idea, and to make it into something that is
Dylan
the version of this
something.
word. Ukrainian, yeah. But I think about it. Okay.
Think about it. Rose Raheli, thank you for one gifted membership. And there was a super chat by Don Konu, $20. Ukraine will prevail. Slava Ukraini. Heroям Slava. I totally believe that we're gonna get our victory. And when I'm saying we're losing this war, I'm saying right now, because there's also another problem that we have here is conscription, mobilization, as we call it in here. And it's not been going well because our government is being very long to vote for the law. It's been going for 4 months, and we don't have fresh recruits to join the army and to let some of our servicemen rest, because some of the brigades have been there without any rotations for more than 2 years. There are some brigades that what Zelensky said in an interview yesterday to Ukrainian journalists, actually, he said, guys, the problem is some of the brigades are so efficient that we just don't have anyone to put there instead of them without losing the territory. Because if we put some other brigade there, they will fail to hold the ground there. That's
I can add to it if you want. That's pretty much quite a bit what many soldiers say, especially like to me in like higher positions, so like commanders, officers, people like that, not like low rank soldiers, but a bit higher. For example, Dylan, I think you remember the guy, right, who we interviewed, who was right sector.
Yeah.
Yaroslav, yeah. He was one of the people who actually brought it like to my attention for the first time, and then I asked a bunch of other people, like from Kraken and other like battalions, and quite a lot of them are anxious about sending new people because they would, as I will say it as he said it, like it's brutally honest, but that's what he said, that they will just go die there. So they tried to replace his battalion, and that replacement ended up just being those newbies getting killed, especially in Bakhmut at the time. So for him, he was like, I rather not, which is a complicated subject. Obviously, he and his people would like, I assume, to have some rest. He has been injured recently again, so because of that, it's a complicated subject of balancing recruiting new people, but also kind of like not throwing them just
Yeah,
to
but
die. Yeah, it's a
also,
complicated thing, I think.
how else could they get the real battle experience without a battle?
That's true, yeah, but that's a complicated subject because you don't want to just throw lives like that. And not only morally, obviously, you don't want to, but also we have to understand that there's less of us. So
Yeah.
we can't throw around people like that as Russia does. So that's also that. Also, I think there's a lot of political stuff, obviously, like Dylan mentioned, that you can't really, like a lot of people, especially I think Zelensky, are kind of like afraid to lose popularity, lose support from people who would not be huge fans of mass mobilization. That's also a thing, I believe.
What?
What do you think?
Who
sorry.
you said you, but who's you?
Dylan.
Rick is you
gotcha.
because he's a Ukrainian man in Ukraine. So if
Gotcha.
anyone needs to have an opinion on mobilization, it's you. So
I
what's your
think-
opinion on that?
I think that, for example, I before the full-scale invasion, I was actually a ungrown dude who was kind of pacifist or something like that. Well, I never considered myself a pacifist, but now my eyes are opened. I see that the only way to defeat Russia is actually fight it with a force, and I understand also my possible responsibility to join the army someday. I am unprepared yet, but they will prepare me. That's not a problem. And if I really
Such a Ukrainian answer. Yeah, it's a very Ukrainian answer. So.
well, I would say
They will
that
prepare me. Okay.
No. I
Yeah.
understand that I
Yeah.
need to get prepared myself. I'm just procrastinating that moment for now. You see, also having a lot of work here, so I do a lot of volunteer. Well, I'm not technically a volunteer, a fundraiser. I am. So I'm raising funds for sometimes other volunteers, sometimes for soldiers themselves, to get the equipment. My great community of rollers is helping me with this, but I also understand that there will be some time. This war may go for 10 more years, and there will be some time. There's gonna be like not every maybe man in Ukraine, but every second man in Ukraine should be going to the front. Maybe not to the front, because in the army you can do a lot of work, like you
Yeah.
can be driving, you can be, hey, Mercado, just throw in a $100 super chat, Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava Mercado, and he was happy to see you there, Dylan, by the way, saying LFG. What's LFG abbreviation?
Let's fucking go, I think.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, exactly. The gamer term. I was a gamer before it all, like, no, before the full-scale invasion, because it started for me in 2014, because, yeah, I was living there in occupation, but even this didn't make me understand what I should do and what what is needed to be done to defeat Russia. And actually, to put it in my head that Russia should be defeated. And you see, the thing is, what happened in 2014 was a very bad experience for us. We have seen that Russia can occupy the territory and it will receive nothing in return from the world. And when the full-scale invasion started, I thought, my family thought that that's it. Now they're gonna occupy the rest of Ukraine, and no one will do anything to them, because they seemed such a great superpower with countless tanks and jets and all of that, as they wanted to show it. But then Ukrainian army also has shown it to me that you can beat the fuck up the shit out of Russia, right? And you can defeat Russia on battlefield. And the thing is, Russia is much bigger and it has much more equipment. So I got carried away from the initial thought. It was about the conscription and mobilization. I understand that you need to get prepared yourself. You need to learn a lot of stuff in advance. Ideally, you need to learn how to operate an FPV drone, because FPVs are becoming the weapon number one and essential, and probably 50% of the army men in the future will have to know how to operate an FPV drone, because the other half will be probably in the supply and in the headquarters and all of that. You know what I mean. But who knows? Maybe there's going to be some other weapon, and FPV drones are going to be forgotten. Maybe, yeah. But right now it seems like that. So, but I started doing something already. I am regularly, now it's been 2 times, I went to the medical training. I now know how to stop the bleed, and I'm trying to do it regularly, because it's important to make a skill out of it, not just knowledge, because before you have a skill, you cannot actually do it in the stressful situation when the thing is actually happening, when someone has when someone is wounded or has an injury, and you need to make a skill. So I'm working on that skill. Also need to start learning how to shoot. Also planning to start doing it this year. So yeah, I'm preparing bit by bit and trying to get myself to the thought that I should fight that fear, because I have that fear in me. I fear to...
Finally, you were giving me the man answer. I wanted emotional answer. How do you think about, like, emotionally, like the
it's
fear and everything?
Scary.
That's what
I wanna...
yes.
The probability of dying is so fucking high at war. Even if you're in, let's say, in 10 or 20 kilometers from the front line, the FPVs are easily traveling there too, so easy to
Artillery,
die.
yeah.
Big chance. But you can also survive. Who knows? Like, it's all about luck. I'm a lucky guy, but will I be lucky at war? Who knows? So yeah, the honest answer is it's fucking scary, and all the real man saying you gotta, real. They say it, that if you're a real man, you gotta fight your fear. But it's easy to say, though it's not easy to actually accept that you gotta go and really risk your life when you can safely sit here in Kyiv and raise funds for the army. Here's the honest answer. So part of me understands that I should really do the right thing, because I think it's a right thing, and I deeply respect every man and woman who joined the army and are now protecting our asses of those who are sitting here in the rear and really risking their lives. You cannot say the same, and I understand, because you have glide bombs falling on you every day. and
Well,
Shahid
I'm not a
drones.
soldier still, so yeah, that's a difference.
But you're
Even
in
if you
a
live
in a
like
big
this, yeah.
danger anyway, in much bigger danger than I am sitting here in Kyiv. I also am planning to go on the medical supplies delivery mission together with Greg Terry in a month. He's gonna be running the whole front line. I'm gonna go there with him. He's usually going pretty close to the front line, and he often goes to Kherson, for example, or to Sumy Oblast. He's hearing a lot of Cobbs fallen, glide bombs. So also want to get that experience. It's going to last for 7 to 10 days, but will give me the will make me realize what it's really like, and I will talk to soldiers. So yeah, I'm trying to get used to the thought and get used to the conditions that soldiers live in and that frontline is. So that was a long answer. I apologize for that, but I think it was
No, it's a good answer.
an honest one.
Yeah. Dylan Burns actually is a mad lad because he was living in the trenches with the artillery for a bit. So he knows actually
you
some
see,
stuff that
some-
many
Living,
people
I
who
don't know,
live there.
living. Like I'll be there for a few hours and then leave.
I mean,
They
don't
don't
sell your
allow
soul
those
short.
long embeds. Yeah, just a few hours.
You see,
I'm okay.
some people are braver than the other people, so I won't call myself
yeah.
a very brave man. Yeah, that's it.
Well, I think that you could say that because you're not what we call zjobak. I don't even know how to say that in English, but there was a people who basically escaped from Ukraine in a very not nice manner of calling them. Yeah. So I think everyone who didn't do that is already brave enough. So yeah, I wouldn't sell yourself too short. And the fact that you're like thinking about it and thinking about preparing and everything. For example, I have a friend who is he's working as a sort of like a internet connecting person, like an electrician that works with like internet cables and things like that. So he got himself like a bag with a lot of stuff that he prepared for the front. So like a helmet, a vest, some snacks, things like that. His favorite snacks are quite important apparently. So he packed all of that and it stays in his house. And he's like, if I get I get enlisted, and I will get them mobilized. So I will be prepared, and I have this thing, and it's always like in his apartment. So he's like always prepared to be drafted, basically. And until it happens, he will continue to work as his regular civilian job. There is quite a lot of need in Kharkiv for repairing cables and like electrical work, obviously, right? So, but he's still prepared to do it, and I think that's brave as well. It's not the same as being on the front line, but it's also quite courageous in my opinion. So
Yeah.
hyping you up over here. I suppose. Yeah.
Well, let's see where life, how do you call it? Puts me.
Gets you, yeah.
Gets you.
You
yeah.
can come here, and enjoy some explosions like before you actually go to the front. A friend of mine recently came here from Poltava, actually. He's and he was like, in Poltava, I never really tasted war at all because nothing like is happening there whatsoever. And he was like, I really need to feel like what it's like, because I feel like I'm he's a policeman, so he serves in like Poltava, but it's not like he's really there basically. So he came here to visit for a couple of days, and those were exactly the days when they shelled city center with missiles like mad, and he was in a city center zoo at the time. So he ran in like a cage of animals and hid there with them. And he showed me like a picture with like I think suricate, how they called in English, the suricates, the guys, how they're called.
Monkeys?
No, not monkeys.
No, it's not monkeys. It's a different. Google it, Rick, please. I forgot the name. But he was basically he sent me a picture of him with those animals, and he was like chilling with the boys. He was basically chilling with with the animals. He got so scared.
Meerkats.
Oh,
Oh,
meerkats.
meerkats. Yeah.
Yes. So he was like in their like a little space they live in. So yeah, he got himself a Kharkiv experience, apparently. Yeah.
Well, yeah. In a month, I'm about to go to the front line. Run with Greg, and Andrew Mercado is also joining us for that run too. So it's gonna be
Oh,
four of
that's
us
cool.
there. Yeah. So Andrew, that would be some nice experience for both of us. So wanted to also mention two donations. One from Amy A, $40. Modanka Raffle. She matches my gray hair coming in. Lol. Got it. You have 2 tickets. And from Tuna Otterson, $20. Give the awesome soldiers my autograph. Lol. Okay. So you're not saying lol, you're saying LOL, right? Here in Ukraine, we say lol. So
Well, yeah, I say lol all the time. Can't get used to LOL thing. And people are like, lol? And you're like, yeah, lol.
that's the
What's wrong with that?
Motanka we're raffling today, guys. $20 for a ticket. You can send it to my PayPal. PayPal is in the description of the stream. You can also send it to buy me a coffee, and when you do it, there's a notification, and Rick Ashley is singing "Never Gonna Give You Up," and I usually try to sing along with that. So yeah, now let's get the stream even more Rickrolled. Will be good, but maybe like this. No, it's too dark in there. Yeah, like this. Motanka is here, guys, standing and looking at you. Okay. So about the conscription, I think I gotta get more prepared because there's gonna be conscription through DIA, right? Or maybe through the like, how do you call it? The user page or something like that.
What are
Osobisty
you talking
kabinet.
about?
How can
Personal page or profile,
personal
I guess.
profile? Yeah. So
Yeah.
just need to.
I think so.
I need to finally choose myself a specialty and work on that.
What do you think about it, by the way, Dylan? Because people from the United States usually like say, "Oh, like why can't they like conscript everyone? Like
Well,
let them
as an
run,"
American
something
who
like
is not conscriptable, I can say that I feel very comfortable about conscription personally. No, but
that. That's my point. Yeah.
I know quite a few conscription officers, and I talk to them about the process. And something that is very frustrating from their perspective is just it's the Soviet mentality. It's leaked into everything, including that. At least that's what they tell me. I remember at the start of the war, he was telling me that like maybe 1% of Ukrainian recruitment was digitized. Then everything else was old retro, like documents from 20, 30, 40 years ago. They'd call up people, they'd find out they're dead. They'd call up people, they find out that they're like in their 60s, or they fought in Afghanistan. They're not really able to fight in this war. They're not as healthy as they used to be. And I met him like, I think it was 10 months ago or 11 months ago before I was about to leave. And I asked him again, how much is digitized now? And he said, I don't know, 2.5%. Transforming this to be a lot more efficient and making it so that these conscription officers don't need to do the corner on the street like, hey, how you doing? Show me your documents. And to make that unnecessary, I think that would be good, but it takes time, it takes effort, and this isn't something that like Ukraine has worked like decades to build up. A war fell on them, and now they have to reform these systems that have atrophied since the collapse of the Soviet Union, and that's going to take time. I remember like I've been almost like but I gotta say, like walking down the street, just having like somebody come up to me and show me your documents, and like I'm about to get drafted. That's not the most effective way to do it. I don't know of any other country that does it that way, except for the Russians actually, and Myanmar. Yeah. Myanmar is the other country that I know does it. The Myanmar military will grab people off the street. At least in this case, they'll look at your paperwork and they'll see if you're a student or if you're eligible. But the system needs to transform to be more efficient, to be more digitized, and to drop a lot of this old like Soviet, I guess you can call it, rust.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but they're trying to do it. Like there are like attempts to kind of like figure it out and make it a more how to say that, civilized. Let's say,
It's
let's go with this. Yeah, but it's just, yeah, we didn't have like much time because we didn't even have like a army before like annexation of Crimea and like invasion of Donbass. As is, like it was just decaying institution that didn't work, that was like fully corrupted and didn't really do pretty much anything. The only thing that saved our ass back in the, in the after Maidan times was the volunteer battalions, and they're still kind of like saving our asses to this day. But yeah, I do think there needs to be something like done with it, and there are like attempts to do it, but it's not easy, so to speak.
I
Yeah.
remember that Zelensky fired all the recruitment heads, and that actually produced some like internal backlash because while there was obviously an issue with corruption and recruitment, there's still an issue with corruption and recruitment. There are Telegram channels where people go to in order to try to get like falsified documents giving them medical exemptions for about $5,000 to $7,000. Has been widely reported on not only by Ukrainian domestic media but by international media as well. But firing all the recruitment heads created backlash. I mean, the rumor was that it was illusionary, but I don't want to engage in rumor. But the idea was that after firing all these recruitment heads, they had to get other people to fill these places while they're trying to do recruitment. And all these people now have to learn on the job, essentially, compared to these people who had been doing it for a year and a half, and possibly years since the 2014, the ATL operation. And so it's also a question of like, does the institution want to take these risks right now and risk messing up what they do have that does work? Yeah. And Zelensky took the risk with firing the recruitment heads, and that did create some backlash. Now, hopefully in the long term, by purging all of the recruitment heads, that'll get rid of the corruption. But so far, the reports is the corruption's still there. Obviously, not one wave was going to get rid of it all, but we'll have to wait and see. Something that is going to be a real problem for the Ukrainian government long term if they don't get financial backing from the West is the fact that you can't just recruit endlessly. You actually have to pay pensions, pay salaries, pay to feed these people, pay to clothe these people. It all costs money. And, having every other Ukrainian man fighting would definitely bolster the force, but it's a question of, can the state afford that? When it's relying upon EU and American, subsidies in order to keep the government afloat, how much would it be willing to expand its government if it can't guarantee future aid packages necessary to keep teachers employed, necessary to keep the state functioning? And something I think Zelensky is probably also concerned about is pushing more people to try to flee the country illegally, which then further undercuts the economy, which then further undercuts the war effort.
Yeah, that's true. Many people, it seems like when I talk with people, they sometimes don't understand that war is not just the front line. I mean, the front line is, quite important, obviously, right? But there's also like just the economy, just the regular, the cities need to work, they need to function. There has to be like people going to their jobs, people doing like their regular like service stuff. So for example, like how much Kharkiv came back to life, for example, when many people returned and they returned to work. So it was like a ghost city.
It felt like a different city.
Yeah, when I returned. But then after that, it's much more functional. People now have jobs as well. It's getting fucked now again due to, the situation we're in now. And hopefully we will somehow withstand this as well. But unfortunately, even when you feel like the people trying, they are like getting scared of like mass shelling that is now, and they leave. Like some people left already, and it's immediately felt in a way that as the city functions. So yeah, I do think it's also something that many people don't really understand, and that there are like front line, but there's also like the back line, that keeps the country also working. And especially since how not so consistent and great the aid has been, we also need to rely on our own people as well for the country to continue functioning, not just the Western influx of money that we do receive. But yeah, I do think that something needs to be done here, but it's also like you said, like a balancing act. Basically, you don't want to say like fuck you to all the old insufficient ways of doing things, because at such a stressful, such a crucial and a very highly risk time as we are in now, it's a bit scary to upturn systems now and to create something very new, simply because people are worried it will make the situation with the war itself harder, or it will somehow make our efforts less achievable, our goals less achievable. So that, I think, is also, like you said, the case. So you kind of want to fix the old Soviet like legacy shit, obviously, and the corruption issues as well, but at the same time it's kind of it's a bit of a risk to take very radical changes now, considering the situation we're in, and we have been in this situation for years, for 10 so yeah.
And it's difficult too, because like a lot of these reforms also require capital. Like to change these institutions, you need money. But the point of changing a lot of these institutions is also to save money because they don't have the budget. So it kind of in a catch-22.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough time, I suppose. I'm not like a government official, like a politician or anything, so it's not that I really understand like everything about it and how it works, but I can assume that it's not the simplest of tasks. Not that I simp for our government or politicians too much. It's not the Ukrainian way to like the
Oh, yeah.
politicians. Oh yeah. So, but I have to at least extend some sort of grace towards them, in the sense that they are in a very complicated situation. Whether we are super happy with everything they do or not, they have definitely done better than I think most of Ukrainians expected them to perform.
Yeah. Only excluding the obvious Russian agents still being our deputies.
Yeah.
That's really fucked up. For example, we have a guy whose name is Shevchenko. I don't remember his first name, but I'll look it up. So, are you following the work of Sternenko, Anna?
Not really.
Not really. I am following it a lot. So that dude is a typical Russian imp, chort, российский черт. So he actually bought himself some credit by working for HUR back like in the beginning of full-scale invasion, main directorate of Ukrainian intelligence. Yes. So he worked for it to actually speak to Belarusian side, to Lukashenko. So he's an obvious agent, and to get some messages to Lukashenko, he was used by the main directorate of intelligence. And this dude is speaking Russian, obviously, only Russian. He's posting stuff on Telegrams, calling Sternenko. Well, I won't say the words because there are only insults there, only some swearing words. And he's being a typical Russian imp. Really, really.
I like that you remember the word imp. It's a very appropriate word. I will remember it. This one. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
For the future usage.
Yeah, thank you for the credit for this word.
I will credit you.
Mm-hmm. So, we have some obvious, or like Buzhansky, or...
Oh, yeah, that one I know.
Hopefully Dubinsky is in CISO, still sitting there, but I haven't heard a lot about that guy for the last 2 or 3 months. Really, maybe he's already out and maybe out of the country. Who knows? Unfortunately, we don't have any proper law system in here. And there are still those fucking Pravki Lozovi amendments. Do you know about them, Anna?
Yes.
So you know that top corruption cases have been just closed because there's a term for it to go to the trial, and if you don't get in time for that trial, you will just your case will be closed. So a lot of cases here. So there's no punishment for any corruption cases. Do you know at least one corruption case where it was real punishment?
I think they arrested the people. in the the church stuff. I
Oh
don't know
yeah.
what happened afterwards, but I do believe there were connections with Russia was there, and they found them doing like a espionage thing
Yeah, but
and
it's
doing
not the
like all
corruption.
sort.
It's not
Yeah,
corruption.
that's true. Yeah, but there was also was the stealing of it was posted, I think, in New York Times and like all sorts of Western like outlets as well, that they were stealing the aid money,
Hmm.
like a bunch of I think they were also, I think, arrested, and the money was returned, I believe. But that's like the only thing I remember,
I
like
think I know the
in
case you're talking
particular.
about.
Yeah, perhaps like I'm maybe confusing the dates. How soon was it, or
I remember it
how
was
much
supposed to
money?
be for the purchase of munitions, and then they ended up
Yes,
sending it
yes,
to some subsidiary that just like burned up all the money, and they got like nothing for it, and then they all got arrested,
yeah,
and most
that
of the money I
happened.
think got returned.
Yeah,
Yes,
and the
that's definitely happened. I remember, and there were like a couple of more cases like that as well. But I mean, I can't remember like the exact like names of people who were part of this. But I remember like at least something in that
the
sense.
thing is, those dudes who's been arrested, they have been bailed out of the jail, like in almost in every case, millions of dollars has, well, not of dollars in this case, millions of hryvnias have been paid for them to be just bailed out. And you probably remember the recent case with Shilo, the SBU guy,
Mm-hmm.
who was just stealing money together with 4 other guys. Well, guys, he got arrested, and 30 million hryvnia were paid like in 2 days after his arrest, and he got out, and he's gonna get out of the country 99% because he has friends in all the structures, and he's just gonna leave the country. So we don't have any judiciary
Well, that's
system in
true, but
Ukraine.
that's sort of their right to, to for bail, how it's called in English, like to be bailed out. But at the same time, like it's martial law in the country, so I wish they would be, treated a little bit harshly than you would usually treat people. Like use the martial law for good, okay? But unfortunately, yeah, you're right in the sense that they get in bailed because that's their right to do that. And then they usually just escape somewhere to Cyprus, sometimes to all sorts of other
Austria.
places. Yeah, so yeah, and they usually pick places there where they will not be shipped back. So like a kind of like a neutral country, or the country that will not do anything to if we request them to be extorted back to Ukraine. So yeah, it's a complicated question. But yeah, I rarely talk about those issues though, so specifically because I don't know as much. And also, I really don't want to talk with people about Ukrainian corruption because it's such a thing that people use like to undermine aid to
I
Ukraine,
know.
This
I
this
know.
is
and
the
yeah.
Can I just say though, like Americans have a bizarre view of Ukrainian corruption. What they think's happening is that we're sending over like Abram tanks, and then you guys are like just sending them
Yes.
back, but to like the cartels. That's their
Yes.
image of like Ukrainian corruption that has been built up in their heads. Because all the people in the Western media that's complaining about Ukrainian corruption tend to be people who know very little to nothing about Ukrainian corruption. And then I try to
Yeah.
describe like, well, okay, the hostile military administration. They don't understand any of these stories. They don't know these stories. And so when I talk about it, I feel like, it's good to introduce realism to it because most people are scared of what they don't understand. And a lot of people believe, for whatever reason, that we're just like sending money over to Ukraine and it's all being thrown into a big black hole called like the Zelensky money pit or whatever. And so I think by clearing up that blurriness and being like, well, a lot of this is actually government contracts going to their friends who has shell companies that they formed in the middle of the night, and they take the money and give them piss poor products. The military jacket scandal is an example of something like this. When you do that, I think that does actually, in some instances, I found relieve people because while that's not good, what they imagined was so much more like cartoonishly evil. And that's something that's a lot more bureaucratic and boring. And a lot of times they kind of lose interest because it's not as fun as sending guns to the cartels. But on the other hand, none of them know anything about actual Ukrainian corruption. So do I really want to inform them right now about actual Ukrainian corruption? But I mean, I lean towards the former. I think, sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Yeah, and I think the only way to beat some corruption or any other problem issue we have here, right, is to shed light on it and is to openly talk about it. Because, right, when it's under the carpet, all of that stuff will remain there and it will keep going. And only
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
and only showing our partners that, guys, they really want to fuck up our shipments by the stupid laws and stupid amendments to laws, because there are some strict requirements from European Commission for our laws, and what our deputies are doing, they're constantly undermining that for them to be able to do corruption, to keep doing it. And we must what I like the Ukrainian guy Vitaly Shabunin. And he's controversial also between Ukrainians. Do you know him, Anna?
I heard of the name, but I'm not really don't really know.
So he's the head of Центр протидії корупції. Yeah, or maybe probably ahead of it. So it is can be translated like the Center of
Anti-corruption in Ukraine.
Anti-corruption.
I think it's bureau. It's called Bureau of Anti-Corruption in English. I think that's.
It's not bureau. In this case, it's shit. What's the word for it? It's not a governmental organization.
Non-governmental NGO.
Not even an NGO. It's just like a
public-private partnership.
Something like that, yeah. Civilians who want to change something in our country, active citizens. Yeah, I should call them citizens, not civilians, because being in the government is also being a civilian. So, active members of our society united around this goal to kick the corruption's ass, and they just push some laws. They actually push some laws. They create the projects of the laws. They are behind, by the way, this center, Anti-Corruption Center, is behind the law of open declaration database, taxes declaration database. They developed that law and they pushed it to the government, and government voted for it in the end. They make everything public. So first, they go to, in this case, let's say Zelensky and his team with some issue to influence the parliament, and they're going there privately first and saying, dudes, if you keep doing this shit, we're gonna go public, and our European partners will see all of this. And then they are posting those press releases saying they want to fuck up this law, or they're doing this stupid amendment number this and this to the law number this and this. And actually reading their page is helping me understand how all of this system works, how our deputies, our corrupt deputies, I think that around 80 to 90% of them are corrupt. Anna, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know numbers of corrupted deputies, and I'm not gonna talk about that because I know fuck all about it. And although I understand your investment, my friend, but at the same time, right now, like I said, talking with the Westerners about it is like talking with them about Bandera.
That's why I'm talking to you, a Ukrainian, a fellow Ukrainian.
Not doing that. Yeah, but that's that's up to you, obviously. Yeah, and I would like people to take away from this that there is effort, active, like from civil society in Ukraine and from even some people in the government as well, to fight the corruption problem, and it has been battered considerably since 2014, for example. And also there is something like very important thing that many people miss, especially like Westerners, when they speak about the corruption problem, is that it was partially, in a huge part, due to Russian involvement in Ukraine.
Yes, and
So this
influence.
is something that literally never gets brought up, because when people talk about Ukrainian corruption, the most corrupt country in the world, blah blah, all that. So it mostly MAGA people do that, like
Yeah.
Trump fans and people like that. So they usually never bring up. I personally never seen it brought up ever, that the large portion of that corrupted system of governance was due to Russian influence in Ukraine. And by influence, I mean actual ownership of like everything in Ukraine
Yeah.
by Russian citizens, by Russian oligarchs or people with the dual citizenship like Ukraine and Russia. And because of that, that also is something that people that usually bring this up as like a slight on Ukraine, and it is a slight on Ukraine. Like it's a problem with a lot of post-Soviet countries, the corruption and everything, right? Eastern Europe and everything. But you can clearly see that countries who are moving towards the West and towards European Union are dealing much better. Hungary. Other than Hungary, but it is moving towards back end at this point. So yeah, countries who usually go towards like the West more, they are more effective with dealing this like post-Soviet corruption problems. And part of that post-Soviet corruption problems is Russia, and it's like complete and utter control of like production of everything. I remember researching this back in 2014, and like they owned everything in Ukraine, like the wood production, the like major factories, major like resource gathering in Ukraine, oil, gas, whatever it is, right? Everything was under Russian thumb and feeding Russian oligarchs, not the country itself of Ukraine. I mean, so that's also something that I think needs to be highlighted. That fighting corruption is also fighting Russian influence, which is why you can see on that how it's called spectrum, like the analysis of which countries are the most corrupt. Ukraine thankfully lessened its corruption index quite a bit since 2014. So I would think people should concentrate a little bit on that as well, like on the efforts that are being put by people who actually work in that, like you said, like organization, like you mentioned. So yeah, but I usually, like I said, I usually don't talk about this simply because it's not my field of expertise at all, and also I prefer not to talk about things I know fuck all about. That's my motto. And also because I am terrified to speak about things particular, to trigger particular Westerners on a rant about how Ukraine is sucking tanks in the black hole, like Dylan mentioned.
Well,
So
All 31 Abrams. But
yes.
the thing that gets me is about a lot of the MAGA crowd is like Viktor Orban has been like buddying up so much with Donald Trump, and he's been going to CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference, is like the biggest conservative conference of the year. And he's invited there to speak to all these people. And he is leading the country with the most public sector corruption in the EU, to the point where it's a joke among ambassadors. I remember the American ambassador went to this one site that was built up by EU money that was supposed to be a nature walk amongst these beautiful trees, and it was a barren field with a like a little like bridge on it. And it was this thing that the EU funded, and it was because it was a corrupt project. And the American official went there just to show it, and he was pretending like it was a beautiful vacation. He was standing next to this barren wasteland, taking pictures like, "Oh, isn't it so beautiful here?" It's because it's a joke how corrupt Hungary is, but there's no principle attached to it because he's an assistant to the MAGA movement and the culture war against the woke. It's a lot of the same, I think, the ideological strain where you'll find people who they have no geopolitical reason to be assistant, to be really with the Russians. They have no economic reason. It certainly isn't in their country's interest, but the Russians are not woke and they hate the woke. And when Russia invaded Ukraine, he talked about J.K. Rowling and transphobia, how it's cool. And so I'm going to join it. And it's the stupidest reason. It's quite literally like garbage mush that the Russian government's made specifically to attract dumb smucks like you, and they fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, that's definitely. It's like one of the things about like you would think like right people in the United States supposed to be like
the free thinkers.
Freedom of speech, for example, is something that they bring up regularly, right?
That
So
Elon
everyone
Muscovite
needs to,
put up today on his on his post on Twitter.
Yeah, so freedom of
Fucking
speech fighters, all of that. And we have Orban, the guy who dropped Hungary, I think, on 30 positions in free speech index by the time he was actively in the government. So they have huge problems there, like in the sense that he prohibited a bunch of press, he prohibited a bunch of like organizations, everything. Like it's their freedom of speech index dropped significantly, and those people still simp for him, and I think they kind of see him as this like conservative like traditional guy that preserves the, I don't know, like the whiteness of Hungary or some shit. Like I don't even know like what they find so attractive, but like basically his stance is on LGBT mostly, I think, and also his stance is on traditional marriage, and also
Migration was the big one.
Yeah, migration is the big one that didn't do Hungary any favors, but but the Western seems to, in right-leaning people, conservative people in the United States seem to be hyping him up because of this issue, and also tie it down with Russia as well, like you said, like the no gays in Russia and all of that, right? And I remember Tucker Carlson did an interview with Orban back in the day.
He did a whole documentary on him and how cool he is. It was a SIP documentary.
Oh, fuck me.
It was a much successful one than the one he did with Putin, which is hilarious to me, because I was expected that the one with Putin to be like Orban interview, basically, is what I expected. But Putin is a lot more unhinged. And so Orban really played in that interview exactly like Tucker Carlson wanted him to. So he was talking about things that Americans, right-leaning Americans, cared about. So transgender bathrooms, traditional values, I don't know, LGBT agenda, migrants, no brownies here, things like that. So things they actually like kind of care about. But Putin gave him Rurik, gave him all of that. So because of the sacred right of Russia to take Ukraine, and that's not, I think, what poor Tucker Carlson actually wanted from the guy.
Guys, just to quickly check up on Kenty. Kenty, are you with us all this time?
I think he's been frozen. I think he's
I know.
He's been
and
gone
people
for
in
a
the
bit.
chat were asking for an hour. Like, is Kenty okay? Is Kenty frozen for real, or just his picture?
I thought he was just moving so little. I was like,
he's
what a stoic person.
contest champion of the world.
Yeah, he doesn't even move like for 30 minutes. He just sticks there.
Let's check if Kenty's there in the chat. Kenty, you're not here with us on the stream, right? Yeah, we cannot hear you. If you're there, we cannot hear you. 15 Norwegian krona by Bjorn Boden. Russia and Hungary have huge alcohol problems. Check out alcoholism by country statistics.
True, but that's not just their problem.
Not the only problem they have.
Before it leaves my... Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Continue.
No, bro.
We ended.
I honestly, I was watching that Putin interview, and like 15 minutes in, I genuinely, and I asked this to myself out loud, is he autistic? Like I thought, like the way he hyper focused on like just rambling about his like historical interests and like Prince Rourke horse took a shit, therefore Kiev is ours. Like it was the only thing, the only other people I know of who have talked to me that way is like, oh, I have like an autistic friend who's really into trains, and he'll talk to me like 50 minutes about how much he loves trains. And I was sitting there like, this is really weird. Like, and you could see Tucker's trying to drag it away. And he's like, no, I'm talking about Prince Warwick. It was obsessive. I could tell that Viktor Orban is somebody who's much more skilled in dealing with Western press than he is.
Orban is the guy who knows what the like conservative base in the United States is interested in. So he knows. He talks about all the things. He says all the phrases. Like you can see he appealed to that audience. Tucker Carlson.
Hungary is where woke goes to die. Yeah.
But Putin didn't appeal to Tucker Carlson audience whatsoever. He was basically talking the exact same way he talks with Russians. Only, so he wasn't really trying to appeal to the Western audience. That's why he was talking about things that Russians care about. So like pan-Slavicism, the domination, the superiority of Russia, Russia's holy right, over other countries, over other Slavs and people and things like that. Who is the actual descendant of Kievan Rus type of shit, So this is something that Westerners and Tucker Carlson audience really, I think, doesn't give a fuck about and know nothing about. So I assume like half of them fell asleep during that speech. So yeah, so because they were like Rurik, what, who the fuck is Rurik? So I'm gonna assume that that's what happened because I can't imagine them being like as interested in this subject. And the best
Now they're
thing,
gonna turn
is that they
around
cut
and
off.
desert
They
you.
cut off.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Just
Are you
so
telling
I
me
don't want to
that?
interrupt you, Sirin.
Are you
I don't
telling
wanna
me,
interrupt you.
Anna, that in the trailer park they're not bumping with Prince Warwick?
I think not.
Uh,
I might be underestimating their sophistication, so to
You-
speak. But I'm gonna assume, it's an
You thought
assumption.
he's autistic. I obviously seen a schizophrenic
Mucho
there.
autismo.
There's no
Uh,
autism there. There's schizophrenia.
No, what he meant is how people who are autistic, they sometimes really fixate on a subject and they know like a lot about the subject, very many details that
yeah.
usually,
Oh, yeah.
normative people don't really know, and they are unstoppable. So they will start
Guys,
to start talking about this and not stop. That
the
was
problem
Putin,
is
basically. Yeah.
he doesn't know stuff on those topics. He's just making it up. It's all made up, like
yeah.
schizophrenics do. They just rationalize everything to put
But
it.
here's the thing, Rick, that's a Russian narrative. So what he was saying is what majority of Russians believe about the creation of Russia, about their position in the world. So he wasn't really saying anything like out of the box for Russians.
Yeah,
It's just that it's just funny that he was addressing the Western audience with that. That's what's funny. Like we heard him say shit like that a bunch of times, here and everywhere else, but not to the West, not to the. That's why Tucker Carlson was going like
Yeah.
all the interview because he was just he just didn't know what to do with it. I appreciate that they removed in Russian version of this. Do you know, Dylan, about that? That they removed the part where Tucker asked, "Is this really relevant?" They removed this part from Russian it's so funny to me because Tucker was like, bro, like I want to talk about NATO and LGBT degeneracy. What are you
yeah, he
talking
tried
about, bro?
so hard to bring it over to NATO, and Putin was like, "I don't give a fuck about NATO." Back to Rurik. He's right back to Rurik.
In 1862, and I like how Putin was like Tucker said this, and he was like, and Putin was like, it is relevant.
They just kept going.
He gave him like a bitch face there. He was like, excuse you, Mr. Schmucker Malson. It is relevant.
Yes. Excuse me.
He was like, actually, the meme. Yeah, it was very, yeah. I'm about to like probably go at this point, but yeah. I
Guys,
hope to catch maybe some sleep, but unlikely.
I
But
failed.
I might try.
I apologize, but I failed on promoting the auctions, and they expired.
Oh no.
Fuck! But there were new bids there.
Oh no.
But yeah, I fucked up. Lettercat. I've seen that in the chat, so I pulled it up for people to go there and really place new bids, and some new plays were. No, new bids were placed, and Secai is the winner of "We're Made of Stone," $140. Then Just Jimmy is winner of "Where's My Friend," and Symbols of Hope is Zet. It's actually not the Russian guy, guys. It's not the Russian worshipper.
That everyone is like, who is this fucker? Good, you checked it.
So, guys, these conversations with these two fellas here are so fucking interesting. Then I forgot to promote that. And also I have the board, which I was signing here, sitting and signing it. So I also need to... there are too many tasks for me. I apologize for that. But we have our winners. Thank you everyone for taking part in the auctions. Let's watch the board. Oh shit, it's heavy. And my shoulder is a bit traumatized. So it's Ann Hill there, Silver Earth, Lynn S, Johanna E, Andreas Lech, then Amonski, Apatox, then Katie S, Fraser G, Julia F. Let me just put it back on my knees and read it until the end. You can make a screenshot or put it on pause there. But it was like on a small screen, so I gotta do it again later when we put more names there. But anyway, Mr. Kaplan, Kai R, Stephen W, Leslie Boschel, Natula HK, The Man of the Wood, Amy A, Mr. and Mrs. Garrick, Laura S. Guys, you are now on that board. Also, why didn't I put Tunet? Tunet donated today, guys. I missed some of your names, so let me catch up on that. But Kenty says that he has a problem with an internet and gonna be back in a minute. Rick, sign the board tomorrow when you have more time. I really should do it tomorrow, yeah. Let me put the board out, but let me put Tunet there first. She deserves to be on the board before.
We found out that Rick is not a king of multitasking.
I am. And I'm
Not a king at all of that task.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. I'm kind of talking too much, to be honest.
No, it's just your inner chill. You just can't be bothered with like 3 actions at the same time. You're way too chill for that.
Exactly, yes. But you see, to promote all of that, I should have interrupted you in every sentence. I still interrupt you guys.
Yeah.
But can you imagine how bad that conversation would be? And we're here to listen what you're saying, and that's the most important thing here. Of course, the most important thing, of course, is to help the armed forces of Ukraine, because they are standing for our freedom and in the world, not just the Ukrainian freedom, because Putin will go further, and he will go further after elections, I am sure of it, the US elections. Even if Biden wins, he will probably be invading more countries, but I'm not sure of that. That's just my guess, a tiny guess. So that's actually a topic for you guys to discuss. Please tell me what you think about Putin doing after the US election. What is he going for?
In my opinion, it really depends on how it goes, first of all, the election. So everyone is kind of, holding out breath for that one, I suppose, in the United States and all over the world. But also, I think it also depends on how the predicted offensives that they will try to do, if they will, this by the end of May and the beginning of June will go. And but I wouldn't put it past him. Some people say like he wouldn't attack other places simply because he is not having so much like luck in Ukraine, and it's not going so spectacularly for him in Ukraine. So why would he like spread his forces to some other place? But at the same time, Hitler did it.
Yeah.
It wasn't like efficient and it wasn't smart, but he did it anyway. So yeah, I genuinely have no idea, because I do think that Putin is getting a bit desperate in the sense that he needs something to show, since some sort of like imperialist expansion, conquest, something to show off to Russians, because they thirst for that type of thing. And at the end of the day, remember that you guys, if you saw that he was doing like the press, I think, in Russia, and he said that they had a great victories, and then he said that they took 19 houses in Avdiivka and are keeping them, something like that, like 19 or 21 houses.
Like
And you're
keeping them.
fuck me, dude. Like it's just embarrassing. I felt like secondhand embarrassment for the man, and I hate the guy. So it's just if you have this to present to your people as a great victory, then you are, especially since you sold them the idea that they were world's second greatest army that will, they can take on Americans, they can, and if you sell this to people, and then all you have to show for it is nothing, then there are maybe some attempts to to somehow fix the situation for him. But at the same time, we also have to understand that if he succeeds in Ukraine, then that's out of question that he will attack other countries. That's like a certainty. It's not even like a possibility. And that's, I think, something that West needs to get their that their minds wrapped about, because I'm not sure like about the NATO countries exactly like as soon, but we have like Moldova, we have Kazakhstan, for example. We have like countries like this that are much more on a chopping block than, for example, NATO countries are. So
I think
that's the thing, something to think about.
I think he might be doing next. He is right now checking the response from NATO countries when he's sending Shaheeds to Romania
Yeah.
or to rockets to Poland, and he sees a very weak response, very indecisive response, very de-escalative response when they're saying, "Oh, the rocket was there for 30 seconds, but it didn't meant to hit any of our targets, right, and any of our facilities there. So we let it fly back away to Ukraine." So
the Polish response was great, actually. They were like, "Yeah, the missile was in Poland,
Yeah.
but it was aiming towards Ukraine.
Yeah,
so
that's
why
what
should
I'm
we
talking
bother
about.
taking
That's what I'm
it
talking
down?"
about.
And like, oh,
what the fuck?
Oh.
And that's a very weak response. So what he's gonna
Yeah,
be
that's true, yeah.
doing, I think he might be doing, not him, but his fucking army, they might be starting hidden objects in NATO countries, but like with one rocket, just like that, and seeing what the reaction will be. And they will be talking, like going out and talking through their intelligence, saying, "Oh, that was a mistake. Sorry, we didn't mean to hit your tank production facility in Poland. That rocket was meant for Lviv, and it just hit yours." Like, you see, they will always
yeah, by accident, yeah.
keep lying. Miriam bought 50 coffees, never gonna turn around and desert you for El Greco's. Перемога Україні, for El Greco's car. Thank you very much, Miriam. And they're back there.
You mean testing the waters, basically, right? You mean? I think this whole war
Yes.
has been testing the waters,
Yeah.
if I'm honest.
Yeah.
So of course they Dylan, talk about it with a bunch of like Western people, that there was this pretty much intent to take Ukraine fast and initial like burst of violence that will just be like boom, it's done. You know how they did it in other places as well. But it was. After that, I think there was a plan to test out how the West will react. And I think the expectation was they will react with stern words of condemnation,
Yeah.
which is a reasonable expectation, because that's how they reacted to Moldova, to Georgia. That's how, Russia has been getting away with it, so to speak, and successfully so. And I think they expected to get away with it now just as much as they did before.
Yeah, they
but
were.
it didn't work out exactly that way for them, obviously. But at the same time, I do fear that the inactiveness and the West being a little bit of a, how to say this kindly, not exactly the most reliable partner to Ukraine in this war, I think is sending a very, very bad signal, not only just to Putin, by the way, but to China as well, to Iran. And that's also very much not great. So I fully expect to see some shit show going down in a decade or so.
Don't forget
and
the North Korea, by the way.
Yeah, and that as well, obviously. So I think that we can all, in 10 years or something, if we're alive, we can see this and think like, damn, they fucked up. I mean, the West with their reaction, and be like, I think it's just something I wrote. I'm about to go soon, but I wrote a very angry tweet recently by my standards, when I was like, the West, like, pull yourself by the bootstraps, so to speak, like, get your shit together, because I think it's time for people, it's 21st century, for fuck's sake, it's time for people to understand that sacrificing smaller nations to imperialist fascist fucks is not a solution. It's something that backfires always. And if you don't want your people in the trenches, if you don't want to find your loved ones in bits and pieces, then help us, and we do it we'll do it. We'll stop this. But it's just you will regret this in future time.
Yeah.
And it is just, to me, it's very disturbing that this lesson apparently has not been learned at all. So just how the West and Britain and France and everyone sacrificed Czechia to Hitler, the exact same thing. It seems like they're
Is
trying
repeating.
sort of not. Yeah, it's just so you can't do it. It's just it doesn't seem to be working in your favor. And to me, it's just upsetting that this history kind of repeats itself again. It seems
there's not like a complete given up Ukraine.
not complete.
Yes.
Definitely not. It's a
but the measures
different
that's
time, but
being
still, the
taken
sense
now
of it is similar. Yeah,
are not enough.
are not enough.
For
Yeah.
us to win, or even for us to win. Dylan, now it's your turn. It's been a long 2 monologues from us.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the countries that concern me the most is Georgia and Moldova. The Russians have been pretty open about, that they don't like how the protests in Georgia went, that they don't like the idea of I think they probably don't like the idea of the Georgian Dream Party losing favor or losing power. Moldova already has troops illegally stationed within it. The Russians have been fostering corruption in Moldova for a long time, have been paying politicians. Politicians have been caught with literal duffel bags of Russian dough that have been handed over to them in return for their loyalty to Moscow. But I don't think that they would be willing to invade another country during this. I think they're scared enough of another security crisis during the war. I think that they saw what happened at the Caracas attack, and whether they want to acknowledge that it was ISIS, it was an ISIS attack or not, that is a real security crisis. They foiled an ISIS attack a month before that. They're probably going to have to deal with others in the future. There is real discontent among Russian society. If there is, say, like another protest movement in Kazakhstan, and there was a gigantic protest movement in Kazakhstan just like 3 years ago, and the Russians had to send in troops to salvage it. Would the Russians want to start a second war with Moldova? And then there's another protest movement in Kazakhstan, and they have to send troops to Moldova. They have to send troops to Ukraine. They've got to send troops now to Kazakhstan. They can stretch themselves too thin. And the only time Putin's hold on power was legitimately questioned during the whole war was during the first mobilization wave. The Russian public are, generally speaking, I think, apathetic. If they're not like rah-rah about the war, or they're not amongst the minority that actually opposes it, they're just generally politically apathetic. Oh, keep my head down. It's not my business. It's unfortunate that this happened, but what could I do? It is what it is, kind of. And when you force somebody to pick up a gun and go fight, that requires a lot more than political apathy. And so I think that they could stretch themselves legitimately too thin, which makes me err, I think, on the side of caution if I was from the Russian government's position. But also, I wouldn't have invaded Ukraine in the first place.
Yeah,
but invading Ukraine matched their internal logic, because this was never supposed to happen like this. It was supposed to be an initial burst of violence, and the Ukrainian cultural political elite was supposed to shatter, which was what was really controlling the country from the Russian perspective, and then the whole rotten edifice would collapse to the ground. When they gave that pressure for that to happen and it didn't happen, they didn't have a follow-up. They didn't know what to do. And so everything since then has been trying to salvage that initial operation into something that could be sold to the Russian public and makes all of this pain, bloodshed, worth it to save Putin's legacy as he's 70 years old and, headed towards the Reaper. Once you're getting up to 70 years of age, that's what you start to think about. And I do think that a lot of this has to do with Putin's legacy, which is part of the reason that I do have concern, because if he mobilizes the whole economy and then they win, or they get something that can be construed as a win, something that internally, psychologically can be viewed as a win, then Putin could just view it as one step of building his legacy. Next is Moldova, or next is Ukraine for the third time, because this violence against Ukraine comes in waves. And if there's some ceasefire without internal security structures stopping Ukraine from being invaded again, there's not a lot that's going to make me confident in the Russians' word to not invade again. But I think that I'm going to err on the side of caution due to the Russians overstretching themselves. And I will say, even Hitler was not dumb enough to start a war with the Soviet Union while fighting the French and British in France. He was smart enough to go beat the French, then turn on the Soviets, because the British were always secondary to him. So I don't think that they would. By the way, Hitler had the same view about the Soviet Union and of Russia and all these other countries that made up the Soviet Union. That when it comes to the idea that you just go in, initial bursts of violence, the political elite will collapse, and then the whole country will fall apart, and then these new subservient people will come to them. In a way, he made the same mistake Hitler did, which is ironic.
I mean, do you remember the analogy, I guess, that Putin gave to Tucker Carlson, in which he was Hitler? In that analogy he brought, I was like,
I forgot that he really forgot what the audience thought. I remember when he started like justifying, like, yeah, of course. I mean, like Hitler had to move in, you know. I mean, damn, come on.
He was like, yeah, well, they have like, he said like they, basically he said that the countries fucked around and find out, so you know they provoked Hitler, and because of that, you know, it happened. And you're like, so he was like basically like us, and you're like, bro,
it was really funny watching Tucker
go with this?
Go back and forth him over the Nazi stuff. He's like, yeah, denazification. He's like, yeah, but like, where are the Nazis? And then Tucker and then Putin got like obviously like physically frustrated.
Putin was not impressed with Tucker Carlson. Apparently, I heard like from several. No,
they were not happy. The RT people were. What's her name? The head of RT was particularly unhappy with the performance.
Simonyan, I think.
Yes, yeah, she was particularly not happy.
Yeah, she was like shitting on him quite a bit. I mean, at the end of the day, Tucker Carlson did inhale bread, you know, and he did some propaganda stuff of
course,
in the metro station. He was like, Stalin, you know, he was not the best guy, but look at this metro station, it's pretty rad. I mean,
it was so weird for him just picking up the bread, being like, wow, what beautiful bread. Democracy must be fake. Like, it was like, whoa, what's that pivot? It was democracy must not matter.
When he inhaled bread, I lost it. I just couldn't deal with this. It was like, you know, and I was like, what are you doing? Like, but then American friends of mine told me that you guys apparently have shitty bread. So it was like oriented towards like Americans who don't have actual fucking bread. I didn't know that. It's my bad.
We are a gigantic. You can get good bread in America. It just depends on where you go. If you go to the grocery store and you just get the like sliced bread, you're not going to get any great bread there.
Yeah, it's like sugar and artificial flavoring. That's all there is, apparently. I talked to Destiny about it, and I was making fun about the inhaling bread thing, and he was like, well, actually, I was like, no shot, like you don't have like normal bread there. And then I read messages about it, and there was like one American Twitter person who's quite big, like in the subs and everything, and the followers. And they were like, what do you people like in Europe eat with your like sandwich? Is it like what type of bread? Like, do you have like anything? And people started sending them like baguettes, sending them like like polonicities, like, you know, Polish bread, Slavic bread, like French bread, whatever. And he was like, just looking at this, I feel like a medieval peasant. I was like, dude, ain't no way. So I'm shook.
I feel that way when I look at the different milk options. 2% almond, whole milk. Like it's too much.
You have that in West too.
Yeah, we should have milk of the cow. That's it.
Okay.
Just label milk of the cow.
You know I'm here and I will not allow it.
What's wrong with it? Don't cows need to be milked? Don't they need to like?
No. Let's not go there. Let's not insult Rick with this vegan debate. Talk with vegan gates.
Just a second. Wanted to ask rollers if they do what? Some particular rollers. For example, Miriam, do you want 2 tickets for the raffle for this Motonka doll? Some of you were asking in the chat what we're raffling. $20 is the price of a ticket for this beautiful Motonka. She's not young, just like some of them.
Can you stop highlighting that all the time?
I mean, I wanted to mention that she's experienced, and she...
experienced.
Yes,
I see.
She went there. she went there and had some fight with evil spirits while yeah, that's
She's
what
a
I'm talking about.
professional, you say, yeah?
She's a professional, exactly. So I just like it. I like
That's-
gray hair,
yeah.
so don't. It's like it's not a
Yeah.
thing, okay? But I like it. Okay, so just wanted to mention that. Also wanted to ask Miriam if Miriam wants some tickets, and also wanted to ask Silver Earth if Silver Earth wanted 5 more tickets when sending 100 coffees with just notes on it for the music. So just wanted to listen Rick Ashley and me singing along. And I failed to sing along at that second, but next time I did. So, okay. Greg asks, what time you like me to join? Man, you were supposed to be here 1.5 hours ago. Why do you ask?
I really gotta go though. I think so. Yeah, I was supposed to leave like 30 minutes ago, but I didn't. Yeah, so
Damn,
nice
Anna.
chatting with you guys.
I don't want to
Yeah,
let
still
you go. It was such a
What?
pleasure to have you
That's
here.
very cute, okay? But I gotta go, yeah, because I do hope to sleep because I have a big day tomorrow, and I haven't slept in 4 days now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting bad. It's getting bad. So my chances are slim because I can't fall asleep after explosions and everything. So it's not gonna be like great chance of success, but might as well, try. And yeah, it has been lovely, chatting with you all.
Yeah.
And Dylan, I'll see you at some point, hopefully. Yeah. If I don't explode. Yeah.
Oh, you saw Red Dawn, didn't you?
Huh?
You saw Red
Yes,
Dawn?
I watched
Did
it.
you like
I
it?
watched it with Falcon and Laserbeak.
Did you like it?
So, I,
I love
let's
Red
talk
Dawn.
about it when you get here, okay?
Damn.
I don't want to state public opinions about this. Also, guys were having a blast with me shitting on their Russian there. So the way they speak Russian in the woman in the movie is cringe. They definitely didn't have Russian actors. And then in the titles later on, you just have like Steven Johnson or some shit. Like it definitely was not even Slavic people who were trying to pretend to be Russians in that movie. So yeah, so that was fun. That I liked, Yeah.
Anna, just before you left, here's Secular Secai.
Hello.
Oh, hey, and hold on a sec. Let me clean this camera because it is very, very.
It's very dirty.
Yeah, it
Dude,
looks
are you
all
streaming
sorts of
from
ways.
are you in a steam room right now?
No, I
Vanya.
had something. I keep something sticky over it, and it left a film. So
You put something sticky on your camera?
don't judge me for my paranoia.
Oh, okay, like a sticky note. Okay, got you. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Gotcha.
whatever. We're gonna move on.
That's not what we were thinking of. Okay, yeah.
It was from a Band-Aid.
Hey man, look, I don't judge, man. It's a free country, okay?
Sure.
This is what our founding fathers died for.
One sec.
Okay,
The founding fathers.
Sekai, as he loves to say, from North America, and he has his own YouTube channel. It's Tridents Against Tyrants. He's trying to raise funds for the 110th Brigade, who were fighting in Avdiivka, but now they're on rotation. So, but anyway, he's trying to raise awareness, and yeah, Sekai's. Oh, now it's all blurred.
Now it's warped. It's coming from another dimension.
That sticky note was really sticky, like very.
Yeah. It was very sticky though.
It's a very sticky note.
Yeah.
Lots of sticky notes.
Yeah, just wanted you to meet each other before you go, Anna, and. Yeah, it was a coincidence. He joined by himself. I wasn't saying, "Come on, man, hurry up, Anna's going away." No, not like this.
Oh no. I was coming. I was driving back home, taking care of another thing that I had to today, and I could hear. I was listening to you guys, and I was like, "Oh shit, I should get on so I can at least say hi real fast."
Yeah,
before
hello.
they
I'm
leave."
sorry. I'm not leaving because, you came around. I'm just need to go at this point.
It's all
hopefully
good.
will not get bombed to shit today and can actually catch
Yeah.
some sleep. That would be nice.
Stay
Yeah,
safe.
so nice. Thank you. Yeah,
Hey,
nice talking to you
Goodbye.
all.
Yep.
And yeah, bye
See
bye.
you soon.
Thank you. Come to
Bye.
us in the
Bye.
near future. Would love to have you here.
I will just to listen to you singing at least.
Keep okay. Keep
Bye
being
bye.
you. That means being great at what you do.
Aw, come on. I escape into not to blush over here. Yeah, bye bye.
Yeah, bye. Anna.
Bye.
Okay, Dylan. I hope you're still staying with us.
Sure, I'll stay a little bit longer. But I said I would just be here for a bit, but it's been well over an hour. But I'll stay a little bit longer.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well,
Thank
let me
you.
check my camera though, because I put a battery in there, and I'm surprised it's still going. I think I gotta switch it out.
I was thinking we'll check if it's not sticky or blurry or something.
Yeah, I gotta go get a new camera because honestly, I'm just using my laptop camera.
Yeah,
I
man,
should like
that's
get.
shitty. That's
get
a
a-
shitty
it is
camera.
shitty.
When
It
you
is a
show
shit
us
camera.
paintings, they don't look
Yeah,
like real
look good.
ones.
I know. I gotta go. That's the next thing I'm gonna go buy.
Okay. You can actually take a pause on the stream and go to the Best Buy and buy it just like the last time.
Just it's so bad. I need you to go get a camera right now.
Oh, fuck.
Oh man.
Okay. Now, while we have Dylan here, and I need to go to put the names to the raffle spreadsheet, I would like you, maybe Secai, to ask Dylan something. Maybe you
Sure.
had some questions for him. So I want to, before that, I want to answer to some of you guys. So I got $60 from Amy Akins for the raffle. Yes, I did. Silvers said yes for me to put to buy you 5 more tickets from Buy Me a Coffee. That's awesome. I still need to mention a shitload of donations. Also, I want to thank you, Enhale, for transferring me these messages. This is important. I'm not. Yeah, there's so much stuff I need to do that I cannot. I cannot follow all the messages in the chat, so I miss a lot of them. And Greg Terry is joining us shortly. He said that's awesome. And I also wanted to say. This is one more thing. Fuck, I forgot. But whatever. Need to mention the donations. Need to mention the donations because they need to keep coming. And mentioning them helps with them, with that. With them keep coming. Okay, so, yeah, I mentioned this one. So yes, after I mentioned the Man of the Wood with $25, there was the donation from Amy, $40 first, and then Tuna sent $20 with a comment, give the awesome soldiers my autograph, lol. I was actually mentioned that one. So Amy Akins, Modern Raffle, she matches my gray hair coming in, lol. Oh, I actually mentioned that one. Do you remember? And after that, you sent $20. One more for Modern makes 3 chances for me. Awesome. So Mr. and Mrs. Garrick sent me $248.60, and that is for any fundraiser without a comment. Sir Garrick, if you're there in the chat, can you please confirm if you want the tickets for the raffle? Thank you. Next one was Laura S. with $200, 10 tickets for the raffle. Thank you. That's a big one. Like 10 tickets is a good number. Okay. Then Bjorn sent $140. Motonka raffle. Thank you, Bjorn. We'll put it there. And Ann Wilk sent $20. Motonka raffle. My hair has silver sparkles too. I've been lurking all day. Let me just read the whole message. Great stream. Love you guys. Annie Wilk. Barbara H, 100 coffees, $100 for bedroom project, 5 tickets for Motonka doll raffle. Thank you very much, Barbara. It just happened, so never gonna turn around and desert you. Yeah, I just needed to sing along as I usually do. Maybe a bit late, but that's it. So these are the no, not all, because also buy me a coffee, guys. Just give me a second. Gonna mention the buy me a coffee donations there. I missed just some of them. No, from Bridget, $20 for the Modern Car raffle. Thank you, Rick. The one from Silver Earth for the music I mentioned. The one from Elaine C, $20. Slava Ukrainian for a raffle ticket, and Lena $5 for El Greco. Though Ed P $200 I mentioned, I heard El Greco needs a car. Thank you. Lettercat, forgot to put you on the board. We'll do it tomorrow, definitely. Okay. I hope you. I know you will understand. That's it. I finally finished. Now I can catch up a breath and let you guys talk. Okay. Thank you. Gonna go
All right.
and work on the spreadsheet. By the way, you're a winner, Secai. You're a winner of that painting that you wanted. I forgot to promote it, and you were lucky that that I forgot to.
I know. Well, one person did bid against me, but then I raised it a little bit more, and that was it. And that was it. Yeah.
I think there were still decent money raised with that. So let's see. Symbols of Hope, $200 by Z. Then $100 Just Jimmy on Where's My Friend, and you with $140. We're Not Made of Stone. That one goes to Wounded Warriors of Ukraine. Visiting the wounded will work, right, Lettercat? Let us know. Thank you. That's it, guys. Giving you the mic.
Gotcha. And the charity you said visiting the wounded, is that the charity you're saying for Wounded Warriors of Ukraine?
Yeah, that's the question to Lettercat, because I assumed that, and I just need the confirmation from Lettercat.
Oh yeah. When I spoke to Leathercat, the other ones are specific. She has Voices for Ukraine and the Hostomel Animal Shelter listed. For that painting, she told us to find the best charity or best nonprofit that is helping Ukrainian veterans, wounded veterans. So we can do some homework on that.
Yeah, guys, $1,200 bid for Roman Trohemet's flag. Signed by him. So that's a good one, but we can still go above it. Please go place a bigger bid, because I know some of you really want that flag.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Dylan, do you know who Roman Trohemets is?
No, I'm sorry. I'm distracted by... Okay, I got to critique Ukraine. I'm sorry. I have to critique Ukraine about something.
Do it.
Why do you guys have KFC but not Popeyes, the superior American chicken chain? That is... It's very infuriating.
Dylan.
Yeah?
Those are fighting words, man. Chicken Express, or it's nothing.
Look, okay, I don't know if you came here with that Make-A-Wish Foundation ass take, okay? I don't know what you're saying, that Chicken Express is better than Popeyes, but I'm a red-blooded American, not some Canadian, okay?
Oh, man. Okay, first of all, Chicken Express is just in the South, and they do gizzards and livers with white gravy and honey.
Oh my God, that actually does sound good. I've never had... Look, I'm an East Coast... Man. I'm a Maryland boy, okay? I come from the best state in the union.
Yep, all right, fair enough. Maryland, DC is right there, yeah, Baltimore.
DC is great. I love Baltimore.
Yeah. Oh, hey, and we have Greg Terry on with us.
Okay, just
hello, Greg.
To add him to the stream. Just a second, Greg. Not yet.
Sorry. I'm just trying to order food, and I'm thinking $3.60 for 4 onion rings.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Greg, you're with us now. Hello. How you doing? No, we cannot hear you though. You're muted. Oh, maybe it's on my side. Let me check. No, not on my side.
Check 1, 2.
Yes, now we can hear you.
We good?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So awesome. Nice to meet you, Dylan. Enjoy your onion rings.
I'm not getting those onion rings. $3.60 for onion rings, euros too. That thing is like almost $4 for 4 onion rings. $1 per onion ring. No, not in a million years.
Yeah, man. Wait until you see.
Delay, but that's what happens when your mother-in-law turns 80. So let me give you some good advice, young man. If you want any loving from your wife at all, you make sure you take care of the mother-in-law's birthday.
Yep, that is sound advice for everyone.
Yes, sir.
listening.
Good advice. So I had a good birthday, and I apologize for my delay, but I got here as fast as I could.
That's
Oh, yeah,
okay, man.
good.
I hope I didn't
Thank
sound rude when you asked when
No, you're
should
not
I
rude,
join. I mean,
No,
you
no,
understood it probably.
Absolutely.
Oh, by the way, Dylan, I'm trying to remember. Is this the first or second time you and I have been on a stream together?
Man, we might have been on a stream together before, but I've been on streams with thousands of people, man. I honestly cannot recall.
I think
I think
recall. You haven't been on my stream together, so maybe on some other stream.
Yeah, if we were
maybe like on some panel or something, because I've been on a million panels.
Yeah, if it was anywhere,
if it was a debate panel, I want to just say, even though I don't remember, I was right. You were wrong.
I'll keep that in mind. See, that's the American spirit.
Amen.
Man, I really need to figure out what's up with. Okay, so I was hosting a stream earlier today, and when I host it, there's no issue whatsoever. But whenever I join someone else's stream, always my audio on Windows gets hijacked. I'm about ready to go buy a Mac because I have to sit here and turn my volume back up like every 10 seconds. Anyway, so so we're doing the raffle for the Motanka. Do we want to announce the winners for the different paintings, or are we just gonna send them out to everybody?
Well, we did announce them when we got the winners. I did it 2 times already, and I did it together with you already. You missed it. I said you're the winner for one painting. There's Z for $200 for the symbols of Ukraine.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
And then it was just Jimmy for the other one. Yeah,
just
you're right.
Jimmy. Yeah, $100.
My apologies.
Okay, so Greg, maybe you wanna jump in and ask Dylan something.
Oh, okay.
Well, I've got.
By the way, your mic is a bit quiet. It was louder when you did that first button.
We should be good.
Oh.
I hear you're fine, Greg.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Rick.
Okay.
Rick's having some ear issues.
I know. Man, you're actually right because my left ear is not that good as it was. Yeah, so totally understandable. So if you have questions, ask them, both of you. I need to work on a spreadsheet for a bit. Wow, what's a word?
Well, this is my first time actually meeting Dylan. I saw you on with Andrew, I think.
Yeah, we streamed it quite a lot. We had a Friday show. I think we stopped it. We just stopped doing it. We just play video games now. I beat him in video games now.
We were playing Warzone last night, and he just texted me and goes, dude, I had a really good time. I said, yeah, and we got us a dub, and people that were watching on his Travelers channel were like, okay, I didn't realize that you guys could actually play video games. So we were happy. We got us a nice dub.
I was playing Civ with him. Civ was great. I love playing Civ again with other people. It is so much fun.
Yeah, it's really good.
I want to quickly thank John
know
Siglarski for the super sticker. How is it going? $5. Thank you very much, John. Greg, sorry for interrupting you.
No problem. We know that you were wanting us to talk about Ukraine or the state of the world, but we started talking about video games, so sorry.
That's okay. I respect other people's wish to care about video games. I just don't care about them anymore. That's one thing.
I've got a question for Dylan. So I have been super busy, but it's on my list. I saw part of a documentary. Well, it was pretty long. It was a documentary I think you had put together and put on either your primary channel or your backup channel. I can't remember which.
Primary if it's a documentary.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, do you have a formal background in documentary filmmaking? Is it something that you just kind of?
Nope. I kind of fell into it. Okay. I kind of, I wanted to document the war. And as part of documenting the war, I already had an interest in documentaries. I had an interest in that particular. I mean, I liked certain old like old like trash, like Mondo Cane or like old Mondo films, like from the Italian press. But I got much more interested as I started documenting the war, because at first I didn't know if I was going to do like full frontline embeds, but as I did it, I just found that I could tell so much deeper and richer stories with video and catch so much more than I could with photographs and with written word, because I would take so much long time. I really like writing articles. I like the feeling of accomplishment I get with it. I like being able to sit carefully and choose my word, but it takes me forever. It takes me forever to express something that I could much easier express if I just put a camera in front of the thing I'm trying to show and leave it up to the viewer's interpretation, which I like more. And I just grew a deep interest of it ever since I started, documenting the war more and more. Yeah, now I'm trying to learn a lot more about filmmaking, and I think maybe one day I'll go to school for filmmaking, but I want to study and finish IR and a lot of other stuff first.
I'll be honest, I really respect when someone, because a lot of people use the excuse, I didn't formally study something before getting involved in it. And so, like, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I saw the first bit of The Dangerous World of Ukraine's Artillerymen, and it's really good. I mean,
thank you.
Especially since there's a need for it, because there have been some very impressive, documentaries done about the war in Ukraine, but I haven't seen a whole lot that have been either done by foreigners who are involved with, deeply involved in supporting Ukraine, who have traveled to the country. I've seen a few from Ukrainians themselves, and I've seen a few other from actual filmmaking companies. So that grassroots approach and the quality you put into it, the passion, I deeply respect that.
Yeah, I think the main thing I always want to get across is authenticity. I don't want to make it too artificial. I don't want to tell them pose this way, pose that way. I want to capture people as they are, capture their experiences as they happen, and capture the perspectives that they have now. I believe that now is when memory is most fresh. You need to capture these experiences, these memories, these thoughts as they happen or right after they happen. It's part of the reason why I like doing sit-down interviews, because I watch old like World War II interviews like 80 years down the line, and there's kind of a controversial topic, and the controversial topic is like when old World War II soldiers kind of don't tell the truth. And it's not even purposeful. It's that they're 80, 90, 95 years old. It's been nearly like 80 years since these battles have been fought. And through that time and through just experiencing life and telling these stories again and again and again, details start to get hazy, details start to get mixed, and then you lose a lot of the specifics. And you can already see it when they're telling the stories, but that's just like touching the surface. Because if you interviewed that person at the time, maybe they'd remember that thing that they had with the conscription officer 3 days before. Maybe they'd remember some scuffle they had with some commanding officer over ammunition distribution. Maybe they'd remember these things that like 80 years down the line seem quite trivial to them, but wouldn't be trivial, especially for those who are trying to react to the war as they happen. Like ammunition shortage, obviously reporting on that is important, considering that's something that needs to be addressed if you want the Ukrainians to win right away. You want to get them the artillery shells. And so showing the perspectives on the ground of like this type of struggles they're dealing with, getting to focus on PTSD and mental health struggles of Ukrainian soldiers, which I haven't seen really much coverage of in the West. There's been some coverage, but not much video coverage, not much interviews with the people. It's almost all written word. And a lot of the work that I'm doing is not necessarily like revolutionary or anything like that. It's not. But a lot of the stuff that I want to capture is only captured for a domestic Ukrainian audience. For example, there is no documentaries on demining in Ukraine. There are none in the West, not a single one. The closest you can get is maybe like an 8-10 minute video. So I embedded with Ukrainian deminers. I lived with them for a month and filmed, asked them about their experiences. And I'm going to try to put together this documentary to be the only English-speaking documentary about demining in Ukraine. And it's not because I want to like necessarily like capture the market or anything, but I want to make sure that people understand that Ukraine's the most mined country in the world. 1/3 of the country is covered in mines. When stuff like the Novkakhovka Dam blows up, it's not just a question of the dam blowing up and the flooding, but also about all the mines that are getting pushed, not only in Ukraine, but also downstream to literally other countries. And I want to make sure that these experiences are captured as they happen for the historical record. As you know, journalism is the first draft of history, and you want to make sure you have a really good first draft.
Exactly. No, I mean, at its heart, journalism, reporting on events as they happen, breaking news, all of it is really it's relaying information, of course, in as objective and unbiased manner as possible. But it's also telling a story. It's letting people know what's really happening with human lives, and you know, basically, the if you notice that no one is telling the story that needs to be told, then my opinion is a good journalist, their instinct is immediately going to be this story is going to get to the masses. So yeah, exactly. I appreciate that with the demining.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to film more because I want to get more demining vehicles. I want to get more perspectives. But yeah, eventually it'll be released. I just don't know when.
Yeah. Well, when it does, I'll look forward to it.
Thank you.
How about you, Greg? Do you have any questions off the top of your head?
No, if you would give me 1 minute, Secai, and keep talking. I'm almost caught up with the spreadsheet. I feel like I'm stinking Rick. It's killing me. We haven't even started the raffle, or I haven't showed and even lifted the flag yet, and we're already over 100 tickets bought. So I'm trying to.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to do. Oh yeah, we don't play around, boys. We don't play around. Let's go.
So
sometimes it just makes me want to get a jam on.
You actually are.
Hold on, I'm jamming, Rick.
You're okay.
Woo! What were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying, I was asking if you got the spreadsheet and putting the numbers there, like the tickets.
I've got the spreadsheet. Remember
the names, not the numbers. Mm-hmm.
It's the amount of tickets that people have bought with their name to be entered into the automated raffle.
Mm-hmm.
I've got it just like you do it. This is my learning stream, so I'm catching up with you while Dylan and Secai are talking.
You see, the problem is right now that I need to do it by hand because I don't have any automated software to put the names.
I'm automating it.
Huh?
I'm automating it.
How are you doing?
I'm going to take all the names and put them into an automatic raffle, the amount of times they were put in, and boom, done.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm doing the same in the end, but how do you collect all the names? Are you putting them on the spreadsheet?
I'm in our nonprofit PayPal right now, and people have been buying tickets for 2 days. I had no idea.
Oh,
I had an idea because I posted the community post beforehand, before the stream.
Yeah, well,
that's how
you.
it should
I
be done.
appreciate it. So people have bought, and I'm catching up with it. I'll be with you in just a second.
Okay, so my question is how you're collecting names to
from PayPal. It's right there. I've got everybody's name and shipping addresses.
Oh, all right, perfect. I mean, if they're giving all that directly through PayPal and it's accurate, that works.
And you can actually download it from PayPal somehow?
This is 501c3 PayPal. This is not a personal. So maybe it's
that could be it. Maybe there are different settings.
This is I get notes from everybody and their full addresses. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Man, yeah. I wonder.
So this is a business 501c3 PayPal. It's not a personal. So I've got every piece of information that's here.
You know,
the thing is that you also received some tickets. I mean, people were buying tickets through your Buy Me a Coffee. You also put that into
I've
account?
already got those in the spreadsheet.
Yeah. Okay. So, but I'm just wondering, you have some kind of a way to extract the names from PayPal or what?
Yes, they have to put it in to the PayPal.
I know that, but I'm not talking about that. Are you extracting them into the spreadsheet, or how are you doing this?
I'm pushing them right into the spreadsheet from the PayPal. I have their names, how many tickets they've bought, their shipping addresses, their kind notes that they've sent, everything.
So you're not typing each one by hand into the spreadsheet?
Heck no.
You're just downloading it.
It sounds to me like
this nonprofit platform may be different than a personal.
That's different because for Ukrainians it's also limited, and I don't have anything like this in here.
You know, maybe okay. So that's a really good thing to know. So maybe after the stream, one of these days, we could go ahead and compare notes on that regarding PayPal, because 501c3s are pretty much specifically going to be exclusive, that particular code for a nonprofit entity to the U.S.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if there's a way to get an equivalent for other countries registered
for
in
Ukraine,
PayPal. If
definitely.
not, then maybe we can
Not
figure.
now. There is
Maybe-
nonprofit.
yeah.
Okay, no, that's not true. We have a nonprofit PayPal in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not
100%.
a nonprofit.
We're
so I
registered
won't get it.
NGO.
But you
So
can
we
do it.
do have a nonprofit PayPal, but it doesn't have this much horsepower.
Okay.
I work on both.
Gotcha. So the other one's more limited. Okay, that's good to know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. Well, you have
Yes.
advantages with that.
I mean, for those of us who are based in North America, maybe there'd be some way to set that up for your channel too, Rick. We can brainstorm about it later.
But then people will have to donate to someone's PayPal.
Yeah. Well, at that point, you would be donating to something like a nonprofit PayPal, and then the nonprofit would be going, having to transfer where you usually put stuff. So
then you
it
get
could become
into
complex.
So we have our own lawyer, as people that know me. And I was actually listening to you guys earlier driving back home, and the Anna from Ukraine, or Anna from Kharkiv, I think.
Yeah.
And Dylan was talking, and you guys were speaking about corruption. And I wish I was on then. I could have given you some good info, but the reality is things are different. It is quite challenging to do everything, even for NGOs inside Ukraine. And the word challenging is much different than impossible. It's not impossible, but it took us about 3 weeks of working with our lawyer, Kyiv, our regional administration, our mayor, for the transfer of the 4 armored vehicles that we will hopefully have purchased within a couple of weeks. It's not easy, but the reason it's not easy is because of Ukraine trying to draw themselves out of the Soviet mess that has been instilled in them for 100 years.
Gotcha.
So nothing is impossible, but some things are challenging, and we've got a really, really high-end lawyer, and it still took weeks.
Man. Yeah. So, yeah.
Maybe here on Rick's channel, I'll try to multitask here. But
well, me and Dylan can start talking again if you're needing to finish
just
what you're doing.
let me tell you this story really quickly. KK's GG, my lawyer there is in Ukraine, so not here in the U.S. side or North America or wherever secular Secai is in North America.
Viva Guanajuato.
Yeah, but let me give you guys some reality. So we run multi-systems in Ukraine because we run a lot of money through, because of the generosity of you wonderful people and our transparency and everything. We run a lot of money. We're pushing, since I started, before I met any of you, it was just us doing it and 20 viewers every night. We're pushing $600,000 in donations. We're about 575 now.
Yeah, you guys
we're going to go to $1 million here in a few months. I'm very confident of that. But it's not easy. And we run everything through our nonprofit. So from nonprofit to nonprofit, but Ukraine is so tight right now on fixing the system that is broken that I needed to pull some cash. We wanted to buy some batteries. And by the way, we just had a donation come in last night of $5,000. We're going to be buying 100 more of those extended batteries with the USB-C charging, the gold. When you guys are watching on the front lines, I tell you it's the solid gold. It's the batteries everybody wants, saving lives. I'm going to be buying 100 more of those batteries tomorrow. Jane, will. And it's awesome. But we were running and we needed to buy some things, but we could only buy it with cash. And it was some antennas and it was some medical supplies we were buying from a third party and all this stuff. And we could only buy with cash. So I called our office here. I said, guys, send me 5,000 US dollars in cash. Go to MoneyGram and do it. And literally here in the US, drive to Walmart, you walk in and 90 seconds later, you're out the door. The code is sent. They have my name and my passport number or whatever, ID, whatever. It's done. I get the message. I get the MoneyGram message. Your money's waiting for you. Just go pick it up. So I go to XM Bank. You know XM Bank, Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to XM Bank because Privat Bank will not work with me at all.
Why not?
Pathetic. So I go to XM, and we're very good friends with the director there. Buddies. I go in, Greg, no problem. We can help you out. And he starts working on the computer. And this is the director, the boss. He starts working on the computer. He comes back and goes, dude, I'm so sorry. I said, what are you sorry about? He goes, okay, I can give you your money, but I can't give it to you today. I said, his name's Igor. I said, Igor, it's my money, and this is MoneyGram. And do you have 5,000 US dollars in this bank right now? He goes, oh, we got plenty of money. That's not the problem. I said, okay, so what's the problem? He goes, you've got to do a certified document of residency. I said, for what? It's a new Ukrainian stipulation. He goes, I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry, Greg. I know what you've done here for 26 years. I'm sorry, but I cannot. I will get in serious trouble. You have to do this. I said, okay. And I was boiling, to be honest. And I said, you do realize I work all over the world, and like, I can be in Karachi, Pakistan, and have $10,000 sent to me from the US in 30 seconds. He goes, yep. I said, I do it all over Africa. He goes, yep. He goes, Greg, we're in a multi-front war here, and we're battling this corruption monster. Please, just go do this. I said, okay. So I did. Guys, I had to go to my apartment where I've lived for 15 years in Khmelnytsky, Ukraine. And I had to have two neighbors. Listen, walk into my apartment, walk into it. I'm not exaggerating, folks. I can bring them on here and let them tell you. Walk into it, see my bed, see my suitcases. And then they had to pull their passports inside a certified document that I live there, and they physically saw my bed and my luggage. Then had to go to a notary. It had to be signed, sealed, stamped, and delivered. The next day, you drive it back to the bank, you hand them the document. Igor looks at it and goes, done, filed. Here's your 5,000. You'll never have to do it again. So just think about what I had to do for, and I know it's a lot of money, but guys, in the big scheme of things, 5,000 is nothing. We're getting ready to drop $250,000 on armored vehicles. It was torture, but we made it. So little inside reality there.
Very good information to know. Also, thank you for sharing your thoughts on Privat Bank, because I was looking into freedom bonds, domestic, bonds that can be issued to either citizens or foreigners who want to help support Ukraine.
Coming from my viewpoint, Rick's may be different, but I would never work with Privat Bank.
Hey, I'm not working with Privat Bank. I
didn't say you are. I said you may have a different opinion. I'm just telling you from me.
I mean, I have the same opinion. I'm working with Monobank, and I've also heard some, well, not really bad words about Monobank from my friend, from Anton. You all know him, Helena's husband. But he said that Monobank was, also was asking where the money comes from. even after Anton already proved that he's working for a Norwegian company and money are going from there. They started asking the same question. So, but private bank is much worse. Anyway, I would also love to hear something from Dylan because I think we abandoned him for a minute or two there.
Oh, man, I'm fine just sitting here and listening.
Okay, that's good. So, shit. We actually have what? We have a few donations. One was from, just a second, was from Fraser to help your channel, or to help out your channel. And it's $20. Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention that I usually try to donate everything that I got on my PayPal, with just some little exceptions when people are being like Dr. Tuso back in the day sending me $3,500 saying it's for full-time rolling. So keeping only something like this as a reserve fund right now, but generally I try to use that. So I have another option to support my channel. It's Buy Me a Coffee. You can become a member there. So if you'd like, if you're okay for me to donate these $20, Fraser G, for the car for my friend, and you still want to support the channel after I'm not honoring your wish, you can go to my Buy Me a Coffee. It's in the description of this stream, and for becoming a member there, any member, like even $3, you will get one of these patches, Abrams patch or Rigged Ukrainian. I'm shipping this all over the world. Well, slowly but surely, I'm gonna get everyone to get these patches. So thank you so much for supporting also my channel, guys, with all the donations today to Buy Me a Coffee, buying coffees, and trying to send everything that I'm getting on my PayPal for the needs of the army. Also, Mertzi sent $20, and sure, wherever you need it most, Rick. No, I mean, I send it there, but for Raffle is like an extra. I'll send money for El Greco, but I will also buy you a ticket, and you'll have a chance to win the Motanka, guys. For those of you who just joined the stream and still don't know that we are doing the raffle for this beautiful Motanka, here she is, $20 for a ticket. A lot of tickets being bought already. But still, you can get more chances to get that. Or your first chance if you still haven't bought yourself a ticket. Thank you, everyone, and you can keep talking.
Okay. Well, let's see. I was checking to see if we have any questions from chat, but I don't see any that have been saved in the Discord section. So I guess
there's
I'll
also a Q&A section on YouTube. We got to check that one out.
Oh, yeah, but you're the only one who can check that though, Rick.
Yeah, I'm checking it out right here. Many questions, but let's see, maybe for Dylan. Ask Dylan to sing some Rick Ashley.
Never gonna give you up. I'm done. That's it. That's all you're getting.
Never gonna let you down.
Yeah, if you want more, it's going.
Desert you.
Desert you.
Oh yeah, Dylan can sing along with Desert You.
Yeah. If you want more, it'll be $15.99 a minute, everybody.
Yeah, I see Greg is silently singing there. Maybe something.
Oh, I think he was counting.
He was, but then he started singing that, I think.
Oh, okay.
Kenty says...
Okay, I figured it out. Yeah. Holy moly. So, Rick, I'm sorry to interrupt, and then I'll be quiet because I'm good to go now. Just having the pressure of working with you on the raffle. So, now, I can see the PayPal. You taught me that. Secondly, my buy me a coffee, and once people have bought the raffle tickets, which they already have, we've already sold 111 raffle tickets, so we're already raised over $1,100 for this flag, which I will show in just a second.
And it's going to be sent for the snatches for that fundraiser, right?
This is going to the snatch project, but yes. So we've already raised 111 tickets, and I've got the people's names in a spreadsheet. All I do then is download it as a CSV file. It goes right into the random name picker, and all of their tickets or all of their names are in there. For example, Adrian bought 80 tickets, 80 raffle tickets. So Adrian is in there 80 times, of course, and whatever. And then boom, done. Literally in 3 seconds. No typing, no copying, nothing.
And from Buy Me a Coffee, I know how to do it. It's
Buy Me a Coffee, I am manually adding to the spreadsheet.
So first you
Export the
exported
info from PayPal.
Exported it from PayPal to the spreadsheet. And
Done.
then,
And all I did was export their names
Yes.
and how many tickets.
and then you just
I take that spreadsheet, download it as a CSV file
and put the Buy Me a Coffee
into the
manually.
random name drawer and hit the button.
Now we gotta before you do the raffle, man. We gotta first advertise your flag here. And
Oh yeah. No, I'm just saying.
raffle
We
is
figured it
going.
out. So just being on your stream forced me to figure it out.
Okay.
So
that's good.
thank you. I feel
All
that
right.
energy and that brain power from Rick the Ukrainian
Too
boiling
flattering.
through my system right now. Okay, so let me show the flag.
Yeah.
And okay. So first of all, the PayPal link is in the description of Rick's video here. Yes,
Yeah. The
Okay.
stream.
in the link in this description in this.
Two links. One for PayPal, and the second one is for for Buy Me a
For
Coffee.
PayPal.
Sorry,
That's
got
the one I gave
distracted
you.
there
Yep.
a bit.
Okay, so this is a Ukrainian battle flag that I have 50 of these. So I'm going to be raffling off probably just one a week, to be honest, on one of my nights of my stream. Tomorrow night I've got Pete on live, so we will not be raffling a flag. That it'll be all about Pete. But maybe Wednesdays or maybe Fridays, maybe every Friday we just raffle a flag. And now that I'm getting the software better, so every one of these flags has been taken directly to the zero line, V0. And there was an artist. This is in Fish's unit. You guys that are here, you know Fish. This is in Fish's unit. Fish signed the flag right on the zero line while the bombs are dropping. And one of his partners that works with him closely for the specific job he does, which is very important, is also an artist. So he drew on the flag a drawing of Taras Shevchenko. And of course, this is a Ukrainian hero. Really, Rick, would you consider him like a founding father of Ukrainian culture and language and pushing it through his poetry?
I would say language definitely, because
Yes.
it was really influenced by Russian language before, and Taras Shevchenko really made a my English is getting bad now, but he got the Ukrainian we're using now. So we're using Taras Shevchenko's Ukrainian as our literature English. English? Ukrainian these days. Yeah, so that's it. You're right. There's a good one from Adrian. Greg, you can make my 80 into 1, so it's fairer.
I'll be
Also,
honest.
Yaron
I'll be honest
Arolfs
with you, Adrian.
asked, when does the raffle window close?
Listen to me
That's a good
closely.
question. Yeah.
Listen to me closely. Barrett Hatton just sent me an email. It's popping up on this screen over here saying, make sure that people know that if they're giving in the US, their donations are tax deductible. They are. But remember, for 501c3 rules in the US, your giving has to be over 250 cumulative in a 12-month period. So buying a couple raffle tickets, of course, will have the records. But over the year, if you go over the 250, yes, you would get a tax receipt. So that answers that. I'm going to be honest with you, Rick. This is your stream, and I'm very honored to meet Dylan. Dylan, I actually watch a lot of your stuff, but I was hoping we could meet one day. So We'll have to connect.
Aw.
Dude, I respect you, bro, for what you
Thank
do.
you. I appreciate it.
And for sure, we'll be connecting.
Merck speaks very highly of you.
Yeah, we've become really good friends, to be quite honest. Talk, not just trying to work together for Ukraine, but I mean, personally, he's been struggling with his health over the last few weeks, and he'll send me a message, and I try to encourage him. And it's good. I love Andrew. Andrew's a good guy, and we've become friends. And Secai and I are friends. Rick and I are buddies. I've actually kissed Rick's forehead, and it was really a nice, subtle kiss there at the restaurant. Dylan, I will not be kissing your forehead, but I do look forward to getting to know you better. Only Rick's forehead is worthy of kissing.
No. Only Rick gets the subtle kisses.
That's it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, Rick. Henrik just hit 5 coffees for 5 tickets. I'll add you to the spreadsheet. Dude, I got it all rolling. You trained
And
me.
Henrik just bought also 5 tickets for Motonka raffle here.
Also, Henrik, your
Painting.
is on the way.
Awesome.
So-
You've sent it.
Yeah.
This week?
Yeah. Yes, and tomorrow I'll be sending the other painting because I have to double check something with the address to make sure it gets where it's going to go.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Elaine Crossland, 4 tickets. Okay, guys, you are awesome. Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision today, and Rick, I would like for your approval.
Yep. What is it?
It's coming up as soon as I finish typing this because of Buy Me Coffee. Got those, got Henrik's, got Elaine's. Okay. Adrian has been, in my opinion, a hero for Ukraine. Very sacrificially giving. He's European. I won't call his nation. He can call it himself. I know exactly where he's from. For some reason, I have that stupid memory for people's locations. But I will right now, Rick, if you would agree with me, I will move Adrian's tickets down to 1 and take the 79 out.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to send Adrian a flag, period.
This one?
This
Or
man,
some other one?
Another one. I mean, same one. I have, these are ready, guys. We worked on this for
all
months.
of them are with Shevchenko portrait?
Not all,
Not all.
but most actually have the Shevchenko drawn on it. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I will send Adrian a Shevchenko flag.
Mm-hmm.
And guys, I hope everybody's okay with that because
I think everyone's is super okay with that.
this
because
dude
it makes
has
their
given
chances
so
bigger.
much stinking money to help Ukraine.
Yeah.
And please continue, Adrian. I believe Rick, myself, and
Yes.
others validating your sacrificial giving.
By the way,
100%.
man, if I'm not mistaken, Adrian was also sending a huge donation for me to close the one. Yes, Adrian W, right? It is.
I believe so.
For
Yes, Adrian
initiation
W.
chips, $952.49. Exactly what we need to finish it today. So 48% of the fundraiser he covered today. So Adrian, you definitely deserve a flag because you've been doing it for.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do.
Step away for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
okay.
I'm going to take Adrian's tickets down to 1. And if he still wins, he's losing. And I will redraw again because I'm going to send Adrian a flag. So,
Yeah.
Adrian, please go to my website, gregterry.org, and provide me your preferred shipping address. And one of these are coming your way, period, dude. You've done so much for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
So,
Adrian. It's a great
you've
idea.
got 1 ticket in today. And even if you win, you lose, but you're winning because you're getting a flag. And we will draw again. All right, here you go, guys. Here's the flag.
Oh, that was a long presentation of a flag. Nice one.
So what we have here is Fish has signed it with his logo. You have the Ukrainian trident, and then the artist sitting beside him in the 0 bunker
Mhm.
while they're doing their job, picked his pen up and drew Shevchenko.
Guys, the the Ukrainian down there says "Борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає." That translates like fight and you will defeat, like you mean the enemy. I mean, he means the enemy.
Yeah, and God will help us.
God helps you. God helps you.
Yep. So there you go, guys. I'll actually stand up and let you see it on the wall here, maybe, or I'll just stand up here in my chair.
Also, 5 tickets from Henrik Anastasia were put to the raffle here. You see, guys, for any bathroom, said Henrik.
If you were hanging it up,
$20 from Willie Matt Glass. Oh, 40 bucks for 2 tickets.
Hold on. There we go.
Let's see Greg's flag. Not Greg's. Nice.
It's incredible.
Oh, Dylan is about time to see it. Can you show it once again?
Yeah, there you go, Dylan. As soon as he gets his ears back in.
Yeah, Dylan. That's a flag with Shevchenko on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, dude, it's sick, ain't it?
That is pretty cool.
So this one's going to the raffle ticket winner today, and an identical one will be going to Adrian. Just in sheer appreciation. And I can tell you guys, Adrian's flag and whoever wins the raffle in short order, your flag will go in the mail tomorrow.
There's a good question. When does the raffles close? Both of them. When you think we should do it? In an hour?
That's on you, sir. It's your stream. It's only 5:00 in the evening for me, and I'm a guest on your stream. Whenever you call it, we're good.
Yep. And regarding Shevchenko, since we're on his topic, I've got a quick quote from him because he was a poet that I want to share. And
Lynn S. got your 2 tickets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, all good. And whenever anyone's feeling down, whenever anyone is feeling like, I don't know, hope is hard to coming in limited supply, just remember this. This is the English translation. There's nothing to look... Hold on. Volume. There's nothing to look at, no one to speak to. You don't feel like living in this world, but you have to live. And so whenever it seems like things are too dark, just remember this man, Taras Shevchenko, who is considered a cultural juggernaut, very important in Ukrainian history. The message is Ukraine will come out of this no matter how dark things may seem.
And you think about it from this perspective, if you're looking from his perspective in like the 1860s, 1870s, like the odds of an independent Ukraine was even much, 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 much smaller.
Yeah, yeah, back in those days, exactly. So Ukraine will be victorious, and all of you watching, all of you here showing support, you will be part of what makes that history a reality.
Yeah. Papa Dutch, thank you for $10 super chat. I find I'm having trouble using PayPal, but I'm with you. Thank you, Papa Dutch. And what? And there was also... Sorry. Got distracted there, but what? We were talking about Taras Shevchenko, and guys, he died in Russian captivity, in Russian imprisonment. He was imprisoned for his ideas, for him being Ukrainian, and that's what happens with many Ukrainians. And don't forget it. More than 30,000 of Ukrainian civilians being there in Russian captivity just because they are Ukrainians. Not just soldiers who are fighting for their land, but just people who live here.
Yep.
That's it. The genocide has been going for centuries, and Shevchenko was the witness of the same one.
Well, I will also say all men die, not all men truly live. And Shevchenko, I think, his legacy and the fact that his name is still known by the Ukrainian people is proof that you can live on no matter how your life ends based on the actions you take and the connections you forge in this life. And I just wanted to get across the message that Ukraine is strong, and that keeping hope alive is important.
A lot of existentialism in today's stream.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe I'm being too serious. Maybe I need to
No,
go.
it's okay.
No, you're not.
Show's mode a little bit.
Not too serious.
That's okay. I agree very much with the idea, like Marcus Aurelius's idea that a person must fill his role. A person must find a reason to exist, and then once you find a good reason to exist, that's something to live and die for. And I think Savchenko is an example of that. There's many people that are examples of that. But we don't need to go into history to find Ukrainian heroes. They're alive today.
Yeah.
Correct.
Never gonna turn around
Exactly.
and desert you. Sorry, guys. There was 5 coffees. there were 5 coffees there. Thank you, that guy. It was yeah. He was saying I think I figured it out. Okay, but also want to thank Henrik Anastasia for 10 gifted and CF Beauty for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, guys. That's good support for the channel. What else? 20 more bucks from Lynn Stefanishin here. Just give me a second. What's the comment? And the comment says 1 more raffle ticket. Awesome. So, guys, let's finish it. Finish my raffle in 33 minutes and Greg's raffle in an hour. I think it's going to be fair.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Awesome.
I do want to say, catching up, I had caught the, since I've been on stream with you, Adam, let's see here. Fraser Gifford, Jennifer Anderson got your 2 tickets. Leanne Boone got your 2 tickets. These guys just been given here now. Kevin Howard, your 2 tickets. Byron Green, your 2 tickets. Curtis Brubaker,
Oh,
your
by the
2
way,
tickets.
Greg, some people don't like to their full name to be
Okay.
pronounced. So first name of this, first letter of the second name, please.
All right. Thank you for teaching me. Curtis B. Scott L. What do I do when I have 2 Scott L's? Scott L, both of you.
Yeah, both of the Scott L's will work.
N Hill. And let's see here. WMG.
No,
Dot.
it's Willie Matt Glass. We
Listen,
can pronounce
you
the full
told me
name.
not to use full names.
Man, in this case, there's a short name on PayPal, but full name on YouTube. I just know the guy. He's from Netherlands.
Guys, did you see that? I was calling people's names, and Rick said, "Don't call their last name, just the first letter." So I changed, and I learned from the master.
And
And then I
immediately,
called an initial, and he says, "No, that's the whole guy's name."
Do as I say, not as I do.
and
Yeah,
And
you
here's
got
the
pranked,
country.
bro.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, WNG, I got you there. You guys are awesome.
Oh, and also real fast, Adrian, we were talking about before, want to say a big thank you again because he also helped with the Trident stream this week, getting a fair amount to the 110th Mechanized Brigade. So thank you again, Adrian.
Awesome. Once again, Adrian?
Yep, I think the same Adrian.
Adrian, you're a legend. Wow. You're also buying some super chats. And that's, yeah.
And he bought some pretty big super
a lot of
chats for the shills the other day too. So yeah, like again,
Yeah.
thank you very much, man.
Thank you for supporting many
Yeah, and
Ukrainian channels.
Adrian, if you're in here, please email me your preferred mailing address. Your flag's done.
Oh, guys, don't forget to like the stream. That helps with engagement. Some of you, I'm sure, forgot to like because I forget every time I come to Greg's stream or the shills, and then oh fuck, I forgot. And then I go to the chat and I ask you, I forgot. Have you forgot to like? I haven't, but I did. So I'm lying every time, but just making it up there.
Leslie B, 4 tickets.
Nice. Okay.
I did the B.
You did the B.
Oh,
Great job, man.
I love you, buddy.
oh, by the way, Rick,
Mm-hmm.
I just today, earlier I was on another stream. I had a stream with Yana and with James from Project Konstantin and from Why Ukraine the Last Alliance. And we tested out our first multi-stream across the same stream going to all 3 channels. So I know you're usually busy when I do my normal streams on Saturdays, but I don't remember if that was because of work or because of other things you have to do. But if you want to, we can try that out one of these days. I'd like to, get everybody in on that one of these days, kind of like what the shows do.
Okay. I'll try to.
Rick?
Though, yeah.
I'm going to do a community post right now on my channel, and give a link to your channel and tell everybody 1 more hour for today's raffle.
Awesome. Thanks.
Sweet.
By the way, was about to react to some message. Yeah, it was for Joran Roloffs. Thank you for being here, and have a good night if you're still here. Because Joran was saying good luck on the raffle, everyone. Gotta go to bed. Have a good night. Thank you. Joran, your flag is gonna be sent to you. Oh, I think Lila either did it yesterday or gonna do it tomorrow. Something like that. I know you're not in a hurry to get it, but anyway, I want to keep you informed if you could hear it. But yeah, I should have said that earlier. Shit, I'm getting really tired. Earlier. It's saying the opposite same things. There's something I wanted to ask Dylan about. And it's about the community of not the pro-Ukrainian streamers, but streamers like you, and Anna's actually also in that community.
You mean like political streamers?
Political streamers, yes. So you have Destiny there. Who else do you have there among those people?
Man, it depends, because there's like people who talk to each other, and then there's a bunch of people who have their little like fiefdoms, and they all stay isolated, but they talk about other people, but then they will talk to them because they're scared of interacting with other people because they might look stupid if they disagree with somebody and they're wrong. But there's Destiny, there's Vosh, there's Hasanabi, there's who else is there? There's my good friend I'm Really Important. I know there's Lonerbox. I did a piece with him on John Mearsheimer recently re-released. I'm very happy with that piece. There's I know there's Xander Hall, Hunter Avalon. There's all sorts of people.
How many of them are interested in Ukraine and in help in Ukraine?
I know Destiny is supportive of Ukraine. I know Vosh is supportive of Ukraine. Hassan, I don't want to open that can of worms. But there are people who are interested in it. It's just I don't think many of them are like it's their primary focus, or they know a tremendous amount or pay as much attention as we do. They're just kind of like passively like, yeah, Ukraine shouldn't have been invaded. Yeah, I guess we should help them. Yeah, that's their position. They just don't know all the details or specifics.
Why, thank you for 20 coffees. Now we're going to turn around and desert you. Great stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you. So, Dylan, I want to ask you, do you think we should work on getting some of them more of their attention to Ukraine, and maybe try to maybe not convince them of something, or maybe just to show something to them, show the truth, show more, and show how it is actually, it matters them, because the thing is, it might grow into some world war, because Ukraine is just the first step. What do you think?
There are, I mean, this is kind of like part of the focus of my work. I know that there's been a few people like Lonerbox, I think, is somebody who's been very good on this. We did a piece together on John Mearsheimer critiquing him and his beliefs about Ukraine and the war. Yeah, I do think it'd be good to get more people online, get more like political streamers supportive of Ukraine, or get them to focus on it more. It's just very difficult because streamers generally follow where the numbers are. And the numbers right now are on Israel-Palestine, or the numbers are on, say, the election, and the numbers are on all these other areas. And so it's difficult with all streamers. but particularly people who are stuck in the 24 hours news cycle to keep their eye on the ball. I think I'm the only political streamer that in depth covers the congressional aid fight, the fight over congressional aid. I have like 20, 25 videos or something going through like every development saying, okay, now these legislators have signed on, because, it's complicated and I'm very interested. And I realize like the legislative fight might not seem that interesting, but once $60 billion worth of equipment drops down, that's really important, but it's not flashy per se. So I've been trying to figure out ways to get them more interested. That's why I do my journalism, is partially to get people more interested, but also like, even if nobody gets interested, at least we have a historical record from it. But yeah, I think it would be useful. I think a lot of times though, it's a difficulty to fight for the headlines, to keep Ukraine in the conversation. And so, yeah, I'd like to continue to make sure that people fight to keep these people interested, because if they're not interested, they should be interested, because this is the largest war in Europe since World War II. It's not everybody was necessarily paying attention to history as it was happening, as we all assume after the fact. But like in the lead up to World War II, were people following Japanese developments in fucking China as they were taking Nanking and this and that and that? There were people who were, but how many? And how many were paying attention? They should have been paying attention. And that's something we got to be careful about.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, I don't know. I think why I ask this is I'm just thinking if I should try to get involved into that or not, because what Andrew is trying to do, he also wants to interact the bubbles, the pro-Ukrainian bubble streamers or bloggers, which we don't usually get many new streamers into the bubble, or some of them getting out into other bubbles. So he's trying to do that also, and I think he started hanging out on the panels more, he told me, right? So
yeah, he was on a panel with me, and it was about Ukraine too. But the problem is that there are not many people who want to debate or like go to like blows over Ukraine. In my experience, especially at least with me and my experience, but this is because I focus on this. I went there. And so I feel like in a lot of these conversations, people don't want to talk to me because it's like, well, I'm kind of at a disadvantage here. You've been there. You focus on this like nearly 24/7. This is like just one of my niche positions to get attention. So no, I don't want to talk to you about it. And so it's been quite difficult. I've even found I almost have to like ambush people. Recently, I hijacked one of my friend's stream loanerbox to debate somebody because they came in and said, basically no one died in Mariupol. And then I just blew in there. I was like, let's look at the numbers. But it's very difficult to set up those conversations anymore, because like it's really hard to defend the Russians if you're talking to anybody who knows what they're talking about. So in my experience, it's difficult. Maybe it'd be easier for a new face to get those conversations, though. But yeah, I mean, it'd be good to see more people interact in the space. But I got to say, you got to be careful, because like the space is slimy. The space is slippery. It's just like any gathering of streamers. The only difference is we're also talking about important issues, which makes the drama that much more infuriating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is actually the reason that I don't want to get involved into this, as you call it. Lettercat bought 20 coffees, second ticket, and I missed the end of the message. But oh, I got it in here. Awesome. Second ticket for the doll. Yes, I love it that much and really hope to win it. Please add the money from my tickets to the winning auction bid for the painting. Where is my friend? Please add the money from my tickets to the winning auction for the bid. Oh, you're making it more complicated, to be honest, Lettercat. I'm getting so like swamped into all these calculations, and oh, okay, I will do that, but please let's keep it more simple, okay? Because it's getting complicated, and I have so
Miriam,
many
4
different...
tickets.
Awesome.
Runar S, a ticket. Howard Wilson, 2. Bradley Hackworth. Oh, Bradley H. Crap. Bradley H, 2, and that gets me up to Leslie B4. So keeping up with it.
Okay, Lurkit.
But let me say though, it all depends on how you interact with the space and who you choose to interact with. Because ever since I've been focusing on Ukraine, I've been in so much less drama. Because like if somebody wants to talk about some drama stuff and I just want to talk about Ukraine, I'm like, well, this is boring. I'm going to leave, you know, because Dylan's not talking about how this streamer banked this streamer. Dylan's talking about, you know, drone technology. Now Dylan's talking about this now. And so it all depends on who you interact with. And how you interact with them and the extent of that interaction. So if you manage it well, you can generally try to stay pretty drama free, but some people are just drama whores and you just got to be careful with those people.
Mm-hmm. No, as for Hassan, you were talking that he is like pro-Ukraine, but you're not.
No, I didn't call him pro-Ukraine. You were saying, I thought you were just asking for political streamers.
Well, I was, no. Yeah, I was asking about political streamers. Sorry, that was my bad there. Someone has... it's Secai's.
You know what was weird, though?
No, we cannot hear you, Secai. We cannot hear you. Yeah.
He had a recent stream, and he had this, like... He had this Western... he had this, like, American teacher who taught in Ukraine for a year and had some friends here. And he had him come on stream to talk as, like... I mean, I don't know if the word is expert on Ukraine, but talk as somebody with authority on the issue. And he was just like on there and like just saying like, oh, well, you know, at the end of the day, most people don't really care. It doesn't really matter all that much who gets what territory at the end of the day, because, you know, it's for these people out in the countryside. The only difference is really going to be they pay less taxes to Russia. And it was just bizarre. I just don't understand. His need to go out of his way to get these people on his show to display these opinions. Why couldn't he just talk to, like, I don't know, somebody who lives there?
Oh yeah,
Hey man, don't be too logical, Dylan.
I think he won't ever want to speak to anyone who's from Ukraine, because it's too dangerous for him.
It was crazy because like the dude was even saying like Ukraine was captured almost like by like nationalist sentiment. Like if you speak to Ukrainians there, they'll say this, and it's like, dude, you don't even fucking live there. You were there for a year as a teacher. It was just bizarre seeing that's the #1 political streamer on Twitch. I just think that our standards are quite low, but his numbers have been sinking. His numbers have been sinking for a while. It used to be like, I don't know, like 30K a month. I think he's down to like 15K a month. So I don't know if it's just, you know, just the ebbs and flows. You know, hey, everyone peaks at some point, you know? It's about aging gracefully, I guess. Can Hassan do that?
Yeah. Papa Dodge, thank you for $10 super chat. Murphy once wrote, never argue with an idiot. People might not know the difference. Oh yeah, you're right. And I once have seen Destiny joining his stream, or Destiny, and trying to debate him, and how he it wasn't Destiny, it was the other guy. Can you remind me who that was?
There's a lot. Vosh, maybe?
News what? Sorry.
Vosh, was his name Vosh trying to debate him?
No, not Vosh. It was someone else. Then after that he joined Destiny. Oh, it was actually after our reaction video. The dude went to Hassan and he criticized Hassan about the video, about his reaction on the reaction video.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Willie Mack. And then he debated him. And then when it got to the topic of, I think, Ukraine and me, like, they just completely skipped it. Hassan skipped it and just kept going. And talked about everything else but that.
Yeah, but he was like...
He's not that stupid.
Guy. Yeah, and he was pushing the guy. He was kind of bullying him during that debate. And the dude got just bullied by Hassan. Hassan is very good at bullying. Yeah, Greg, you want to
let me answer a couple questions in your chat. Leslie B, Greg, how is our brigade doing? Our battalion. So we adopted the second brigade, rifle battalion of the 3rd Assault Brigade, and you guys know that when we first adopted them, they had to roll into Avdiivka too early, and we had 500 guys full. 500 went in, 230 came out, so we lost 270 heroes that were on the battlefield too early. But we've reconstituted and strengthened that back up. We've completely supplied them. That was about a $56,000 aid drop initially, and we will be dropping them 28 drones here within the next 2 weeks. Our huge drone project. That you guys will be seeing that, and they're in some tough battles, guys. Some very tough battles, but they're heroes and doing an amazing job. Morale is good. You come to me to tell you the truth. A lot of time I spend on the front. Their morale is good. I will not say excellent. I will say it's good. They just need supplies. That's the bottom line. They know they're loved. They know they're cared for. They're fighting their rear ends off, but they need supply. So that's good. Zhenya's doing well. He moved his family. They were living on the 16th floor of an apartment building, and a couple of strikes were just a little too close. He has small daughters, so they have relocated to a lower floor just to be a little luckier. If it hits, it's hitting. There's nothing you can do about it. But there's a difference between living on the 16th floor and living on the lower floor. So he has relocated his family. They're happy. And he's getting ready to head back out east for an aid drop. Additionally, James from Ukraine has a buddy coming in that's renting a car and just spending a week in Ukraine and wants to drop some aid, but they really didn't have locations to go to. So Zhenya is going to help them and make some contacts for them. And this is the beauty of it. Everybody working together. So that's the answers on that. Papa Dutch in here dropping you super chats. He's a legend. Thank you, Papa Dutch. I'm always ready to collaborate with anybody. Let's see. There was one more thing I wanted to comment on. Oh yeah, it was somebody in here. I'm sorry, I forgot the name. It's up in the chat somewhere. But you were saying, maybe the next time you do a raffle, Greg, you can do a collaboration, have somebody manage the spreadsheet for you. And let me tell you, my wife will be managing the spreadsheet. I'm telling you right now. I will pump a monitor into her little desk, and because if I had to be maintaining content right now, Rick, this is why you're really impressive, dude. And that's a compliment. If I had to be maintain content while doing the spreadsheet simultaneously, I'm a musician and a multitasker, but that's a little bit pushing it for me.
Well, man, this is why 30 to 40% of my stream is just me sitting and filling the spreadsheet and commenting on it. It's not maybe that interesting, but that's important anyway.
Additionally, before I'm quiet again, Adrian did just send me an email, and I'm just going to quote it. I mean, he's got other stuff in here. I won't. It's private, but he says, and if you insist on sending the flag, my address is Adrian. Yes, I insist on sending you a flag.
That's a good question to you, Greg, from Lynn. Asked there in the chat. She was asking it for 3 times, I think. It's about Buy Me a Coffee membership. You got
yes, Lynn. That is on my list to do. I will show it to you tonight.
People want to become your member.
Yeah,
Here,
as this show. Yeah, here's the list to do.
Not big enough.
And it's in there.
It bigger.
So it will be coming. For the last couple of days, I've been working really hand in hand with Pete. So Pete and I have become very personal friends. I've talked to Pete all day long, and the loss of the firefighter, Vova's father, was extremely difficult for him. For Pete, of course, for Vova and the family. But this one hit Pete pretty hard. So Pete and I have been talking nonstop, and Pete will be on with me tomorrow night live at 5 Eastern for an hour or so. So yes, the memberships are coming, Lynn. Thank you for that. It's on the list. Greg, Robert Baggio, how close are you to finishing the 4 snatch vehicles? Officially, we're at $210,000 of the 260. Officially. Remember, you're working with our nonprofit here, and
So
our
it's not
guys,
updating right away, right?
our
You mean
guys,
that?
they don't play, guys. We run this through our church nonprofit. If you give a penny goes. There is no admin fees. There's no staff. You're not paying a corporation. It's not going down the Red Cross toilet bowl. It's getting to the people, but it takes days to catch up. You guys are just donating and doing such wonderful jobs, and it's not just electronic. We actually receive. We have quite a few donors now here in the U.S. that actually send checks. I know out there for some of you, it's hard to believe, but they actually send checks in the mail. But they will email us and say, okay, listen, guys, I'm just going to be honest with you. We've had people take draws off their retirement to make donations. That's how much they believe in standing with Ukraine, where they're sacrificing their own retirement, living in the United States, basically safe, happy. We have our own issues in America, but we're not in the middle of a war where you could have your home destroyed tomorrow. And they're even pulling from their own retirement because they believe in what is happening in Ukraine is right for Ukraine to stand for truth and freedom, and for all of us that are partnering together to help them. So it takes days to process. I can tell you this, though, guys, there's getting ready to be a significant jump. There's some stuff in the mail. So I'm really believing in 2 weeks we're going to have this project done. 2 more weeks.
This is good.
Yes, we've already initiated the documentation. It's all done. Deposit, communicating with the companies, export companies, licensing, all of our internal Ukrainian documents, red tape. We've already got all the red tape taken care of. So it's imminent. Thank you.
Just wanted to mention the super chat from Black Cat 30.99. I don't know, is it Australian dollars? It's $30.99. I cannot see where you can find what currency it is. But anyway, it says, first live I've caught in a while. When did Ukraine get super chats?
Sorry, I just wanted to check that everyone can hear me again.
We can hear you, but the sound is not good.
Okay.
So yeah, the super chat, I just tried the trick again and it worked this time. So I don't know, maybe it was there the whole time and it just didn't fit the certain how do you call it? Demands. My channel didn't have that, but maybe they really added the function. So yeah, here are the super chats. Thank you for that one. Also a big one from Papa Dutch. I'm retired, but this matters. Rick, I like the Nuffle patch. Awesome, man. Which one? The pineapple? Yeah, guys, by the way, I still haven't reminded you about the the Nuffle truck, which is going pretty slowly, I must say. Let's watch. What do we have here? 27 donations. It's 15% in 2 weeks. 16%. We got to 100% for the previous one in 2.5 weeks. So the speed is low, so we need to boost it up. Please buy yourself some patches, and with this you'll be saving lives of some soldiers of the 3rd Assault Brigade, 2nd Battalion, Lumiere Group. There's still $200 from me to send there for the patches for Lettercat and Armand, but but we need more. And I'm gonna be, of course, advertising this campaign anywhere I can, to like on any stream I will be. But anyway, just wanted to to thank you once again, Papa Dutch, for $50 super chat. Also need to finish the raffle for Mot and Kadol in just 5 minutes. So guys, if you wanted to buy a ticket, you can do it in the next 5 minutes, or that's it. We're finishing on with that. And another super chat from Papa Dutch. Whichever one, I think Greg has my address. You're talking about NAFO patches or what? Or maybe you're talking about this one or what? I am confused because yes, I have some. I don't know. Papa Dutch, please specify. Greg, do you know what Papa Dutch is talking about?
No, I know Papa Dutch well. He's such a generous person, caring here. I know what state he's in. Once again, that memory smashing me in the head. I know you're in Kentucky, Papa Dutch. You know, when I lay down to go to sleep at night, I look at everybody's face, and I don't know what you guys all look like unless you have your face in your YouTube, and I feel like Adrian Monk on Monk. And your I just think about your home locations. So no, I don't. If I do have his specific address, it's in a list somewhere, but please send it again, Papa, or just send it directly to Rick, or you can email me and I'll get it to him. Kelly W, I got your 2 tickets. Miriam, got your 2. Laura Solero. Oh crap. Laura S. Dude, I've gotta do something. I'm sorry, guys. I really have got to do something, and I don't know what to do. Laura, here, that's what I need. I need that. Laura, I've got it down now. When I get to the last name, I'm just gonna go Laura. Yeah, exactly.
No, man. You gotta make it a dolphin sound. Like the dolphin sound.
I just can't help it. I mean, so I've got everything, you know. So we're good, Laura. There you go. All right. At least I'm making you smile tonight, buddy. So Laura S. got your 10 tickets as well. So guys, thank you. We are up to 164 raffle tickets bought. When it comes time for the raffle in about 32 minutes, I think that's the time Rick said, I will take out Adrian's 79. No, I'm going to take out all 80, Adrian. I'm sending you your flag. I know you're in the chat. If you will approve of that, since I'm sending you one, that will get...
I think your memory got you down.
No, Memphis, Tennessee, but he has mentioned Kentucky in the chat. I'm telling you, somewhere. Maybe messaging me somewhere. It's in my brain. Memphis is Tennessee. Maybe I'll just pull all of LJ.
Kelly W bought 20 coffees for NAFO truck. Do you also want a raffle ticket, Kelly W? With that, you can buy one. Thank you. Adrian said sure.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, LJ Boone, you have 4 tickets.
Mm-hmm. KFC maybe? Well, what are you talking about? You were talking about the chicken before. Los Polos Hermanos? Maybe?
Wait, we're back on the chicken?
Do you know that one?
I know that El Pollo Loco.
No, I didn't get busted, Ronnie. I'm telling you, the man wrote Kentucky somewhere.
Well, Los Polos Hermanos is the one from Breaking Bad.
Mm-hmm.
Gustavo Fring.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Somewhere, Papa Dutch. You said Kentucky. Somewhere.
You should have just stuck to the chicken.
Yeah. Say mine.
Yeah, KFC. That's it. Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But you agree that Popeyes is better than KFC, though, right?
Oh, there's no question, brother. And if you really want to start playing, let's go and talk about Bojangles a little bit.
Amen. Okay, I will agree with the Bojangles.
Bro, let's go into Bojangles and talk about a good chicken biscuit for breakfast.
If Bojangles ever arrives in Ukraine, that'll be the same day Russia as a state collapses.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I've got a question, and it's going to be one that you guys are either going to love or hate. Jollibee. Have you ever had it? Their chicken.
I begam. Everyone is
Nope.
calling you Gabi.
Okay.
And I want to thank you for 50
I
gifted
have
memberships.
not.
That's huge. Thank you. Tadam or badoomts.
I'm not even sure I've heard of that, Secai.
The reason I said you'll either love it or hate it is because it's I think it's a very West Coast thing. It's a Filipino chicken joint brand that has been growing in the U.S. for the last 8 years or so. And it's not bad. It's mostly grilled chicken. I prefer fried.
Guys, Kelly W. I need your answer there. Oh, I still gotta put the ticket for Linda H, and then we gotta do the raffle. Can you please prepare the timer, Secai?
Coughed at just the wrong time. Yes, I can. 1 sec.
Coffin Ukrainians, the unofficial name of the stream. Well, not all of us Ukrainians, only me. Wow.
Yes, AJ, there was a song called Mr. Bojangle.
I was going to say, Greg, at the very least, counts as an honorary Ukrainian. The rest of us haven't earned that title. At least I don't feel. Well, yeah.
Well, you
know.
guys support it like crazy, and it's very, 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 very welcomed. I promise you. And in Ukrainians' eyes, you guys, Ukrainian. I've just worked inside of Ukraine for 26 years and have spent over 4 years of my life inside Ukraine. So I'm adopted. But everyone in the world that is standing with Ukrainians consider you family. I promise you.
Yep. Okay.
All right, I got the timer ready. Let me know when to press start.
Well, ain't that
Thank
cool?
you.
Okay, I've got to add that from my stream, a high-tech countdown clock.
That's just from Google, I think. That's a Google timer.
Yeah.
Rick's stepping up my production game here, so I'm learning. This was the goal here. Got all these flags. I said, Rick, please let me come on your stream and learn how to do this from you, and then I'll feel confident do it on my own.
You're very good at irony, man. Anyway,
Oh, and I've got the noise turned off, so our ears won't be blown out.
Nice one.
Wait, I wonder if mine is working. Wait. Let's do this one. Let's see if I can make a sad trombone work. Oh, no, it's not working. Never mind.
Okay, I just got one more donation. Ah, no, it's not. Okay, NAFO truck, guys. If you want to donate for the NAFO truck, please do it through the link that's in the description of the stream, because that's complicated from my side to throw it from the PayPal to my card, and there's another currency, so it's a bit complicated. So please try to do it through this page. You can use many options. You see there's credit card and PayPal, Apple, Google Pay, so forth, Ideal, Ban Connect, IBAN, crypto, many options there. So please try to do it there. But $20 from Fraser for the NAFO truck. Thank you, Fraser. It's just for the future, the encouragement for the future.
This is why I'm going nuts. I've got that screen, that screen, that screen, that one, and that one. I'm going to get some help when I do this on my own. I promise you.
Man, I'm jealous of your setup. I mean, I've got 3 screens as well, but man, you got the audio console, you got multiple cameras and angles. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
I've got good guys helping me. I've been really blessed. Let me just put it that way, guys. I've been really, really blessed. You know, when COVID hit in 2019 and early 2020, Pennsylvania really locked down. That's my home state. And so our church was not able to do what we do normally for months and months and months. So I just started this little podcast. And had 10, 15 viewers, and talk about current events. And people were watching because they couldn't go anywhere. We were locked down. And then Russia was building up on the border. And I had my partner Zhenya on the very moment that the first missile hit and the tanks rolled across the border. And I made a commitment there. I said, okay, buddy, we're going to help, because now I felt like I was attacked. We're on the screen right when it's happening. We're all crying, and it's just unbelievable what was happening. You made the commitment. And then when we finished that stream, Zhenya and I were talking, said, okay, man, this will be like 7 to 10 days. And then Putin will take his tanks home and the world will stabilize. Yeah, 773 days later, 774, sorry, we're still rolling. And we're only going to roll until victory. So my buddy lives about a half hour from here over in Ohio. I'm on the western side of PA. And he called me. He works at another place down the road. We had been friends, but he actually works he's a broadcast engineer and the network engineer. And got a really, just a lot of contacts and stuff. And he called me. He says, Greg, your content is fantastic, but your stream sucks. You look terrible. Your mic is horrible. Your cameras, what are you doing? I said, dude, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm looking in the camera and talking. He goes, I'm going to help you. So it started a relationship. And now I do like a once a month program for his company. And basically about technology and streaming and all of this stuff for houses of worship. And they supply all my gear. So we've got a good little partnership going. So it's been a blessing.
Greg, also,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, a little off topic, but I had something I want to ask you. Are you, this isn't directly related to Ukraine, but another important topic I wanted to ask you about. Are you familiar with a group in Washington, D.C.? It is an organization, the BJC, the Baptist Joint Committee.
I have heard of them within the last 12 months,
Okay.
but I'm not familiar. And where I heard about them was actually in DC. Those initials I remember absolutely. I was there at the Ukrainian embassy, and we were meeting with a lot of you guys know, with the senators and House of Reps members and Ukrainian military and the ambassador and all that jazz. And they were asking for thoughts, comments. They were looking at policy and wanting to talk to Americans that had actually been there. And they were really looking for Americans that spoke the language, and I speak the language. So I got into those meetings, and that's actually, then I went back to the embassy, and we were having Ukrainian Kids Week, and there was a joint coalition of all these individual groups that came as well, and they were one of them. But that's my extent of knowledge on them.
Okay. The reason I ask is because that particular group I'm aware of as being one of the few, not only, but openly Christian secularist organizations in Washington, D.C. So, you know, everyone here is secular. They immediately just think atheist or something like that, or rejecting religion altogether. But of course, people forget there are plenty of religious people who do believe in a separation of church and state, you know.
Start the timer sent by, Secai.
Oh, perfect. Okay, let me start the timer now. Anyway, I just wanted to know if you had any contact with them. Thanks.
No, just I was at a meeting where they had representatives there, but I don't know them.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, this modern gun
Gotcha.
will go to one of you guys in just 45 seconds. Let me just put it in here. And no, we're not going to be sitting in silence because I never shut up. Only if other guests... Oh, other guests? I'm not a guest. I'm a host. Only when guests are speaking. But when mic is in my hand, I can basically talk about me not shutting up for a minute to fill in the void.
Well, I was also going to say, since my sound effects aren't working, do you have a
oh shit!
Victory sound or something for when it hits zero?
No, not
Greg?
yet. But we'll ask Greg to do it.
Like an
4,
appropriate
3,
sound.
2, 1. Let me go press the button. 28. Number 28 is the winner today. And we go there and we see number 28, Laura S. is winning.
Right.
This one, Laura. You
Congratulations.
got your Motanka. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Don't do wop 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 wow. Come on, go for the badoots or something like that.
Yeah.
I couldn't help
Yeah.
it. It's the first button I could get to. Secai put me under pressure. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what to do because,
Not bad.
okay, guys, somebody, and I know this is an honest crew here, but somebody went on Buy Me a Coffee and bought 3 tickets, but you left your name as generic someone. So I have put 3 tickets for someone into the raffle. If that is you, I completely trust all you guys. Someone bought 3 tickets.
Laura, please
Put down
contact me on
Gonzalo Lira
Discord.
for those 3.
Okay, Gonzalo Lira, got it.
Yeah, why not?
That's good.
On Buy Me a Coffee, I think it automatically shows just like someone.
It does, unless they put their name in. So I just need
Yeah.
that person. If someone wins, I'm going to need your name, and I'm just going to trust you.
Okay.
This is a trust community.
Dylan, first thing you come to Ukraine, let's meet up and do a stream at some restaurant. What do you think? Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, I muted myself so you don't hear the funny French police cars.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know about a restaurant, but we certainly can do a stream together. It's just doing streams in restaurant, like you have to figure it out on your phone, and like the tech's not very good, and but we can figure out some stream for sure.
No, I'm doing them constantly from restaurants lately. I figured it all out, and it works fine. People like it.
Okay, I'd be happy doing a stream from a restaurant. I also have a small studio in Kiev. We could do a stream from.
I just want to buy you a dinner. That's what I'm talking about.
Aww,
You know what? You bought me a dinner. I'm just
That's so sweet.
got you.
Yeah.
But I will say,
Greg is trying to pass on that subtle kiss.
Rick tried to buy me a dinner, and we wouldn't let him. So he did try.
Yeah, I did
You
try,
did.
but
Yeah, I'm fatter. I'll eat the food.
yeah,
Dylan, when will you be back in Ukraine?
1 week. I am in France right now. I just landed this morning, so I'm
Right.
on my way.
How long will you be there for?
Well, originally I was only going to be there for a month, and then I was going to have to come back for a tiny bit because I was being recruited by the Andy Kim campaign. Well, not recruited by the Andy Kim campaign, but recruited by a political organization helping the Andy Kim campaign, who was running against the Goldman Sachs candidate who was trying to get rid of him because he's a big anti-corruption guy, and I'm a big anti-corruption guy.
Beautiful.
But now I might be going to Montana to help John Tester try to get reelected because the Democrats want to control the Senate. We don't want to have any problem. I don't want to have any problems when it comes to Ukraine aid. Democrats are the ones that have been most consistent on it. So I think they should control the chambers of power. That's not the only reason. I'm also a registered Democrat, but but that's all been canceled for now, at least. So for now, for the foreseeable future.
Well, hopefully our paths cross there. That would be cool in Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, and also, definitely thank you for helping hold the line in the American Northwest because for anyone unfamiliar, especially places like Idaho and some parts of Wyoming. Thank you for helping hold the line a little in Montana.
Montana. Well, I hope I get. I don't know. It's wherever they tell me I'm needed. That's where I'll probably end up going because I just want to help wherever I can do the most help. But I think John Tester will win re-election. He's pretty popular. I'm worried about Larry Hogan running for Senate in my own state. That's what I'm worried about because he's popular enough he might take it. But he also he's really supportive of Ukraine, so I don't think that should be a problem. But yeah, he is very popular.
Yeah.
I like that super chat from.
You know what's
Papa
interesting
Dutch.
is I was getting ready to ask you, Dylan, if you didn't mind sharing what region of the country you're from, but you just answered it for me. So
I'm from Maryland, born and
I
raised.
got that. As soon as you dropped Larry Hogan in my state, I got you. Well, I'm not too far from you, bro. I'm down in DC quite a bit. In fact, I'll be down there again. Well, you're in France, now in Ukraine, but our paths will cross for sure. Look forward to it.
Yeah. I love Baltimore, DC. My mother was a DC resident. My grandparents raised me. They worked in DC as federal employees all my life. I got fed in my blood. What was that?
You an Orioles fan?
You know, I was always taken to Washington Nationals. I was always taken to Washington Nationals. My grandfather would get the free tickets from his work at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing because he was a machinist. He worked on the CNC machines.
Gotcha. Nothing wrong with Nats. Nothing wrong.
You ever wandered over and explored Fort Carroll when you were growing up? If you were ever in that area, that part of Maryland?
I don't think I have. Honestly, the best time I had in DC, it was honestly very recently. It was St. Patty's Day. It was 1 a.m. and nobody was at the National Monuments, and they were all open. You could walk straight up to Lincoln. Nobody's there. I was smoking up next to Lincoln. I was having a great time looking out across DC. Middle of the night, no one there to bother me. It was great.
Man, that sounds awesome. At the same time, though, it makes me realize, damn, everyone would rather just be drinking on St. Patty's Day than checking out national monuments, which...
That's part of it. It's 1 a.m. on St. Patty's Day. I knew everyone would be too wasted to be checking out the Lincoln Memorial at 1 a.m., and it was a good bet.
Right.
It's totally not following anything what you're talking about.
The Americans have colonized the stream.
Yeah,
exactly.
We've
yankified. Ukrainian Anna went to sleep, and she needs that. And I really am wishing her to have a good sleep this time. We have a funny one from Papa Dutch, $5 super chat. No matter what Rick says, he's not as bad as my widow. She never stopped and could talk a starving coyote out of a dead rabbit.
That's good.
That's a good one, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a few messages here. Okay, I've got a question for you, Rick, that came in. And I've got a message from Leathercat. I forgot to let you know that she did let me know that the Floki packs arrived and she received it.
Fuck yeah. I'm so happy for you, Leathercat.
And she's saying that if we want, that she could join us on the stream.
Awesome. More Americans here? I mean, why not? What the hell?
Total Yankoid victory.
That's a lot of excitement in Rick's voice.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
More Americans, yay.
Yes, football. I did watch them Skins game. It was pretty good. Just completely lost.
Alright, so Leathercat, if you are listening, I think you should still have the link from last time. If not, just message me and I'll get that to you. Let's see.
So sorry to change. I know this is not so much what you guys do, but
maybe show the flag once again.
I will. But 3 direct hits on the outer casing of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant down there in Negrodar.
I read that like 15 minutes ago, and they didn't say who it was from. They didn't say what direction it came from. They just said 3 hits.
3 hits, Russia accusing Ukraine, Ukraine accusing Russia. So we know Russia did it because Ukraine will not strike a nuclear power plant, period. But we're playing with fire, guys. I'm telling you, and I know this is not what we're doing here tonight, but please listen to me. We're that close to a disaster of unbelievable proportion. I was just on the Dnipro Dam there in Zaporizhia with the largest hydroelectric power plant there in Ukraine. And I'm telling you, I don't care what you read, what you see. One more missile had hit between the 2 strikes, and I was standing on the strikes. The dam would have busted. And the water was high enough where there would have been a break. It would have come through. It was that close. So between that a few weeks ago and now, playing with fire there at Energodar, guys, just keep doing what we're doing. None of us are jumping over to Energodar right now, so we're doing what we're doing right here, right now, and keep supporting the truth, keep sharing, keep helping, because it's a very, very ugly war.
The Russians will always say that Ukraine did it because Russians
absolutely
blame Ukraine on everything they do. That's a fucking stuff.
So I've been in Nikopol many times, and from Nikopol you look right across, and I'm looking at Energodar because that's where I love to go there, actually, to look across at it, because it's, you know, it's so important. You know, there are certain places in this war that are very, very important just for people's knowledge sake. A lot of the places I go, you'd never know about them or hear of them, or I can't even tell you where we go. But when you think of places like Bucha and Irpin and Kostomo, and of course you think of Mariupol, and but one of those places definitely is Energodar. So the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plants had so much news, and rightfully so. And then of course Novokakhovka, Antonivsky Bridge. If you notice, a lot of these stories that are so popular and so sticking to your mind are key infrastructure places. The Novokakhovka Dam, the Antonivsky Bridge, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the Dnipro hydroelectric dam. It's very important we pay attention to these things, because we're really close to an ecological disaster that's crazy.
It was really bad, and I was there for the Kherson floods. I reported on the Russian shelling of aid workers. We documented it. It was a PMC connected to the head of the Crimean occupation. But I remember, so it really is important to keep these dams functional, because once the flooding starts, while people did what they could, the response was very haphazard. It was very quick. I mean, I know people who went on the water with boats that didn't work simply because the communication was so terrible, and then people got injured over it but they were doing what they could with what they had. People still drowned in their homes, disabled people, elderly people who couldn't get out at the time. 20,000 animals drowned to death, according to the environmental health minister. These dams were built to sustain or survive, in many instances, like a nuclear war. And so nobody can tell me like it's an accident. Nobody can tell me it was an oopsie doopsie if these dams just explode when they were made to, again, survive a nuclear war. And I remember the Russians bringing on, I believe it was like some infrastructure. It was some like architectural expert on dams. I don't know the specific term in Russian, but they brought him on, and he said, so what happened to this dam? And I guess they must have forgot that, like, to like brief him on what he was supposed to say beforehand, or they just brought on like a real expert by accident. And he just said, yeah, this had to have been blown up from the inside. Like structurally, it only makes sense that it could have been blown up from the inside. And so then the host, kind of looking baffled, said, well, maybe the Ukrainians swam up the river and then like snuck inside the dam. And it was just bringing up these like crazy plans. I forgot why I was talking, but I was just saying the importance of these dams. But about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, I was in Mykolaiv to try to deliver like animal food, or like just like stuff for animals that had been injured near the front, because a lot of people left their pets behind, and people made a lot of like de facto animal shelters. I know UA Animals, which people should go donate to. They do a lot of important work. They made an animal shelter in Kherson when the animals were fleeing the flooding. And when we were going down there, I was in Mykolaiv at the start of the Kherson counteroffensive. And we were in there as the Russians were just randomly shelling the city center, killed a lot of civilians that day. It was an awful day, but sleeping for the next 72 hours was near impossible. And the next day we were on the side of the river looking out to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant on the other side. We could see those red lights that glow during the nighttime, if you've seen it. And the firing that night was so heavy. I kept getting woken up in the middle of the night. There were explosions happening right next to it. I counted 50 explosions in a 30-second time period. The shelling during that offensive was so heavy. But there's always the threat of like purposeful, like boom, somebody struck it to try to cause a disaster. But I also am very worried about just pure human error and brinksmanship. You know, playing footsie with disaster, then falling into disaster. Most people would not knowingly start a nuclear war knowing it would annihilate everyone. But it is much easier for us to think of a scenario where somebody does it to get an advantage, messes up, causes an accident, and now you're in a nuclear war. And I feel very similarly about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, where people could be playing footsie with it to try to like use it as leverage, and then boom, one mistake and you don't know. Now, these, of course, are made a lot better than like the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. RKBM reactors are, they're a thing of the past. But it's still the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. And if there was a disaster, which with enough effort you could create a disaster, it would not just affect Ukraine. It would not just affect Russia. It would affect like half of Europe, if not more.
Yeah, in fact, just to add on to that, Rick, I see you. I popped the map up there for you, just so you guys. And I know we typically don't do this kind of stuff on Rick's stream,
But why
but I
not?
want you to understand something
Why
here.
do I highlight a cat?
Hey, Leathercat.
Hi.
Let me show you this right here, guys. So the dam I'm referring to is right here. Now, Energodar is right here, what Dylan was talking about. But the river comes down from Kyiv and actually starts up near Chernobyl and the old Chernobyl comes down. It's a massively wide river here, guys. In some places, a kilometer and a half wide. And the dam from here back, of course, the water is extremely full. Below it, most released out in the water well below levels. But the dam almost, I'm telling you, that close to being busted. If it had busted, the water would have come this way. And it will if it's busted. So I was actually right in this area, right? I mean, I can zoom in for you and show you exactly. I was in Snigorivka. Okay, so I want to pull back to here, though. So I was right here dropping some aid in Snigorivka. And a lot of rivers come up this way, for like the Ingolets. And this is Kherson, this is Mykolaiv, what Dylan was just talking about, Novokakhovka, which he is referring to. So I was here actually with the mayor of this city, and we were doing some work together and was there with his people, his team. And this was right after that dam had been hit. And they were already put on alert in the government because if it had busted, and that's this one from a couple weeks ago, the water would have come so heavy down that it would have went down the basin here, but not only, it would have spilled on into Russian occupied territory right now, and they don't care, folks. All they want to do is destroy, but it would have really pushed down this way, and it would have backed up so heavy here, it would have went up, all the way up into Snigorivka and even beyond, and all of this would be flooded. That's how much water would be, we're talking about. Complete devastation. Novokakhovka, the flooding was basically held to that area. So just imagine if we increased it to that. And that's the difference. So I'll stop sharing that screen.
That still is unfortunately may happen.
Oh, it
in Russia
very well could happen.
I think the probability of that is too high. It's really close to 100%. So, guys, you will see more disasters in Ukraine because that's fucking Russia. They don't care about anything. That's a terrorist
Papa Dutch
state.
Good super chat there. That's correct. They do. The Kremlin doesn't care.
Russia doesn't care. Really, I think that among the orcs, the Muscovites, there's two thoughts. One, we destroy a bunch of stuff and then we never fix it because all we really care about is the resources we can steal, not making people's lives better. You know, this is an annexation for power, not to do anything that improves anyone's lives. We all recognize that this is horribly destroying people's lives. And two, even if they don't take territory, like the whole of Ukraine, like they wanted to at the beginning of this war, basically, I think the way the Russians look at it is if they keep the coastline and they can build military presence all across what they currently have illegally occupied, and at the same time ruin the Ukrainian economy, you know, they see it as a way to just send a message and try to weaken Ukraine after this war is over if they manage to keep territory. So it's insidious and it's really horrible with either scenario.
I don't want to engage in too much speculation. When I do engage in speculation, I like to market a speculation because I think it's important. But there's like two minds I have about it. The first one is I think is the obvious like military implication. If you make Ukraine impossible to live in, then people will try to leave either through illegal or legal means. If you make it impossible to find work, if you make it impossible to get electricity, if you make it impossible for people to feel that their kids are safe, like people will choose their family safety a lot of times over national sentiment. And that doesn't mean they don't care about national sentiment. That just means that when you make somebody choose between those two things, not everybody's going to choose, I will continue to do the thing that is personally hurting me and my family right now for this future goal. Not everybody will make that decision. And so I think a lot of the goal is, speculation of course, to make it so more people leave. So that conversation we had about you need like 3-4 taxpayers or something to pay for every soldier on the front, they can make that math harder and harder and harder and harder to sustain the war effort. Not only draft people, but have people who pay taxes so you can pay the salaries and pay the uniforms costs and everything else of the people who are fighting. I think the second thing is, I mean, if Ukraine is independent by the end of this, Russia might rather point to a burning husk of a country than one that is immediately successful and prosperous, because he wouldn't want to send a message of, hey, look, you break off from the Ruski Mir and you might actually succeed. They don't want to have a similar Polish success story in Ukraine, I think. But that is even more speculation. I would call it even more speculation.
Well, to throw a little fuel on your fire, and Dylan, I respect you so highly for being in Ukraine and helping so much and returning right now. So your opinion's extremely valid.
And it was a
respected.
big one. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
But let me just finish this, Rick. In certain areas, Dylan, we're there now. And you'll see it now going back. In certain areas, it's unlivable.
Yeah, already.
Already unlivable.
Mm.
I mean, if you live in a place like Chasiv Yar, you just can't live there anymore. It's impossible.
No.
You have to.
Done. Chasiv Yar is done. I was just in Chasiv Yar weeks ago. Chasiv Yar is done. It's just a matter of time.
I was in Chasiv Yar filming a documentary about an aid worker called Dima, and I'm so fascinated with this guy. I'm really excited when I finally get to release this thing. I was there like a few months ago, and it was like they were trying to evacuate people. It already looked bad. I saw recent footage. I didn't know it could get even worse. Like, is the one store that's still open, has it finally closed?
No, it is on the western side. It's still open, but it's done. It's done, dude. Eastern Chasiv Yar is Bakhmut. So whatever your mental pictures are of Bakhmut or Avdiivka, Eastern Chasiv Yar is already finished, and now they're trying to branch with their artillery and drones. Not trying, they are. Across the little chasm there where the little forest strip is, and getting into East Central. But Eastern Chasiv Yar it's destroyed.
We were going from house to house talking to people, just like handing out cards, like, if you want to evacuate, call this number, we'll have somebody out come out, because the people who are left now are the people who are too stubborn to leave, feel like there's nothing for them anywhere else, like everything is in this village, like the whole family's buried there, or they're straight up waiters. Those are like the three groups of people. And because of the perception of those people, of the people who stay behind, the ones that are not waiters, a lot of times feel like they're viewed as waiters by the local soldiers who are having to like fight around them and work around them. And we were going, and every time we'd go from house to house to house to talk to these people, try to get them to leave, the shelling on the western side of Chasiv Yar was really bad. Like, shells missing us by not that, like, we were there 5 minutes ago, we're there, we walk away, 5 minutes later, that place is hit. It's just like constant shelling of Chasiv Yar. I don't know how anybody was living it, but I mean, I remember when I was in Avdiivka, I saw people walking around with bandages over their back, shirtless, just taking a stroll. There's people who are determined to live as if nothing is happening, or live as normally as they can where they've always have.
Yeah, well, it's been their home. You won't. You will even be surprised by what you see in Konstantinivka on the east side, which would be your access point down into Chasiv Yar. You'll be surprised at how much damage has increased since you were there last.
Guys,
it's gonna shock.
City, they will destroy all the
Donetsk
Oblast. It will happen in 2 years. You won't see anything remaining of Kramatorsk and Slavyansk. Unfortunately, that's inevitable because we won't have enough powers to stop the attacks because they're also conscripting 300,000 more cannon fodder pieces, and we still don't have F-16, and we will luckily have them by the end of the summer, and only like 10% that we need this year. Zelensky confirmed it. So we need, and it's just a drip. And next year we won't have even 15% of F-16 we need. We will basically probably have around 25. So this destruction will be going at the same pace. Let's hope not faster, but at the same pace it's going to be going for the next 2 years at least. I know that Dylan is loud, but I can actually adjust Dylan down there. Dylan, can you say something? Muted.
Sorry, I have a finicky mouse. 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello, hello.
What about now?
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Sounds good.
Too quiet. What about now?
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's our level now. Thank you.
I am a Pan Maryland nationalist. Works?
Yes. Nice.
Okay, good. Delaware
I think
shouldn't
that's a
exist.
joke because I'm not an American. But
That was the first state in the Union, boy.
We were the old
Bastard.
line state. We saved the Union. Nobody respects it, but we did. I'm just Rick is completely lost at this
yeah.
America lore.
yeah.
Wait, isn't Joe Biden from Delaware?
Joe Biden was a senator from Delaware.
Oh, okay. He was
Yeah.
senator there.
Oh,
Anyway.
I like how you spelled Russia there, Murdsy. Let's call it like this, Russia.
Mitch Ashdown, I've already told you guys you will not see an F-16 in Ukraine before September.
Yeah, luckily, but
I'm telling you, and even then,
Yeah,
but okay,
man. 6 minutes
Listen.
ago, we had to
Okay.
finalize your raffle.
yeah. So we're
you see
I'm,
what's
I
working
don't want
on
to go
the streams.
It's very complex picture, guys.
Do you see
very complex.
that it's really hard to keep everything going in time here on these streams? This is why I'm going for 8 hours, because there are so many good, interesting conversations that I don't want to interrupt. Thank you for them, guys. And also, chat is blowing with the super chats and gifted memberships, and
Yeah, I'm ready
donations are
for the
coming
raffle.
in. So yeah, let's do the raffle. Who's giving me the timer this time? Secular Secai. No, Secular Secai is on my
yeah.
mini auction.
Yeah, you don't have to put it up now. I just was setting that up in case we want Leathercat to talk a bit about the paintings later.
Yeah, but I thought you will pull up the timer. May I ask you to pull up the
Oh.
timer, please, for the raffle?
Yeah, sorry, I was doing that.
My
That'd be-
raffle.
Yeah, for your raffle, man.
Okay,
uh,
great.
Perfect.
Let me- I'm
Let me
checking my
quickly
latest.
mention Zonke with his 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, man, for that. Bjorn was buying 50 Norwegian krona super chat. I haven't talked to my wife for 2 weeks. I don't like to interrupt, says Bjorn. That one was harsh. And the big one, $100 from Custom Fantasy Suin. May these funds help Ukrainian heroes and defenders in whichever way possible to liberate their land from Russian roaches. It's an honor to know we stand on the right side of history and our roaches out there will die. Thanks. Will be eliminated, I would say. Hey, my friend there is saying that it's hard to hear me, but I think I didn't do anything wrong. Guys, can you still hear me just like before? As quiet as
I can
before?
hear you fine.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, awesome. Sorry. Thanks to the help from Rick Rollers. Slava Ukraini. Heroям Slava. Custom Fantasy Sue, and I don't use the money. Don't call me, please, right now. Sorry, I'm talking to Miroslav. He just called me during the stream because he's
Rick?
saying, yeah, we need to do the raffle. You're
No.
going to interrupt me with that?
No. Paul Deberitz messaged me. He mods on my channel, and there was a question in your chat. So I just want to answer it. Any news on the village of Zmivka? Zmivka is demolished. So Zmivka is up from Berislav, between Berislav and Nikopol. I've dropped a lot of aid in Zmivka, and I'm sorry to say it's demolished. It's gone.
Okay,
Very
next
little
super
left.
chat is from Papa Dutch, $5. Russia loves the Joseph Goebbels idea. Accuse them of what we are doing, but never admit what we do. Exactly, that's it. Now another one, $5 super chat from Papa Dutch. What must be understood is that Russia, Kremlin, doesn't care about anything, nothing. They are complete derelicts and lawless pirates, exactly. Another one was also from Papa Dutch, $5. Fortunately, they are also ignorant. They make people with Down's syndrome like they have PhDs. It's a tough one. $5 super chat, the last one. Rick has too much bass and not enough mid-range in his mic. Fucking hell, let me go and put some mid-range there right now, and you will tell me if it's good enough. How the hell?
I'm sorry, I can't actually watch this stream unless you got soothing sauna music in the background. Thank you very much.
Man, it can't just be sauna music. It has to be Finnish.
It needs to be
sauna
at
music.
17 decibels specifically, no more, no less.
Yep.
If it's
And
not, just garbage.
And
So
some
you
quiet
cannot-
Mongolian throat singing.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, fuck that. Welcome. Yeah. That's it. That's the music from sauna. Okay, let me put up the timer out there. It's on the screen. Greg, are you gonna be the one pressing the random button there?
I will.
Oh, yeah.
I'll actually share my screen and show it.
Okay,
perfect.
another shared screen. Let me add another source because there's not enough sources.
No, I'll wait
here.
for the clock. Just let the clock be done, and we'll be done.
Okay.
And
Then turn on the timer. Thank you.
and guys, if you missed the raffle today for one of these signed flags, there's going to be like 40 more raffled over the next months, so you're not going to miss it.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
thank you.
53 seconds left, and I just wanted to quickly mention that money for super chats are usually what the hell, Rick, are always used as just a support for my channel. Don't forget that I don't do the withdrawal in the end of the months, and I don't count out the money for the army. Only PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee, because adding one more source of income for the fundraisers is going to be too much. My mind is going to be blown. So please, Miroslav, what
Well, and
the
also
hell?
because
You distracted me there.
what happened?
Everyone else can hear me fine. 4,
Me?
3, 2, 1, 0. Greg, give me your screen and let's do it.
I will. Let me give it to you in just 1 second, and I will show you what we're going to do here, guys.
Secai, please turn it off. Thank you. Guys, please give me a plus in the chat if you can hear me properly.
Can you guys hear me properly too?
Well,
Okay,
yes.
so we are done for today. There will be another raffle of a flag. Let's just shoot it for next Friday on my channel. And now I'm going to share my screen. So just so you guys know, we have 173 raffle tickets purchased, which is we've raised today for the snatches $1,730. And you guys have seen this is the flag. It's backwards. 0 line battle flag signed by Fish and a buddy of his who was working with him, Drew Shevchenko. So this is what's going to be mailed to somebody. Now, 173 raffle tickets were purchased. I am now deleting Adrian's 80. If you're joining the stream late, I'm doing that because he asked for us to delete all of his, except one. But to be completely transparent, like we always are, Adrian is so generous on so many channels. I just made the decision with Rick and everybody here I'm going to mail Adrian a flag. He's been so generous for months and months, and I just want to be a blessing to him and to say thank you to Adrian. So now what we're going to have is 92 tickets in the drawing, and I've called all of your names during it. And now I'm downloading the CSV file with all the names. It is done. I will come over here and I will now share my screen with Rick. This one. There you go, buddy. I'll wait for you to have it.
Done.
Okay. Do you have it up on the, as I'm on a delay, I'm watching the back end.
Yeah, but it's a bit small. I don't have enough space here. I'm not Dick Dawson. I don't want to put you into the small.
Well, if you don't mind, just make it full.
Sure.
And there you go. Now make it just full, if you can, for 1 minute.
Okay, above
Spread that
everything.
thing out
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll get everything out of there. Like,
Beautiful,
just give me
brother.
a second.
You tell me when it's good to go.
Ooh, your screen is too wide, so that's enough. Let's do it this way.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm coming into the list of names here, and I'm going to upload the CSV file right there. And here it comes, and everybody's name will populate. So everyone that has bought tickets, they're all in here, all of you, for the exact number of tickets you have purchased, minus Adrian's 80. Now I'm going to come down. We're going to have one winner, and we're going to have a 10-second spin on the wheel. And I think that's it. Well, let me do this. Yes. And let's see. Pick the names back in because I had Adrian's and out. There we go. They're all in. Random names. One winner. And scrolling through, show random names. No, we're spinning wheel. One winner at once. There. Colors. We'll do all colors simple. And there it is. So are you seeing that? The wheel?
Yeah, the fortune, the wheel of fortune, you call it, right?
The wheel of fortune is what we are doing. And here we go. Everybody's name is in there. Let her spin. 10 seconds.
Who will win?
Who is going to win the flag? Fraser Gifford. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I got daggone it. Oh my
You get into the habit of it.
Fraser, you won. So now what I need is so there it is, guys. You can see it. We've got it documented. Whew. You're making me sweat do all of this. So Fraser, I need you to go to my website, and if you do not mind, gregterry.org, go to the contact, and I've got your name written down. Send me your preferable shipping address, and it will come out in the mail to you tomorrow. Congratulations, Fraser.
Congrats, Fraser. You've done a lot of donations today. Thank you for that. And you're also a lucky number there. Мирослав, мені дуже цікаво. Ти думаєш, що я не працював над тим, щоб покращити якось звук? Це, блядь, максимум, який я можу зробити. І я зараз не можу орати, тому що це середина ночі. I decided to speak Ukrainian to let my friend Miroslav know that it's not a good idea right now to push me with telling me there in private messages every 30 seconds that it's too quiet. You maybe gotta speak louder.
I heard
you. Greg, can you please take out the screen share?
Yes. Sorry.
No problem.
Stop sharing now. Done. All right, guys. So Fraser, I'm holding your flag right here, brother, and it's coming. So please email me. Contact me there. That way I'll know exactly preferred shipping address.
Oh, streaming is so cool. You can have fun like this. He's just pranking me.
Sure.
I bet. Oh. Okay, so another raffle is done. Greg, so how many dollars?
We raised
raised?
$1,760 for the snatches in the last few hours. Thank you, guys.
Once again, 1,000.
1760.
Wow, that's great. Almost 2,000. Great job, guys. Great job. I was happy to help.
Man, you were a huge help, to be honest, because I just needed some experience on how to do this. And I did learn a lot tonight, Rick. You know, I know that when I do this and I'm by myself or somebody's, you know, I'm having a guest or something, I definitely need to have somebody doing the computer work for me, and that's not a problem. I'll get my wife to help me. And yeah, so there we go. And guys, I just remind you, tomorrow night, 5 o'clock Eastern time, I will have Pete live from Project Constantine.
Give him lots of hugs and love from all of us.
I certainly will,
And
Leathercat. Thank you.
him
Yeah,
and his
for me
friend
either.
that lost his dad.
Oh,
For me too.
So you're saying?
Oh, Rick,
you're saying,
Ukrainian. Very, very important question from Talking Bloke. What grade do you mark Greg's raffle skills?
They're almost my level. Yeah.
I'll take that as a very good compliment.
Oh, also, I've got questions from Discord, Rick.
Rick, can you adjust your compressor to 1.4?
Compressor, I can
bounce, a
do the
little compression.
mid frequency equalizer. Like,
I'm just messing, dude. I'm just messing.
no, actually, let's try it this way. Do what? 3 decibels. Is it better, Papa Dutch? Because Papa Dutch is throwing more
Yes.
more super chats there just to help me with the sound. Maybe so. I decided to do it. Papa Dutch, is it better? 3 decibels on mid frequency. Maybe, but it's an equalizer. Maybe I should go to mid frequency below the equalizer and adjust that one. Let me know
Go to
in
the mid, bro.
another
the mid
super
real
chat. Better. You see what I'm doing? Okay, so let's yeah. It sounds like mumbling. I understand. First of all, I'm not speaking loud enough right now because my wife is sleeping and I don't want to wake her up. This is why I'm kind of mumbling. Yes, actually. But
Almost-
what about
almost
this? It shouldn't be necessarily super chat. I only put messages there in super chats, not in regular chat. Papa
Sounds
Dutch?
pretty good. Sounds pretty good to me.
Sounds pretty good. Like, do you feel it changed somehow?
Personally, I don't. But were people saying something in chat?
Fraser Gifford, confirmation I have your shipping address. Thank you. And Georgie Serioja. Yeah, I'm figuring that one out too. It's tough, man. It's tough, but thank you.
Oh, Rick,
Check on that.
there's a question for you from Marion Hutton, and I'm not certain about, but maybe you'll have some understanding on what they're asking. From Marion Hutton, Rick, how can I send the reply I received from Red Cross? I'm not good with technology, so please say how I can send the reply I received.
What the hell does it mean? I mean,
I don't know. I thought you would know.
Oh, I think I know. I think I know what she's talking about. She's wanting to and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she's wanting to forward it to the reply she got from Red Cross to you directly.
Yeah, but I guess do you remember ever speaking with Marion about something about Red Cross?
no, I don't like Red Cross, and I
Yeah,
think they're
yeah.
working for Russia. What? So
Yeah.
this is why I'm confused.
Yeah, I was
Very much
confused too.
confused.
I just saw the question, so I communicated it.
Rick,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm really aggravated that you would sit here on this stream and say that the Red Cross is doing nothing in working for Russia.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you confirmed
Let me tell you
the
something.
opposite when you
They
were in
are
Ukraine.
absolutely helping the Ukrainian economy.
Yes.
They are continually putting their vehicles through the Micas, the car washes. They are sitting in nice restaurants eating food. Now, sure, they're not within 200 kilometers of the front line nor helping anything that needs to be done, but at least they're washing their cars and eating hot dogs.
Ugh.
That's a good
And
help to the
pizza.
economy. Hey, man, actually eating in pretty expensive restaurants is also
Absolutely, bro.
getting a lot of
Okay,
tax
I'm
for
going to tell you
Ukrainian
guys
economy.
one story. So when I'm in the Sumy region, I either stay on the front with some of my guys, like right on the front, and then sometimes I stay in the city of Sumy at a certain place. And where I was in Sumy, I pulled into this secure parking, and there was 15 Red Cross vehicles. And I said, "Whoa,
15.
listen to me. We're in Sumy, 15. Yes." And I go into where I'm staying and I talk to the girl there, and I'm speaking Russian with her, and I'm talking to her, and I said, "Hey, what's all the Red Cross vehicles out here? That's awesome. They're actually doing something here, because I mean I'm close there." And she goes, "No, they've parked them here for 3 months. They haven't moved. They're using it as a parking. They're paying us to park their vehicles in this secure lot." So there you go. That's the Red Cross in action in Ukraine. They are hiding them in a secure parking lot in Sumy. And I'm telling you, the vehicles haven't moved. I would leave for 2 weeks, come back, their same vehicle, same spot with bird doo-doo on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, for a couple of years now, whether it's the Red Cross or the Red Crescent, because that also exists for those who don't know, I've always seen them both as highly politicized organizations that are ineffective at best where they're most needed. And I don't know, when they do something, it's only for a certain particular population in certain particular countries.
That's so funny.
And you broke Rick.
What happened?
Papa Dutch bought a
Papa
said
Dutch
doo-doo.
$10 super chat saying to the Red Cross, eat a wiener. Oh, a wiener.
A wiener. Yeah.
Nice.
I fucking agree with that. Miroslav is now sending me the message saying you're saying it a word fucking really good. Yeah, I'm good in that. I love swearing, and those people who were there was I think a lady in the comments saying, "Rick, stop swearing, or I will stop donating to you and go donate elsewhere." And I was like, what?
Okay, bye, Felicia.
Okay, yeah.
Bye, Felicia.
Then if it's about that, no, I'm gonna be glad that you're supporting other Ukrainian fundraisers. It's all important. That's my answer. Yeah, nice. All of them are important. Well, if it's not,
Every time you say fuck, the Russians win.
oh.
Damn. Then yeah. Shit, we got a big backlog then.
Okay.
Well, my friend, my name is Gertis, and here.
Oh, Professor Gertis has been.
Guys, I think I'm gonna head out. I've been here for a bit. I was only gonna be here for like 30 minutes, but I ended up being here for 2 hours. So I'm gonna go out. It's like 1 a.m.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Well, you were
Thanks
having
for
so
being
much
here, Dylan.
fun.
I hope you guys raise a lot of money. Good luck, everybody, and thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan.
Thanks,
It
Dylan.
was a pleasure. Thank you for jumping
Nice to
in.
meet you and see you in Warzone.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Hey,
much. Dylan Burns
Good
TV is my channel if anyone wants to check out any of my work. Anyway, see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Later.
Bye. He's really good.
Later, man.
Wow, that's a lot of fun here today. Thank you guys.
Yep.
He was only supposed to be here for 30 minutes, and he stayed because it was so damn much fun. That's exactly what that was.
Yep.
Well, there was also sadness here, not just fun. But anyway,
Yeah.
what we gotta do is to do the fun part, the donations. Well, anyway, guys, that's not the. That doesn't mean that you need to stop donating for today because. Sorry, says Ibagam. Rick is quiet today. I didn't understand him. I say good night. Is it trolling? Like, what the fuck?
Your audio sounds okay to
I
me,
can
but
hear you.
I'm just listening here in Streamlabs. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's different.
Yeah,
from
you
the
don't hear
actual
me on the
YouTube
stream, but
video.
actually my mic is going to the red level right now. So no, guys, you gotta make your devices louder, I think.
Yeah, 'cause when I was on the when I was watching it on the phone, I could hear you just fine.
It was good
So,
on the phone.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I could hear you
nice.
just fine. But when I pop into the Streamlabs, I can't do anything with YouTube. I've actually got the stream on the TV with the sound off. But yeah, when I was on listening to it on the phone, yeah, you were fine. Your volume was fine, at least on my end.
Okay, guys, I really gotta go to the bathroom. After that, I'll get back. But Greg Terry is not going anywhere. No, I'm sure because Greg. Now Greg can hear me.
Yeah.
Greg, I was
I hear
saying,
you.
I was saying that you're definitely staying for a few hours more to finish the stream.
Well,
Let's see here.
I-
I was trying to check your audio levels for you, and I was listening to you, and to be honest, it sounded okay for me here. I think your level's decent.
Level is good, thank you. So this was a bit more trolling, I guess. now this is entertainment. D. Letterman says Papa Dutch. Nice one. Okay, guys, you go and talk about the paintings, about anything you want. I'll go to the bathroom, fill my water bottle, and start donating. And you make more entertainment for Papa Dutch and everyone else. Thank you, Rollers, for being so active in the chat today.
Yeah. All
Heading
right.
out.
So
But I'm gonna be listening to you in my earbud. Keep talking.
sweet. Oh, I shared my screen. Is it visible right now for the to show everyone the artwork?
Yeah, I'm showing it on the screen.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well then, yeah. We'll go ahead and jump into that, and Leathercat can tell us a bit about the different artwork that people won today. All right. So.
Oh, just a quick thing I need to mention. Laura S. was actually sending me $10 with the comment, "Hi Rick, I'm glad I won, but I'll be happy only when Ukraine wins. Please raffle it again. Thanks." But Laura is donating constantly and supporting fundraisers for a long time. So I really want to insist and send this to you, Laura. So if you can still hear me, if you haven't left the chat yet, please, please receive the offer, because I have also at least one patch for you and some additions. I really want to send you a package. So please, Laura, accept this Motanka, because you deserve this. You've been taking part in many raffles, and I want you to have this one, okay? Please reply in any way possible. Okay, guys, and now I'm heading out. Thank you.
All right. And I can, I've got about 30 more minutes that I can stay on the stream today because I have some stuff I have to go take care of. But, all right. So, as everybody knows, the auction for the flag is still active, and that'll be going for 6 more days and 20 hours, 56 more minutes. So, you got a little under a week to place bids if anyone wants this fantastic flag signed by Roman, who was a sniper in the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade. We also have here the paintings. These are done. So as mentioned earlier, they've already been won. This one, I really wanted this one, so I kept bidding on this one. So we're we're not made of stone. And yeah, as you can see, it's a Ukrainian heart. There's blood pooling down. It's a rather somber piece. So yeah, leather cat. Actually, you might have. I think you told us a bit about every single one of these the last time we had you on stream. But let me ask you. I guess out of all three of these that were being auctioned this week, which were not made of stone. Where's my friend? This one right here with the crying blue and yellow Ukrainian teddy bear. And symbols of hope with the Ukrainian sunflower with a trident in the center. Which of the three would you say is your personal favorite?
Oh Lord. Good question. I don't know, probably the bear. I think. For multiple reasons. Like I said last week, being a mom and kind of understanding, you know, the devastation of, you know, children being taken and not being able to see them at all.
It has a very personal...
there's a lot to it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. It's something I think a lot of people can relate to in one way or another. And it's a very powerful painting. So that one, Just Jimmy, was the winner of Where's My Friend? And the last one, Symbols of Hope, Z is the winner, as mentioned earlier. So tomorrow I'll be sending out one of the other paintings from last week and getting that shipped out. Once I have the addresses for the rest of you, Z and Just Jimmy, I'll be sure to send out your paintings as well.
Yeah. Can you show the other two?
Oh, yeah.
They're very nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I can show the other two. I mean, did you want me to... which one did you want me to show first?
It doesn't matter. Yeah. The I meant the other two from the previous.
Oh, sorry. Now I understand what you mean. I have... They're not on this page anymore, so I'll have to go find the pictures of them. Let me see if I can find them real fast, because they're buried in the rest of my messages.
Yeah. Pete really seemed to like the one that I did, that the money went to Project Constantine, the one with the handprint. He seemed to really like that one.
Ah, that's good. That one, yep, that one, that one is on its way.
Awesome.
Okay, here we go. What's the best way to do this? Let me see. All right. Yeah. So there's the first one.
Yeah.
And this one, title was Cry for Freedom.
Yes.
And then the other one that's going to go out tomorrow is the Azov one, and that is
Blood type Azov, yeah.
blood type Azov. This one right here. Oh, hold on. This one right here.
That one.
Yep.
So, Roman's reaction to that one was kind of funny. He was like, "Whoa, big old mosquito with great big red eyes."
Yeah. Yeah, I think if a mosquito were actually that large, it would be incredibly terrifying. But that's kind of true of any insect, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. We have they're called mosquito hawks, and they're like this, and we refer to them as mosquitoes built by Boeing. They look like mosquitoes, but they actually eat other insects. They're actually really cool, beneficial. Yeah.
Kind of like tomato wasps or tarantula wasps. Yeah. Well, I guess that'd be an arachnid they're eating, but yeah, still. All right. So yeah, that's all of the paintings, everybody. Me.
So far.
Yeah, so far. And we'll see about getting the last ones shipped out very, very soon. Let's see.
I'm back.
All right.
Guys, I wanted to tell you something, but I forgot. I just wonder if Greg is falling asleep there. But it's the middle of the day for him, though he looks tired, isn't he?
Well, I'm not falling asleep. It is early evening. 7:11 p.m.
Yep.
And I've been rolling since about 6 a.m.
Yeah.
13
and
hours.
I didn't get to bed till 1 a.m. because I was playing video games with Andrew Mercado.
Oh,
Of
Greg.
course.
Yeah.
You got to put a bug in Andrew's ear for me, okay? Because I know he plays games on one of his channels, and I think he should play the Stalker franchise of games that are made in Ukraine one of these days.
I will ask him. Dude, I really think he plays every game on the planet. He's a really good gamer.
Yeah. Man, I miss when I had time to game. Now life is busy. I'll be lucky if I have time for like a 10-minute YouTube video for fun. All right. Let's see. Well, I think I have another question here. Yeah. Here we go. I've got a question here in the Discord, Rick. One directed for you. Actually, I'm not sure who it's from, but it says for Rick. If at any point you end up having to go to the front line, what do you think of the idea of taking someone's life? Do you fear that it would change you?
Yeah, it will definitely change me. And taking a contusion, we call it. How do you call it? Shell shock? Also changes you. And yeah, of course, killing a person changes you more than that. But anyway,
there's a lot of things
what to add to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in war that can change you, emotionally, physically, mentally. War is hell.
Yeah,
war sucks. And
I mean, even here, being in the rear, war already changed me a lot. It changed a lot of Ukrainians, much. But the problem is, what problem is? The problem is one, the terrorist state and its citizens. We have the only one problem. I'll start counting money, and I want to all three of you guys engage in some really interesting political conversation about the war in Ukraine. Please choose the topic, Greg. You're good at this.
Yeah. You got any particular topic you want to discuss related to the war, Greg?
Nothing in particular, other than we need to keep going. So we're at day 774, and folks are getting tired. That's just the way it is, and make sure you don't. This is. I know Zelensky was making some statements today about its. No, I'm sorry, not Zelensky. Forgive me, Budanov, about it's not going to be a war of attrition. Well, first of all, Ukraine cannot fight a war of attrition. They will be out of soldiers, and that's why they need supply. So we have to do our part. We have to not give up, even when we're tired, even when we do not want to. Because the reality is, if Russia was to win this war, which I believe they're not going to win this war, but if they did, the world as we know it will be much different. Going to be interesting to see what unfolds in the United States and European nations throughout the rest of this year, 2024, especially with what's happening in Ukraine right now. And if we are facing, which I believe we are, a late spring, early summer offensive, even if it's only at one place, it's going to be heavy. And I'm just hoping that Ukraine gets the stuff it needs to defend against that. Additionally, if, and I know this is all about Ukraine, but this is about Ukraine. If Iran strikes Israel in a large way, whether it's through proxies, direct, and the war in Israel escalates beyond Gaza and the Lebanon border, and some Houthis slinging missiles into the Red Sea, if it expands, then we're going to be looking even quicker at a completely different world and landscape. So there are a lot of things happening right now that if they all come to a point where they increase at the same time, for example, a Russian offensive at the same time, Iran gets extremely involved in the war in the Middle East, and political struggles continue in the United States and European nations. You just have a magic ball. And this is exactly what the Kremlin wants, exactly what Russia wants, exactly what Putin wants. Destabilization and chaos. That is it's the best scenario for him. So we need to fight against that happening. That's what I'm trying to say.
And don't forget, it's not just Putin. Like you said, Iran has their own agenda when it comes to the Middle East, when it comes to their role there, and competition with Israel. And then, of course, we haven't been talking about them a lot because they've kind of been trying to be quiet on the world stage. But China's watching. They're watching to see what they're going to do about Taiwan and exactly when they're going to do it. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be this secret Machiavellian, the enemies are so fully linked with each other. They've got this perfect plan, evil mustache twirl, ha ha ha. So sometimes it literally is just nation states doing their own thing for their own self-interest, and it happens to align with other authoritarian states. And when they notice this, it's like, oh, hey, well, maybe the timing works out for us to do something now.
Yeah, so, and the other thing you have to remember additionally is when you start looking at nations like Russia, and you mentioned China, these nations are no different than other nations. Let's just be honest. But these nations right now are very arrogant, and they really believe that they're right. And I know many people may disagree with that, and that's the prerogative of humanity to disagree and discuss it. But they really think they're right, and it would not matter if Putin went away yesterday. The next one coming in will be worse. The system is what is the issue, guys, and it's very challenging. Very,
I
very
agree.
challenging.
I agree, and I think this is going to be like the third or fourth time I've said this week, between all the different streams I've done. Um, I really don't think reform of the Russian system is likely. I think that a breaking of the Russian system is the only hope. And of course, people are concerned about a power vacuum, concerned about, well, if that happens, you're still going to have, groups that are just as bad as the current government in Russia. But here's the difference. A broken Russian state that has to reorganize politically is vulnerable and less of a direct threat in the way it is right now to Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia and Armenia. It's all or nothing. It's either let Russia keep doing what they're doing or find a way to break that system apart. Simple as that.
Very well said.
And remember too, World War II, it wasn't just Germany; it was also Japan.
And
And we're
Italy.
looking
Yeah.
and we're looking quite literally at the exact same thing happening again. Only this time, it's going to be on 3 fronts, because it's going to be Moscovia, it's going to be Iran and their little cabal of
On
terrorists,
4 fronts.
and it's going to be China.
On 4 fronts. There's going to be also South Korea invaded by North Korea.
North Korea is a puppet that could be called upon by China, but I mean, I personally still think North Korea is a bit of a wild card. Would they attack South Korea, knowing that they are unlikely to win?
They can attack Japan.
That's true. They could attack Japan.
They
That's
could
actually
attack
true.
Japan with nuclear weapons.
Regardless of what they do, just being nuclear, just being active in supplying Russian war against Ukraine, and just occasionally shooting rockets into the sea, whether they're failing or not, coming through Japanese airspace or slinging them out or throwing out threats. Just 2 days ago, they're riding around with their ICBMs for show. It's just enough of a wild card, though, that the world has to pay, and specifically the United States has to seriously pay attention because of our South Korean ally and all of our military infrastructure in place throughout South Korea. So we have to really pay attention to that. Listen, remember, what does a good magician do? A good magician. Yeah, I am tired. See, a magician is actually a combination of a musician and a magician. So
Hey,
what does a good magician do? He's doing stuff here, right? But he's really getting you here. And this is exactly what the Kremlin's doing. It's exactly what Iran does. It's exactly what Xi Jinping does. We do this here, but we're actually doing this here. And
they do it
just
out of
pay attention.
And they do it out of necessity, because they know that if they try to go for what they want over here immediately and obviously, they're going to fail, because they aren't as powerful as people think they are. Their arrogance comes from the fact that they see democratic systems as stupid. They see democracies as easy to manipulate and easy to fool. And sometimes, people may feel that way, actually, because we do see a lot of dysfunction and disagreement. But at the end of the day, proving them wrong and finding ways to reassert the reason why liberal democracies, why democratic republics, parliaments, congresses, all of these across the across the civilized world, across first world nations of all around the globe, have continued to exist for several centuries now. And of course, millennia, if you go back to the entire history politically. But we can prove them wrong. We've done it before in the past, and we will do it again.
Dictatorships never last very long, because the level of corruption that is inherent in a dictatorship, in that whole thing, it collapses. Look at what happened to the Soviet Union after, what was it, 70, 75 years? It just in on itself. Muscovia's going to do it again. That's going to happen again. It's going to in on itself.
The problem is we cannot hope for that. We need to act
No.
now. This may happen just like with Soviet Union, only after Soviet Union conquered many countries, many territories, and it was after 70 years of suffering under the Soviet occupation for many and many peoples. We cannot get another one like this. So every time I hear about Russian economy is already collapsing, it's just a few years left. It's not. It's such a fucking cope. I hate to hear it every time. Like, guys, stop talking about Russian economy. It's just a cope to comfort yourself that Russia is gonna collapse by itself anyway. No, it will, but in 80 years, what will happen with the world in 80 years?
I do agree with you about it being a cope for a lot of people, but I will also say this. You know, as much as there may be a bit of a bubble in Russia, Russia's not a complete bubble. People from Russia do see news from outside of Russia about their country. And so, I mean, there are people who actually hear this and ask questions about the direction that Moscovia is going and if it actually is going to stay together. I mean, it's not just Russia also. I said this the other day on the show stream. There are China, Russia, the United States. There are other countries around the world, but I'll focus on these three. There are certain elements of lack of unity. There are certain elements of, in each country, they vary in size and the nature of how they exist, but secessionist groups that want to break away and be their own formal separate nation states from those countries. And the information warfare is very real. And if you repeat something often enough, it gets in people's heads. So I do agree it is a cope, and it does frustrate me because it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next year. It is going to take time. But also I know that the message does also get to citizens of Moscovia.
Hoping also on citizens of Moscovia, and when Dylan was saying that they have some, they are looking at the opinion of citizens of Moscovia, not in that way, not in like they are afraid of them. They will suppress anything that comes from Moscovia. So we Ukrainians, I know, guys, you won't fully agree with me, but we Ukrainians see them much better than everyone else in the world. The Soviet mentality, they will cope for 80 years in any shitty conditions. Do you think conditions in 20s, 30s, well, am I pronouncing it correctly? In 1920s, in 1930s, 40s, the conditions in Moscovia were terrible. People were dying on the streets out of starvation, and nothing happened, and none of that will happen in this version of Soviet Union. No, there's going to be no uprising. Don't hope for that. Don't cope with that. We need to tear it apart and stop all the terrorism that's coming from it. That's on us. That's our work.
Rick,
what?
There's not going to be an uprising?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Nah, it's there too many centuries of slave mentality, and the only way that that country is going to collapse in on itself is if they lose a war against Ukraine, and that's when the collapse is going to happen.
Okay,
Pretty much any analyst will tell you that.
has anyone been to Moscow in this group here?
No, luckily I haven't been there.
Okay. Anybody in the chat been to Moscow? I'll wait 30 seconds. Lynn
Greg,
S,
know
I
where
see your
you
comment there.
read in there.
Well, I'm just going to tell you guys the truth, whether you want to hear it or not, but I'm going to tell it to you. Lynn S, Anthony emailed you about help near Bakhmut. I will check the email. Thank you for that. And there was something else. What was the difference between Fox News and Russian State TV? Russian State TV has better graphics. Okay.
I've got like 10 minutes and then I gotta go, guys.
Ah, shit.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to tell you guys about Moscow. So I see nobody in the chat that says they've been there, and nobody in our group has been there. I've been there many, many, many times, and you may not want to hear this, but I'm going to share truth with you. It is one of the most beautiful cities on the planet. And it's one of my favorite cities on the planet. Don't anybody throw any daggers at me. You see what I do. So if you think they're sitting around in Moscow, where all the power is, Moscow and St. Pete, places like Nizhny Novgorod, Sochi, Kazan, these cities are actually pretty nice. It's the rest of Russia that's destroyed. But Moscow and St. Pete are phenomenal cities. And Moscow, with 18 million people in it minimum, at any one moment during the day, during a work week, Monday through Friday, 2 million people are underground on the largest metro system on the planet. And they're very prideful about that city. So these people live under this auspice that this is what everything is like. They live under that. And I'm just sorry to tell you guys, to confirm with what Rick is saying, this is why I'm sharing this with you. There is going to be no implosion. There is going to be nothing that they just stand up one day and say, you know what, our country sucks. We got to overthrow all this. It's not going to happen because the power is in Moscow with the 18, even up to 23 million. If you go metro, there's only 140 million in Russia population and 20, let's just call it 20 million are in Moscow. Okay. So it's not going to happen. So what has to happen is exactly what Rick said. They have to be defeated.
They do have to be defeated. Yes, I agree. But here's the part. Here's the reason why I'm not. When I say an implosion, everyone seems to think, everyday people, everyday Russians out on the streets. I'm talking about another Chechen war. I'm talking about enough frustration from some capitalist oligarchs and some within highly unsatisfied parts of Moscovia, if things
they don't have the
enough.
resources.
Man,
it's never going to happen.
Even if that happens,
it's never going to happen.
Even if that happens, they will just have a power switch in Russia, which keeps it a Soviet Union. It happened in Soviet Union before. One elites were replacing the other elites, and Soviet Union didn't fall apart because of that.
I hope that's not the case, because if it is, what that means is that even if Ukraine wins this war, it just means that Russia will start another war in 20 years, 30 more years.
That's exactly right. This is why they have to be defeated. Adam asked how old I am, and Tony answered it. I'm 51. So I was first time in Moscow at 21, running around the city by myself. So that's 30 years of working in Russia and 26 in Ukraine. I share truth with you guys. I really do. You know where I stand. You know what I support. But I share truth with you. And I want you to understand Rick is correct. It has to be defeated.
Yeah.
And
defeated completely.
Completely.
Demilitarized, denuclearized, and there should be a choice for the national communities. Like for now, we have an awesome woman in Tatarstan, from Tatarstan. I don't remember her name, but she is rooting for an independent Tatarstan because Tatars want to be independent. And I hope they will be independent someday. So people really got to decide for real, not like those who who pretended to be. Tatarstan actually proclaimed its independence in 1991, but Russia just ignored it. So yes, we got to support those leaders. In the future, I'm hoping to make some connections with them, and that's actually our hope for a better future.
Yeah.
Supporting the national movements in Russia who want to become independent and deoccupied, basically, because they are in Russian occupation. We need to support those. Okay, guys, I've actually withdrawn first. There were different currencies. First, it was 20 Canadian dollars, 569 hryvnias. Then, after that, just a second, 25 pounds, which is 1,220 hryvnias. And after that, I withdrawn $700, which is 7,190 hryvnias. So in total, in this transfer, like the global one, in this part of the nations, I have, let me count, 28,980. I'm gonna start donating it right now. I'll begin with Helena with $300 to Helena, and after that, or maybe I should close the one for the chips. From Adrian, it was donation to actually close it. So let's close it first. Let me do that. When the progress bar is going to be updating, I'm just going to interrupt some of you. So please keep talking and expect to be interrupted.
One of the things that I came across, it was a video from United 24s on YouTube about the Komi people specifically in eastern Moscovia, and they actually showed a map. A lot of these indigenous groups within the territory of Moscovia, the claimed territory of Moscovia, they've been meeting and they've been hashing out territorial borders for each of them and agreed upon by everybody and their neighbors. They've been electing transitional leadership, which has been hiding outside of the country to keep from being gone after. And they're also negotiating with each other and a defense alliance between them, similar to NATO. And if I remember correctly, they were talking about allying their alliance with NATO, or at least negotiating
But the problem is they
an
don't
agreement
have any
between their alliance and NATO.
but they don't have any resources, if I'm not mistaken.
So here's the issue with that, and
that's the plan that they have.
Yeah, well, and here's it's not bad. It is good to have groups like that exist in exile. There are groups like that for many countries. There's a government in exile of Belarus, actually, that's existed for over a century. It's the oldest one currently in the world. There's a government in exile of Tibet, and they actually do have a little bit of influence and get involved with things with the Indian government, a few things with the U.S. and various other powers, different nation states. Like groups like that.
Interrupt you because I've made the donation. $28,980 were sent to the bottom jar. Let's see, it's updating now. 70,680 now, 88%. So the next one is going to be to close it. I'm going to withdraw another $700 from my PayPal. So, guys, please keep talking.
Yeah, and so I guess what I was going to say is because I'll just close with this because I got to get going. I completely agree that a military defeat, an unquestionable military defeat of Russia, is a necessary step for it to eventually collapse in the future. Now, a military defeat in Ukraine is one part. Now, a military defeat in Moscovia itself, unfortunately, as much as I would love, well, I mean, I don't love seeing war, but as much as I would love for that entire regime to go the way of the Third Reich be invaded, be defeated, and then for an occupying transitional government to bring that country out of the cesspool, the toxic cycle it's been in for a long time now. Unfortunately, that's not very realistic. What we're talking about here with supporting these groups that can actually perhaps organize and find ways to actually destabilize that system enough that a defeat in Ukraine combined with empowering groups like the Komi, like Tatarstan, like all of these other separatist, aspiring nation states within Russian territory. I think that these are two big pieces of the formula that are needed to end Russian aggression. All right, guys, I gotta go, but this has been a great stream, and I will see you guys again next week.
Yeah.
Thank you, Secai.
Thanks for being here, Secai. See you
Absolutely.
next week. Have a great
See
week.
ya. Appreciate it. Later.
Bye.
Later, brother.
Okay, so Moscow is the treasure city, says Papa Dutch. Thank you for $10 super chat, Papa Dutch there. Greg, maybe you want to give some addition to the national movements in Russia.
We just have to
Hey, Lila Trohimets is in the chat. Happy to see
we
you.
just have to agree to maybe have different perceptions here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have lots of Russian friends, and they just don't see it that way, guys. They're not waiting for a liberation. They're not waiting for a freedom. They think they are the greatest.
Yeah,
And
I
don't know how else I can communicate that to people. It's not going to happen. They have to be defeated. There's gonna be no uprising.
No, man. I mean, after defeating them, of course not
After
right
defeating them, then we're looking at something completely different because they're going to be defeated.
Yeah.
So there's no way to project that. I'm just saying if anyone thinks that they're going to implode, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
With current situation.
That's what I'm telling
after
you.
a defeat militarily, I have no idea what will happen, and nobody can predict that. Nobody can predict that. You're not talking about a little teeny nation, guys. You're talking about a mass of land and resources that spans half the globe in 11 time zones, that is entrenched like an octopus throughout all nations on the planet, United States Capitol building included. Russia owns Africa along with China. Russia owns most of the Middle East with all of their work and tentacles rolling through it. It's not this little nation that's waging war and we just beat them and everything's good. They're connected everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And most people don't understand that. So that you look at it, but you don't understand the level at which they're connected. You say, oh, well, yeah, I know they're working down in Africa. Well, so does America. So does Japan, whatever. Okay, yeah, but the level at which they are intertwined into these systems is way beyond comprehension. And so I can't predict after a military defeat, which I believe is the only way they can bring change. Personally, and I'm not a warmonger. This is just easy to see. At that point, who knows what it will look like? I just want people to be aware that there is not a large segment of Russian population. I don't care about the little regions out east. I do care about the people, but I don't care. I don't care about, out in the far east, yeah, they're really good. They're raising up. What are they going to do? They're going to do nothing. Okay. They're going to do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Moscow, St. Pete, Sochi, Rostov, Volgograd, Nizhny Novgorod, Vladimir, those are the regions where the power hold is, guys. Western Russia. And it's not going to change. And I don't care what you see. Well, there was 300 people came out to protest against Navalny's death. So what? I mean, it's great, but so what? It's nothing. Guys, Most people, and it's not just the little old grannies you see on Twitter, most people, even young people, are supportive and love their nation. I'm just telling you the truth.
Guys, making the last donation for the chips, 9,320, and the progress bar just updated. Congratulations, we closed another fundraiser.
Awesome.
80,000 hryvnias, which is more than $2,000. Great result, guys.
Oh, look at here, guys. Look at here. Thank you, Lila Trokomets. Agree.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked there 30 years. I'm just telling you guys. It's the truth.
The soldiers and ate the cake with volunteers. What are you talking about?
My little rant there. Lilia agreed with me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it.
So it just confirmed. Listen, I would love it to be the other way, guys. I would love to sit here and tell all of you while Rick is doing his final math that, okay, well, there's 1 million over here getting ready to do an uprising. And yes, Tatarstan's going to fall because they have this secret army rising up, and then they've got this coalition going, and it's going to happen, and this is what's going to happen. None of that's true.
Yeah.
None of it's true.
And
None
Power
of it.
centers.
that's what I'm
Soviet
talking
have to
about.
be
That's what I
destroyed.
was telling you also.
Yeah, exactly.
We only gotta hope for
And
ourselves and our powers.
and please, guys, don't take that as negative. You guys know how much I love and support Ukraine and what's all right. I just want you to really. I'm a firm believer in truth wins, not Twitter crap, not memes, not well, if I can write the right statement here or do this, whatever. Listen, truth wins in the end. And I just believe that the way the world comes in a stronger coalition to help Ukraine is by truth getting out there. That is why so many times, and I think I've earned a right to make these comments with where I work in Ukraine, with who I work with. Many times I am frustrated by the information that Kyiv puts out, and specifically Budanov. And he's a great guy. But when we keep putting out this hocus pocus that everything's going to be all right, we're going to have Crimea in 4 months. We're going to do this. The F-16s are going to come and we're going to own the front lines and da-da-da. Listen, we don't even have enough artillery to keep our soldiers safe right now. And we're struggling to solidify our paper army. And that's the truth and that's not a disrespectful statement. That's just the way it is. We lose 12 soldiers and 11 come, and the 11 are not as trained as the 12 we lost. Your level of soldiers going down. So instead of all this hopium out there, which I am hopeful, I will be heading back to Ukraine and risking my life in just a few weeks. But I believe the truth that needs to hit international governments and hit lawmakers and hit policymakers is, hey, we really need help here. And without you guys, we're gonna really struggle to win this war. We must have your help, and we're fighting for you. I would love to be a representative going to represent Ukraine and make speeches, because I just believe if that information came, I've been in DC, I've been in the meetings when the military's there and they're talking, and many times it's just a tad too much of, yeah, everything's going to be all right. No, sometimes you got to let people know, hey, we need your help. We really need your help. And I just believe personally that's a better way to go.
People need to understand that if Ukraine falls, we're facing World War III. Full stop.
There's
no getting around it.
Stop. Correct.
There is no getting around it. And all this hemming and hawing and copium and, oh, we'll see what, no. We're going to be forced into another world war if Ukraine falls. That's it. There's no two ways about it. And the West needs to get over their little, oh, we don't want to fund another war and blah, blah, blah. Get over it.
Actually,
either we fight them now, or we're going to have to die fighting them later.
Being afraid of
That's just all there is to it.
escalation right now is actually bringing much more escalation in the future.
Well stated. It's
So-
bringing more escalation right now. Well
Yeah.
stated.
And being right now afraid of that fucking escalation, which your leaders are showing right now, guys. It's from here, from Ukraine, when we had all the escalation that was possible, except for the nuclear weapons from Russia. They destroyed the dam, guys. It's only the first one. You see, the second one is probably going to be destroyed this year. I think the probability of that is really close to 100%. So just a few more rocket strikes on that dam, and that's it. It's done.
Dude, I told you I was just on the Dnipro Dam when it was hit. Right after it was hit, I was standing I was on the spot where the missiles hit. All it would have taken was one more, and nobody tells that story.
How?
All it would have taken is one more that would have hit between those two strikes, and that dam would be busted. The water level on the Kyiv side is right there. It's right there. It's that high. And remember, the dam doesn't have to be like level to the ground. It just has to be compromised.
Correct.
And there's so much water coming. It's over. It was one strike. From right now, we'd be talking about a different scenario today on this stream.
Exactly. And how much more escalation Russia has to do for the world to start acting? I think another dam destroyed won't give us Taurus. No, guys, it's not enough. I don't know. I wonder if Putin is watching at all of this and is thinking, I can actually throw a nuclear bomb on them, and they won't. They say it's too much escalation. The prices for the gas will be too high. No, we cannot bomb Russian oil refineries. So,
well, I will tell you this right here. If this keeps going the way it's going, Ukraine will be nuclear again.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can put that in the bank.
That's what we Ukrainians already want. We see how U.S. is not keeping its promise after taking our nuclear weapons. Then we want them back. We need the nuclear weapons. That's it. If you don't want to protect us, then let's just break that deal and let us protect ourselves. And guys, nuclear weapons are the preventive weapons. It doesn't mean that we'll use them. We won't use them. But if we'll have our country completely on the edge of being destroyed, like our nation, if it's going to be destroyed, we will send a nuke to Moscow because we won't have anything to lose. All of us are going to be eliminated. There's going to be no Ukraine, so we will defend ourselves. And that won't happen because when we have nuclear weapons, Russians won't act that boldly. That's going to be a huge preventive measure.
Right, and there's 3 reasons why Moscow will not launch nukes. 1, China told them no. And as much as people don't want to admit it, China actually holds a lot of sway over Moscow, believe it or not, because of the economic ties between the 2 countries. 2, if I remember correctly, the latitudinal parallel that marks the line between the border between U.S. and Canada, if you draw it all the way around the planet, it goes right through the middle of Ukraine. What straddles that line all the way around the planet? It's called the jet stream. Which direction is it going? West to east. If Moscow were to nuke Ukraine, it would go straight back into Russia. They would be suffering the fallout.
Yeah, but is it going to be going on Moscovia? I mean, the Moscow Oblast?
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, I call Muscovia itself because Russia is a Russian empire, and Muscovia is the tiny country
Yeah.
out there with some Mytishi, or Starsky uses some cool swearing word for that, but whatever.
It depends on which way the jet stream twitches at that particular time. But I mean, just to give you an idea, when Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980, the ash plume that came from that circled the Earth 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't that big of an eruption.
Yeah.
And because of the jet stream, that ash plume circled the Earth 3 times.
I thought the Earth is flat.
Imagine a nuclear strike.
Yeah, you're one of those guys.
Couldn't help it, dude. I'm so tired.
Kicking
I'm
you
just
out of
messing
the
with you. I couldn't help it.
And the third thing is the level of Soviet corruption. I mean, they were talking about China and the corruption there. Their missile silos, the hydraulics for the doors were replaced with water. The rocket fuel isn't what it's supposed to be, and the nuclear warheads were not maintained. You have to replace because of the half-life of the nuclear warheads, you have to replace those every 20, 30 years, and they weren't. And the level of Muscovian, the entrenched Soviet corruption across Muscovia is worse than it is in China. I'd be surprised if any of those things are still functional. They did a couple of test launches and they failed horribly. So, I mean, there's 3 reasons right there why they won't be able to use nuclear weapons. They'll sure as hell try, I'm sure. But
Paul,
if they do, China's going to get all over the case about it. Not to mention the rest of us.
Paul,
So.
I do not believe in a flat Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't.
But I couldn't help it. She kept talking about circling the globe, and Leathercat just set me up perfectly for the flat Earth.
Man, if you would be believing in flat Earth, you would be screaming, "Make America great again," and all that stuff. So, no, that's why you're with us and not with them.
That's right,
My
brother.
paternal grandfather worked for NASA in the 60s. I've been studying astronomy since I was 8 years old. Yeah, flat Earth ain't a thing. Sorry.
That's for sure.
Just no. Seriously, just no.
You've been lied. It's all a conspiracy. Conspiracy, yes.
Good job there, buddy.
Thanks. Learning from the best. Meaning you, of course.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, guys, donating $300 to Helena. It's 11,653 hryvnias. I'm gonna make a screenshot and show it to you on the screen. Wow, I'm pretty fucking energetic for 3 a.m. here in Ukraine. I'm doing good this stream. Yay, that's a good one. That's a very good stream. Thank you, guys. We won't be able to close the second fundraiser, definitely, but we're gonna get close to the 50%. Let's check. Let me send the screenshot to myself. By the way, I still forgot to mention just one donation more. It's from, okay, sorry. Damn it, distracting myself there all the time. Rick, stop doing it. $48.27 from Margaret G. Carr for El Greco. Thank you very much, Margaret. I've put it in the spreadsheet, but forgot to mention it. Just needed to do it. So, Laura S., I need your address and your phone number. Please send it to me via email. It's in About tab on my YouTube channel, or you can use the email that you are sending money for my PayPal, any of them. And also, I want to ask you to do it. I really want to thank you with this and with all the support that you've been given. Please do it. Please agree. Okay, so yeah, I'm back. start certain, but I wanted to send myself a screenshot. That's what I was doing. So just a second, almost there. I'm gonna show it to you right away, and not gonna interrupt more conversations, and we'll proceed with more donations. So here it is on Telegram. Rick is talking to Rick here. 11,639 hryvnias with a comment from Rick Rollers for IFAX. We love you, Heroim Slava. Greg, you gotta remind people who Helena is. You will make a great introduction, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, Helena's a legend there in Kyiv, doctor who has taken upon herself to make high quality IFACs for frontline soldiers. And I was with her and Anton a couple of weeks ago, and I know it was over 1,500 IFACs that she has produced and delivered to the front. In addition to that, I can also tell you guys that I started doing some work with Harry from Estonia. He's on Twitter, actually, with a huge following there with Estonia. And he called me when I was in Ukraine and says, dude, I've got 500 IFAC cases, the best of the best from Estonia, but I don't know where to deliver them to. And I hooked Harry up with Galina, and she received 500 IFAC cases from Harry and Estonia. In addition, she's also going to be supplied with some supplies for the IFACs from Harry. So Galina does a phenomenal job, and now we do our best to help her as much as possible, and I know many of you do as well. So thank you for that. She's a legend.
Thank you for mentioning the IFAC cases. Yeah, we were meeting yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, already the day before yesterday. Wow, time flies. But sorry. Anyway, she told me about that, and I was like, wow, that's super awesome.
It was super awesome.
So thank you for that support also. And thank you, Harry asked, for that. That's a huge drop. So what I also wanted to mention, and I just remembered about it, we were raising money for the truck for 56th Brigade, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 56th Brigade, 37th Battalion. First of all, guys, I have photos for you with that. Let me show it to you with the truck they got. Lana was reporting on that. It's Lynn S. friend, Lynn Stefanition's friend, because that sounded weird to me. But yeah, I'm gonna show you the truck. That's first thing. And secondly, he contacted me today, and he told me that they need. Who contacted me? The son of the fighter contacted me and said that now they need. Damn it. The communication. How do you call them? The walkie-talkies.
Yeah. Motorola?
Motorola's. Could you help them with that?
Yeah, just send me a message, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Like with a contact or something, right?
Just what they're looking for.
Okay.
I know what they're looking for. Just need confirmation. Yeah, I think that may be what Lynn was talking about in the chat.
Yeah, will you be able to supply them with that? Hey, thank you.
We will do our best, but we've got some things in order right now. I got a donation coming in for 100 of those Motorola batteries, actually. The high level ones we supply. So we may be able to grab some Motorola's as well. So just shoot me a message later.
Awesome. I'll do it. That's so cool that I've remembered that one. So it's April already. Wow, time flies. Let me add the photo. There
is Leela still in the chat?
Lila, why aren't you sleeping? Yeah. You gotta rest because you're just getting better. Lila was ill for the whole week.
Yeah, she's still in the chat.
Lila, are you still there in the chat? I think she went to sleep. Yeah, she's not active in the chat. By the way, I wanted to thank Dyslexic Dog for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. It's a funny name also. Very funny name. Oh, thank you for 20 gifted. Means a lot. Okay, Lynn. Yes, said Lynn. Yes, that's what you were talking about. So just give me a second. Gonna... wow, I'm really getting confused here. Okay, hope that worked. Sorry guys, just trying to figure out something in here. It's about the fundraiser, about showing you the photos. I have this photo here and the second one here. Awesome. I'm gonna send it to myself out there and gonna show it to you right now. So yeah, let's not even interrupt myself there and do it right away. Just a second. Mm-hmm. Good. Look at this. Opening it. Yes, in here. Here's a truck. They got Ford Ranger. I think. What year it is, Greg? Just maybe you know.
I'm catching up to it right now.
Okay, yeah, the delay.
Maybe somebody I'm sure can help me better than that. Probably 06.
Maybe 06.
07, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, somewhere in that area.
Somewhere around that. Early 2000s, I think. And here's a fighter, actually. Yeah. In front of that one. So pretty good, reliable truck. I think Ford Rangers are good trucks. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Here's a report for you. Only now. I think it's been about 2 months since we raised for this one, but they were looking for a proper truck for a long time, for more than a month. They bought it about 2 weeks ago, and they were reporting about that also around 2 weeks ago, but I missed it, and they didn't send me photos. They just sent a video with the soldier sitting in the car, and you cannot see anything there. So today I remembered about that and asked for photos. So thank you. Okay, what I gotta do next is to make the next donation. I think it should be the bathroom and the changing room. And as for the bathroom and changing room, guys, we have $160 here, but I would like to donate only $100 because we're taking that we're taking that fundraiser for our exhibition that we're launching together with Alexei, the Ukrainian artist, painter, and Lisa. We were doing the stream this week on Tuesday. And if you haven't checked it, go check the recording. It's pretty awesome. Alexei is from Energodar, which is currently occupied. We're taking this fundraiser for as the target. Yeah, and we're planning to close it. And with those paintings, I'm sure we will close it because it's only 250,000 hryvnias left. And it's about, what, $5,000? No, six or maximum 6.5. We'll get it easily. So I want to direct more money to El Greco's car fundraiser right now. So let me donate 100 for the bathroom and changing room and send the 60 to El Greco's car fundraiser.
Linus, Alberta, Canada. Got it.
Awesome. What are you doing with those other headphones?
I'm testing something.
Testing. Got it. Love you guys. Dyslexic Dog. We love you too. Thank you. By the way, guys, I remind you,
Rick.
there were no memberships today. So in any case, yes, if in any case some of you want one of these
Oh my.
patches and ready to support me on monthly basis, there are memberships from $3 there on Buy Me a Coffee. The link is in the description of the stream, and I'm sending one of these to each and every one of you. Thank you. I just noticed that during today's stream there were no memberships on Buy Me a Coffee, so maybe some people are just discovering my channel and they are liking it probably, so maybe they will be willing to become a member. Thank you guys. That's basically part of my salary at this work. I'm full-time working here now, so it's a three. Is it like cat's paws? Or so Lettercat, you wanted to say something.
Oh, with regards to the donations, the painting that Secai won the auction for, we were going to decide where to send that. And it was specifically for the Wounded Warriors of Ukraine, one of those charities. So the question is, which where do we send it as far as which group to send it to? Do we send it to
I would suggest Lila. What do you think?
Send it to Lila? Okay, well the one that earned 200, that closed for 200, that one is specifically to Voices for Ukraine. So does she have another
which one are you talking about?
The one with the sunflower.
Yeah, got it.
The 200, that 200 goes to Voices for Ukraine. The one with the bear goes to the Hostile Animal Shelter, and then so the other one, the one that Secai won, that's the one we need to figure out where to send the.
But
the
Voices
money to.
for Ukraine, does Voices for Ukraine have like a PayPal or Buy Me a Coffee? Do you know of?
You'd have to talk to Lila.
Lila.
That's her
so she's not there in the chat anymore. So okay, I'll speak to her. By the way, I haven't
send her a message.
received the donation. Well, yeah, for the paintings, for 2 of them. Obviously, Secai may be sending it himself, like directly where it's needed. But let me check who's there for the other 2 paintings. We have here Z. He's going to be notified on the email that he won the painting, and he will send the money to me, hopefully tomorrow or the day after, or somewhere next week. And Just Jimmy, yes, Just Jimmy also didn't send money to me, so
He was in the chat.
he was in the chat. Yes, I remember that. So maybe Just Jimmy will watch the recording. Hopefully this part of recording. It's really hard to watch the 8-hour recording. So okay, anyway, we're going to be talking about this on the next stream, so let's figure it out then. Also, I wanted to okay, let's get back to it a bit later. Okay. I wanted to donate, and I think you guys are okay with me sending just $100 to the bathroom and changing room for now, and sending 60 more to El Greco's car fundraiser. Thank you for that. So now I need to check. Okay, it's 38.84 hryvnias is $100. So sending it to the Dostop Fund, which is for the bathroom and changing room. Here it is. Never gonna let you down. OGS Smirnov is now a member. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava. It worked. Please contact me either on Buy Me a Coffee and tell me which one you want. Not this one. This one. That one is not being but it's being sent to every roller. So if you're a roller, you're gonna get this one also. It's not a secret anymore. Rollers are getting those already. So Abrams or Wrigley Ukrainian, tell me which one. Tell me which. Tell me your address, full name, and the phone number. Thank you very much. So here 38. What was it? 84. 3884 hryvnias. Wanna pay? Let me just do it right away. We don't have a progress bar, but the page will update and you'll see plus almost 4,000 there. It's going to be 1,266,000. This time I cannot put the comment there. Oh, I can. From Rick, the Ukrainians community. Glory to heroes. And it should be 3 white. The number disappeared there. 3884. 3,884 hryvnias being donated just now. And I'm updating the page. You'll see, 1,266,000. Awesome, guys. I really like to support this fundraiser. So, after this, I also need to send money. Just give me a second. So 60, I will transfer it here to car. No, not like this. 60 is from 60 from Anhale will fully go there, and I will just put 60 here, and we'll change this one to 40. Yeah, so this one is becoming green. So how is it in those headphones, Greg?
That's what I was testing. I think I think I may switch to not these. I brought these over from our studio over here. And I think I like them. Not for the look. I hate the look. I like my earbuds for the look. But to be honest, for the comfort and the sound, after being here for a few hours, even though I was I've been here almost 4 hours now. Holy moly. Good grief. The earbuds start to wear on me. I've been rolling all day. So this is this is nice.
Ain't it right that time flies on these streams?
The what?
The time flies on these streams, right?
Время летит. Time flies.
Час летить in Ukrainian.
Час летит. Дякую.
Будь ласка. You can give it to someone who wants one. I got plenty of patches. Just wanted to support your work. Thank you.
Okay, Viper
GS.
UA. Pastor, do you still do sermons? Yes.
What are the sermons?
Well, evidently he's got a church background. Yes. In fact, in 2 weeks I'll be speaking, and maybe I'll give you the link.
What are the sermons?
Propovedivit.
So ceremonies?
No.
Basically. No. Okay, got it.
It's when the pastor preaches a message.
Got it.
Sermon.
Got it. Now I got the translation.
Georgie LaForge, do you stream those sermons? Yes, we do.
Rick has infected him.
I will.
I infected you. Now you're streaming for 4 hours. Oh, do you see the Rick the Ukrainian patch on Lettercat's sleeve there? Look at this. Nice. And Andrew Mercado, Orc Hunters. Also there. Awesome. Thanks, Lettercat. You also have a Ukrainian
there we go.
Ukrainian American badge there. Awesome.
Pin.
Okay, now I'm starting to get tired.
There you go, guys. I popped it in the chat just for you guys tonight. Nightbot got me. I got a warning.
Oh, so man, yeah.
It's okay. I know the owner of the channel, and hopefully he'll give me a pass.
How can I do that?
No, it's okay. It's there. That's just so people can see it.
What are you putting there?
In fact, guys, to be quite honest with you, so today is Sunday, the 7th of April. On the 21st of April, maybe, and I'll announce it on my channel too. I'm going to be speaking actually about Ukraine. So I'll yeah. Okay, guys, if you really want, okay. Oh gosh. So if you go on that channel right now and you go to today's service, you will see me doing music. That's all I'm going to say. If you want to have a little fun. Man, I'm loving these headphones.
I remember that you're a musician.
Yes, I'm a musician. So there you go, guys. Having a little fun.
Rick,
You make it sound ominous.
Make Greg a mod. That's actually a good idea. Greg, I'm going to make you a mod.
Okay, Rick, I'm going to make you a mod on my channel, and we'll just be even.
Awesome. Let's do it. But I'm not going to be moderating on your channel.
I'm not going to be moderating on yours either, but at least it would give me, there you go, brother. We're buddies.
Let's do it. Okay, so I was about to donate something somewhere. I have 2,333 hryvnias left. So what I need to do is just to fill the rest. I have, okay, fill the El Greco's jar with the rest I have there. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Just remembering the song from Black Eyed Peas. Let's do it. Remember that one. Okay. Rick is being tired, but he will do his job. Don't worry about that. Let me throw in these 2,000. Well, here's the jar. Let me update it. Here's the jar. 2,333 hryvnias. That's what's left. Throwing it in to the jar. Come on. OG Smirnov, if you will reconsider, please contact me because I would love to keep the promise. Just a second. The progress bar will update now. Please check the progress bar out. Yes, 59,364 hryvnias now. And now I move where? I move to my PayPal, and I'm withdrawing another $700. And after that, I'm donating those $700 right to this jar. Yeah, that's how it's done in here. If you're here for the first time, there's a lot of maybe boring stuff at the first glance, but this stuff is called transparency. So
transparent, you're invisible.
Yeah, this almost disappeared.
Essential bookkeeping.
It's essential?
Essential bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping, exactly.
My mother is an accountant.
Mm-hmm.
She did a lot of bookkeeping and stuff for various companies.
Oh, did I?
Leslie Bow. Yeah, we've got a lot of people giving aid, to be quite honest, and we're getting everything to Ukraine that we can.
Yep.
To be quite honest now, if people have high quality aid, such as Cat 7 tourniquets, number one, or other things that are high level, then we definitely find a way. But right now, to be honest, there's so much supply inside Ukraine. I know it's going to sound goofy for everybody, but if you've got the right connections in the right places, there's just a lot of supply in Ukraine. It's so much easier for us just to buy it there. And additionally, you don't have to deal with customs. You don't have to deal with anything.
Are you talking
So-
about the medical supplies?
Yeah, man. Plenty of medical supply available.
What about the green combat gauze by Quick Clot? Can you find it? in
That's
Ukraine?
tough to find.
Mhm.
That combat gauze is tough to find. Tourniquets are easy to find now.
Mhm. Yeah, I know that.
I say easy. Easy if you know what you're doing. Okay. Like Zhenya, no problem. And we can buy them even cheaper than we can buy the genuines here in the US. So we've got good deals, good suppliers, and we keep buying from the same guys. So for us, it's just easier, honestly. Now, early on in the war, there was nothing. And we did that huge shipment. But now, to be quite honest, it's a challenge, guys, to do this stuff and get it across the border because Ukraine fighting this battle of corruption and trying to streamline systems for aid. So it becomes a challenge, but we do our best to get everything there we can. So I hope that answers.
Okay, I'm throwing in the next $700. It's 20.
It was metal. Yeah, I know that one, Leslie. So chest seals. We're loaded on chest seals, but we need them to be a certain one. There's a certain one of the non-vented.
Guys, throwing in
I'm trying to remember the name,
the
guys.
$700. The progress bar will update now.
But please, everybody. I mean, if there's
Plus
good stuff, we'll do our best to get there.
27,190. Just updated 28%. 86,554 remnants now. Oh, it's Usul. The cat's name is Usul. He's beautiful.
Usul.
He's reminding me about Floki a lot because he's the same colors. He so beautiful.
I figured I'd surprise you with a little.
Mitch Ashdown, thank you for 20 Canadian bucks super chat. Is the ground firming up where you are? What is firming up?
Drying out, getting drier and harder. Not muddy, not wet.
I don't know. Where I am in Kyiv, it wasn't really muddy. So if you're talking about the Ukrainian front line, we're not the ones to ask, I think, because Greg is not there right now.
No, but we'll know tomorrow. I'll have Pete on with me tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah.
So unless about 21 hours from now, 5 o'clock Eastern, we will get a full update from Pete, who's on the front. We'll ask him about the weather. Please come with your questions. And I'm just going to have Pete sharing out of his heart. And I'll be watching for a lot of questions. It's a great opportunity to be able to have a direct conversation with the frontline English speaker. We're not having to worry about translation and all of that. So be really good. And he needs it. He needs a good stream. He's had a really, really challenging 3 or 4 days, especially with the loss of the firefighters in Kharkiv. Been very, very difficult. So thank you.
Hey, Dyslexic Dog is gifting another 20 memberships. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Shouldn't dyslexic dog, if it's truly a dyslexic dog, be written backwards? So it would be whatever dyslexic dog would be God Sichels.
No. It should not be written like that. It should be written like Sexy God. You see?
Here's all I know. When I've been on a stream for 4 hours, Rick, I start doing stupid stuff. Now I got these red headsets on, and I feel like I'm on the Dickie Dawson show.
Can you start screaming like Dickie?
No, I cannot. No, I cannot.
All right, fellow babies.
Would you? We'll leave that to Dawson to do.
To me. Okay? $731.37. That's what's left for El Greco. I'm sending this to my card from my PayPal now. It's 28,409 hryvnias. Let me donate it right away. 28,000.
I think Dickie Dawson does that.
409 hryvnias. Yeah.
He does that stuff like. That's what Dickie Dawson does.
Not only
Fellow
that,
babies. And then every other word. I don't give a whatever you're doing in this. You know, I tell you, make sure you're Slava Ukraini.
Oh God.
He
You're
just
not wrong.
messaged me. He just messaged me. He says, "Dude, I see you on Rick. Are you finishing so you can come say hi?" So maybe I'll pop in there and go,
Aw.
"Here's my best impression of Dickie. I just perfected it on Rick's stream." Doop, 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 doop. And my mother watches Dick. I'm going, "Mom, what are you doing?" She goes, "He's nuts." But he loves Ukraine. So.
oh man.
He's
we're
nuts,
having
but in a good way.
Well,
He
guys,
is. He's a good guy. Dick, we've got a great group, to be quite honest. All these people working together, and all of you wonderful people that jump between all of our streams and you support all these communities. Feels like I personally know a lot of you, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful, to be honest.
Send in the last donation for El Greco for today. Oh no, not the last. 114,963. Thank you very much, guys. It was 28,409 hryvnias more. So we're at 38%, and I still have money from not one, but 2 streams from Buy Me a Coffee, and it's $663. And I'm gonna be throwing it in right now. And that's a good one. And let's see how
Somebody add $3.
somebody has $3.
I know one thing.
No, I was saying, quick, somebody add $3 before you donate it.
I
So that'd be
really like this.
666.
Yeah. Just a beautiful number, Greg. Nothing that you could think about.
Gosh.
Oh, that was it. Well,
Just a bit of fun.
We're having a blast.
Yes.
yeah, I love
Yes.
these tired streams. They are becoming really hilarious.
Yes.
Oh, Epitox, thank you for $2 super chat. Love
You're
you.
welcome,
Love you,
Epitox.
Greg. Thank you for all you do. Yeah, man.
You're welcome.
I can double that. Or back that. Are you growling there?
No, you
Maybe
don't wore me out, dude. You have I'm sitting here pushing buttons, watching you count. You have completely wore this man out.
Can you imagine how warmed up I am? I'm not.
I can. Greg, how do the headphones look under a black light? That's a good question. I do not know the answer to that. I don't have a black light. I can turn the lights off, and you can now see my gaming setup. When I'm playing games with Mercado, I have the lights off like this. Kind of nice there. Little framing is different here from my normal streams. A little wider than normal because back there is Kirill's cat, and there's the award from the thank you from the Crinky guys. Y'all want to see something cool?
Mhm.
Let me show you one thing cool, and then I think I'm going to go see my wife and have dinner. But hang on, I want to show you one thing cool before I go.
Guys, I'm going through one of those captchas, and it gives me the eighth set of pictures. Choose the buses. Choose the bicycles. Fuck off. 8.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's from the Crinky guys.
В небі і на землі.
Is that a hippogriff?
Is it a patch?
It's made with amber right here. All that's amber.
Mhm.
And then the patch is put in handmade for this. And then I have a message from the Crinky guys. Their names and the thank yous. So this one's very, very special.
Is that a hippogriff on that?
I'm trying. What do they call it? A griffin? A griffin?
Well, there's
I don't
the
know.
griffin, which is there's a griffin, which is a lion and an eagle, and then the hippogriff is an eagle and a horse. So it's two different creatures. The background.
I'm going to rely on your knowledge there. It's a cool looking golden animal with some wings, and it says from this for the sky and the ground. And this is my favorite part. So,
Well, if the back feet are hooves, then it's a hippogriff.
I'm going to go with you, Leathercat.
And a longer face, like more like a horse. That's what it looks like from what I can
It's
see.
one bad,
Looks like a
bad boy. I know that. I'm very happy for that thing.
Yep.
Now, y'all want to see really cool? Y'all maybe tomorrow night I'll use. No, tomorrow night I use Project Constantine patch on the mic, but. So you get that from the Crinky guys in the message, and then here's actually the patch out of Crinky.
That's cool.
What unit is that?
This is so this patch is fought in Crinky across the river. And what unit is this? This is not a unit number, but this is a special made unit of specialists from different units around Ukraine that was assimilated to fight in Crinky.
Mm-hmm.
That is what this is. Special forces. So this is one bad patch right here that has been across the Dnipro River.
Got it.
Yeah. Some incredible patches up there. The third assault right there fought in Klishivka. It was on Andrew's uniform. This has been in Crinky, and of course the Azov patch. I had 2 of them. One I sent to Rick to auction off, and he did a phenomenal job with that, raising support, if I remember correctly, over 5K. And Dr. Tuso, and then the I have one more Azov patch up there that was in the Azov style. Yeah, it's a historical patch. This is a crazy one. So, Ricky, I'm gonna go see my wife.
Oh man, I was hoping you were gonna stay until the end, but the end is dragging so long. So, totally understand.
Are you not at the end yet?
I mean, I am almost at the very end, but there's still a few donations should be made for the NAFO patches, and I'm wondering, I probably shouldn't be doing it today. Maybe on Wednesday, just for NAFO patches on Wednesday, because I really gotta go to sleep soon. And
yes, you do.
Yeah, and for
Leslie B, how do we get the file for the certificate? Maybe you should set up a new email address so we can email you just for that. So what I'm actually going to do is something of that nature. It will either be to a new email or it will be a link. And we're leaning toward that. It will be a link that is set up so that you can just click the link and download the file. So working on that. Yeah, Rick is my new wife.
By the way, Leslie, you got the package. I remember you got the package from me, right? Yeah, just give me a plus there. Yeah, husband, you maybe go and speak to your other wife, because I don't want to really be like pulling off the attention today.
I love you, buddy. Leathercat, it was great to spend the evening with you and your beautiful kitty there. And we had Secular Secai. We had
Ukrainian
Dylan
Anna.
Burns and Rick. And I know you had Anna from Kharkiv earlier. Just been a great stream. I was watching earlier, guys, when I was coming back from my mother-in-law's birthday party. And it was really good. And just think about this. We auctioned off raffled off the first flag and raised a lot of money for the snatches, raised a lot of money tonight with Rick's projects. It's just been an awesome Sunday evening to spend with you guys. And I thank you for everything. Yeah, make sure, and I know a lot of you guys subscribe to me as well. And I thank you for that. And I don't like to advertise on other channels, but tomorrow night will be good. It'll be special. Pete's ready to roll.
Yeah, go there.
So as long as he doesn't get called out or something crazy, he's supposed to be off tomorrow and resting and ready to go. So we'll see.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
Each and every person there in the chat will be on your stream, man.
Oh yeah,
because.
Oh, and Canty, that's right. Canty was here too. I was watching Canty.
Canty was here.
Yep,
exactly.
It was a great stream.
Thank you. Thanks, man, for being here. And
love you guys. Be blessed. Rick, holler at you tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah.
Leathercat, see you later.
See you, man.
Good night to all.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Have fun.
So,
and then there were two.
good night, Rick. Silverus, are you going to bed? Because I'm still here. I still need to make the final donations. 663. Let me check if it was the correct number. I was also a bit disappointed when it was $3 less than that number.
It was just, you said 663 and I went, we need $3 more, quick.
Okay, so sending it, it's going to be 25,724. Just a second. Not here. Not here. Here. 20. What? Once again? 24,000. It's still not showing up there. Needs a second. Yeah, it's there now. 724. Oh no, 25,000. Nice. I like it. 25,724. Let's donate it. That's huge. Huge. From Rick Rollers. We love you, El Greco.
Yes.
Okay, sorry for the hiccups. Okay, guys. And the progress bar will update now. Usul, you see it? Yes, 140,687. He's sleeping, so cute.
What he's in right now is I took some fabric and I cut it in half lengthwise, sewed the ends together so that they were like that, and then folded the edges over twice, sewed that down so it was a long strip of fabric, fold it in half, fold it at the seam, which is somewhere back here, and then tied a knot so I can actually put it across me from the shoulder and then down, and then he can just hang out right there.
Nice.
He was 8 months old and I took him to a pinball and arcade show and he just sat there. He's like, oh, this is cool. And everybody's like, "Oh my god, he's so cute."
Such a cool
He actually
cat.
took a nap twice in the arcade hall with all the noise. He didn't care. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just here with mom."
Yeah, it's a
He
really...
loves it. He will sit there for hours like this and just snuggle up and snooze.
Mrs. Squiggle says, "You are Mormon now, one of 2 wives." Though I am
That actually
one of the
reminds
wives. So basically,
that actually reminds me of Metallica. James Hetfield and Lars Ulrich have been basically together, best friends for like ever since 81. And James jokingly refers to Lars as his first wife because they've been together for so long.
okay,
Best friends.
I see people are dropping off bit by bit because it's been 8 hours and we need to finish the stream.
Yes, it has.
Thank you so much, guys, for all the support today. What I still have to do is to call you to maybe move it up to 50% today. So, like, we are missing just less than $300 to be precise. Let me give you the number. Just a second. So it's gonna be 300,000 minus 146,887. Oh no, not that. 150 minus this number. 9,313 hryvnias divided by 3880. What was it? 8437. It's $239.75, guys. I actually have something to offer you here. What about the patch? What about the patch of Victor and his team? This one that he was given to me. Maybe someone wants to get that one for an exact price of $239.75. Or maybe we do the auction and just see if someone wants this one. What do you think, guys? Is anyone up for that right now?
Or we could raffle it.
We can raffle it, definitely. I still have 2 of them. I can auction one now, and we can raffle the second one on the next stream. Or we can raffle it right now. One of them. Anyone? Well, there's a delay, so the chat is going to be reacting in just 20 seconds to that. So, raffle is a good idea. We could have done the one for all raffle, where there's no like fixated price for a ticket. It could be anything. Like 50 cents, $200. Anyone donates what they want to buy a ticket. So let us know, guys. Let me know. No, keep going. I just joined chat, says Aussie T. Happy to see you, Aussie T. How you doing?
Hey, Izzy.
Might make more money doing a raffle. Yeah, but raffle takes more time. It's harder to do it. You know what I mean. Do it fast because it's been 8 hours of the stream. But anyway, I'm willing to be here for the next 30 minutes to get some extra fundraising for El Greco, for my friend, who I remind you is serving in the border guards of Ukraine. Raffle, okay. I mean, K-Bell likes to raffle.
If you ever do manage to be able to come to the U.S., I
Come
went
where?
to the U.S. To visit, and you end up coming up to my neck of the woods, I'll let you have a cuddle with Weasel.
Oh, yeah, of
He's very
course.
friendly.
No,
Yeah,
no doubt.
and he's very fluffy and soft. He has very soft fur.
hmm So the
I want to-
raffle, if you guys want the raffle, don't be shy. Just send me donations, whichever sum of money you. Ah shit! I deleted all the notifications there for as an accident, but that's okay. Anyway, let me just maybe go to sleep and not get. I will give you $239 to go to sleep. Silverus, you're very generous, and you don't ask the patch in return for that? It will be ideal. I mean, but you deserve a patch for that, definitely. And I will give you one. Oh, $50 from Anhil. More for El Greco. Thank you so much. Minus $50, so $189.75.
Yay!
Left to raise. Just
Kitty.
just kitty, yeah. I heard myself there
Purring
for
too.
a second.
No idea.
Never gonna let you down. Rep Tyree just sent 20 coffees. Rep Tyree, thank you so much. So, yeah. Lettercat, I started hearing myself from your mic for some reason.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Awesome. So, thank you for 20 coffees. So, it's 20 more coffees from Rep Tyree. Rick, take the money and go to bed. What money? $50 from Anhill? Okay. Or what are you talking about? Don't do the raffle, you mean? Anyone mention? Good question, Anhil. Good question. Okay. Also stay hydrated. Take the $50 and go to bed, you meant. Or maybe, yeah, I just received 190 from Silver Earth. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's been up to 50%. Let me just donate it. So it's $240. Sending it to my card to donate it. Thank you so much. Tell me what you're expecting for these donations. I will try to provide. If it's just me going to bed, then I am so grateful. Because it's been a long 8-hour and 11-minute stream, and I was pretty energetic for most of it, right?
They love you. You know that, right?
What?
They love you. You know that, right?
I know that, yeah. I love you too, guys. You rollers, wow, you're just fantastic. You're magical. Go to sleep, says Silver Earth. Okay, just let me donate, okay? We need to make it a historical moment. $240. I'm sending it to my card now. So it's 9,322 hryvnias. Oh, I gotta make it 23. Okay, I'll do it. Usul doesn't like that one. Yeah, they mostly don't like when their ears being touched. But some of them do like that. Did you say you are going to do a striptease? No. Who told you that?
Oh my god.
Most
Run.
of us are old enough to be your grandma. I understand that. So no striptease, right? You mean that?
No.
No, I wasn't planning to. But to have some fun. Not by striptease. Just to... Georgie LaForge bought 10 coffees for being a good straggler for Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you that not strangler. Strangling you with donations. Thank you for 10 coffees. I mean, not with donations, but with asking for them. What is it? A panda? Or... Oh, it's a cat. It's a black cat. From afar,
cat.
it seemed like the black bear.
It's a black cat,
It's a black cat.
and the way the paws are and the position of the paws in the head, you can actually rest a pen, like he's holding a pen across here.
Nice. Okay, 9,323 donating it now. Guys, I'm not going to be taking any more fundraisers for the next stream, and let's focus on just El Greco's fundraiser and close it on the next stream. Ideally, I will be happy. This is still, I need to count how much it is, but it's totally liftable for rollers. I know that. Okay, so it's from Rick, the Ukrainians community. Stay safe, friend. Sending it, and it's gonna be a beautiful 150,000 there. Look at this, 150,010 hryvnias. I actually, it's 10 hryvnias more because there were extra 25 cents there. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the cat is holding the pen, and the other cat is being interested with that, I think. Yeah, Reptile, I received your buy me coffee. Thank you very much. It's put ever when it's where it's needed. I will withdraw all the buy me coffees being sent today on Wednesday and donate them. Well, not all of them, only those for the armed forces, but that's at least 50% of them. So great job, guys. Thank you. Thank you for this fantastic stream. This was something pretty good, and yeah, that was a very good stream today. Thank you for all the support. Good day, Rick. I'm watching from Perth, Australia. Thank you. We're finishing up the stream, but the recording is just 8 hours. You can easily watch it and watch all the amazing stuff that was happening here. No, it's pretty impossible to watch the whole recording. But anyway, maybe some clips will be coming up. Oh, fuck, my shoulder hurts. I really need to go to sleep now. Thank you, guys. Love you, rollers. Thank you, Larry Cat, for joining us today and being here with Usul also. He's a beautiful boy. How old is he?
5.
5 years old.
5 years old.
I wish him...
His birthday was January 25th.
I wish him 15 years more. Oh, stop it. He reminds me of her.
Oh.
Yeah. There she is.
Yep.
Floki, yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the stream also. Epitalks, it's been a great stream. Thank you. Epitalks is going to be on Wednesday stream, guys. It's gonna be 3-hour stream, not 8-hour stream. That recording is gonna be easier to watch. Thank you, Night Rick and Letter Cat. Yes, guys, love you all. Please live long and prosper, and slava Ukraini.